2021, and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing. The Committee on Housing and Executive Administration is meeting virtually via Zoom for our first budget oversight hearing to discuss the proposed FY 2022 budget for Housing Finance Agency, Rental Housing Commission, the Office of Tenant Advocate, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, which includes, of course, the Housing Production Trust Fund. This hearing is being broadcast on the committee's YouTube, and a recording of the hearing will be on the council website and the council's YouTube following the conclusion of the hearing. I look forward to hearing the public's input today on these agencies and discussing with them what we can do to improve upon the proposed budgets. I will have to limit my questions so that we can get everyone in, as we have over 60 witnesses in total today. So let's start with the Housing Finance Agency. The Housing Finance Agency, or DCHFA, was created in 1979 to stimulate and expand home ownership and rental housing opportunities for low and moderate income families in the district. The agency is independent and self-funded with no appropriations from the district. However, I appreciate this opportunity every year during our budget cycle to hear more about how the agency is functioning. To achieve their mission, the agency issues taxable and tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds to lower the financing costs for home ownership and for developers. Housing Finance Agency offers a variety of products to assist residents in achieving their dreams of becoming homeowners, including by co-administering the Home Purchase Assistance Program, or fondly referred to as HPAP, and operating their revenue mortgage insurance and tax payment program called REMIT. Housing Finance Agency also plays a vital role in the multifamily housing arena by financing affordable rental housing through multifamily mortgage revenue bonds, low-income housing tax credits, or LIHTC, and McKinney Act loans. The proposed FY22 budget for the Housing Finance Agency is $15,009,504. It's a 5% increase from the FY 2021 budget. The Housing Finance Agency's Executive Director and CEO is Christopher Donnell. He was recently confirmed by our committee and by the full council. The Housing Finance Agency is one of the district's pivotal bodies in creating affordable housing and has a significant role to play in meeting Mayor Bowser's goal of 12,000 new affordable housing units by 2025. Let's receive the testimony from the Executive Director. And so I will call forward those who have information that they would like to share with us at this time about this important agency. And so I will pause now before we begin. I see that we have a few colleagues that have joined us, and I always like to have colleagues that are a part of our committee, have those members to have an opening statement if they come on early, and they did, and so thank you. I see Councilmember Brooke Pinto from Ward 2, and I'd like to pause now and give you an opportunity to make an opening statement.
Well, thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds, for holding this hearing today and for your leadership for many years on this issue. I know we're thrilled to see the added investment, particularly in the Housing Production Trust Fund, and it'll be great to hear from all the witnesses today. And I'm grateful to all of the public witnesses who have signed up to provide your testimony, and look forward to hearing from you as we continue to talk about and hear about in all of our hearings these months. This has been such a challenging year for so many of our residents, and has never been more important to promote housing affordability and stability in our city. And we are acutely aware of this challenge here in Ward 2, where the largest population of unhoused people in the district live. And major investments in affordable housing now will ensure that we can get housing to those who are currently unhoused. And importantly, these investments will ensure that in the future, fewer families and individuals will risk losing their homes because they can't afford their rent or other extremely high housing costs. I am especially grateful for the mayor's inclusion of the historic $400 million investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund. This investment represents a real commitment to ensure that individuals and families in the district can count on having adequate and habitable and affordable housing. I also want to note the great work of the Housing Finance Agency under the steady and creative leadership of Christopher Donald. I'm grateful for the opportunity for DC to access federal funding to ensure that more tenants have access to legal representation through the Office of the Tenant Advocate throughout the coming year. So I look forward to hearing from our residents about more we can do to support you all and support our residents facing eviction. So thank you again, Chairwoman Bonds, and looking forward to today's hearing.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Pinto. We will start by hearing from, I think we have one witness for the public witness for the Housing Finance Agency. We will not hear from our government witnesses for these agencies until a later date. But we will hear from our public witness. And so I'll ask Sam, would you call our witnesses forward? I think we can take as many as 4 or 5 now.
Yeah, so we just have one.
Okay, all right, okay.
Here she is. Joanne Savage is elevated now, so.
All right.
Yep.
Ms. Savage, you can begin when you're ready.
Oh, thank you. I'm just unmuting myself. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Good morning, Chair Bonds, Councilmember Pinto. I greatly appreciate the council and the staff's tireless work in these continuing extraordinary times. I'm Joanne Savage. I'm manager of the Consumer Advocacy and Homeownership Preservation Program at the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. LCE provides free legal services for DC's lower income seniors, including those facing foreclosure, and we have a particular expertise in reverse mortgage foreclosure. So I'm here today to urge the committee to continue funding for the REMIT program administered by the Housing Finance Agency. And I know the chair is very familiar with the program. I'll briefly say that it's a small program that's enormously beneficial to the uniquely vulnerable older district homeowners who face reverse mortgage foreclosure over amounts as little as $2,000. And you know, the homeowners with a reverse mortgage who may have fallen into default are often in their 70s or even 80s. The foreclosure can happen over as little as $2,000, and we often see clients with just $5,000 to $10,000 needed to cure this mortgage, and the REMIT program provides the funding to do so. So I want to focus today on explaining why the council should continue funding REMIT, even though we will have the Federal Homeowner Assistance Fund, which I'll call the HAF, money that may also be available to help some reverse mortgage foreclosure, some homeowners facing reverse mortgage foreclosure. The HAF will fill a vital need. We're extremely excited to see this funding coming to the district to help those facing foreclosure. But HAF will be available only to those with a COVID-associated financial hardship. And we think that should be broadly interpreted, but even so, in our experience, many reverse mortgage holders who have fallen into default may not meet that particular test. And so there's a couple of reasons for that. First, when the moratorium lifts, there'll be an immediate pool of homeowners who had fallen behind before COVID and whose cases were put on hold when the foreclosure moratoriums came into place. And so those foreclosures will start moving forward, but they won't necessarily have had a COVID-associated hardship. They may have an additional hardship, but they were already in default for non-COVID related reasons. And, we think that the REMIT program should continue to help them for all the reasons that we've made it available to them in the past. Second, even those who fell behind during the pandemic period may not meet the test for a COVID-associated financial hardship, even if interpreted broadly. And past experience with the Home Saver program sort of illustrates this. Like HAF, Home Saver required a demonstration of financial hardship, which is going to mean a decrease in income or an increase in expenses. So the reverse mortgage borrowers that we assist who fall behind on their property tax and insurance payments, typically, sometimes their condo fees, they absolutely experience hardship. But it's often not a direct change in income or expenses. So they may experience a loss of capacity to handle their affairs and have missed a few payments before anybody, realizes the situation to help them. One missed property tax bill will trigger several payments from the reverse mortgage company, and suddenly they're in a hole of about $3,000 to $5,000, and they just can't dig out on a fixed income. Sometimes we see the loss of a spouse who may have handled the affairs, also triggering, in that period of grief or inability to kind of pick up and understand how to handle those affairs. They'll fall behind. We see it with a hospitalization, which, may be COVID, but of course could have been any other reason. So during a time when the homeowner themselves is facing a health crisis, someone may miss the property tax payment, not understanding that's due, or the insurance lapse. Or there may be difficulty renewing insurance because of repair issues. So these are kind of, just an illustration of the various types of hardships that we see that aren't necessarily meeting this COVID-associated test. And as a result, for example, with our experience with Home Saver from the period of 2016 to 2019, only 3 of our reverse mortgage clients were able to qualify for that assistance. By contrast, in the first 2.5 years of the REMIT program, 20 of our clients were helped, just absolutely stopping the foreclosure and lifting that from their head. So we anticipate HAF presenting the same issue. We think it's worth continuing to fund REMIT, rolling over the existing program money, adding a small amount if necessary. And I'll make a final note that we don't think that HAF will necessarily be enough to cover all the need in the district. So supplementing a small amount of local funds in this program is not going to leave any federal money on the table. And I'm happy to answer questions.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. I want to make sure that I captured your information. You indicated the number of cases for REMIT and then the number of cases for Home Saver. And I didn't catch the number for Home Saver that you had worked with.
It was 3 during that period. Only 3 of our clients were able to qualify for that. And I'll say that was, I believe, with the best efforts of the Housing Finance Agency staff who, worked their best to make Home Saver available, but were just, stuck with the Treasury guidelines. And with REMIT, I think they've really done a fantastic job of taking the council's guidance to create a flexible program that really delivers for folks. And so that's why you see the difference is they've got local guidance to kind of recognize in a flexible manner the range of hardships that people suffer versus this Treasury money that's closely tied to specific criteria.
You indicated the need for continuing the REMIT program. Do you have any thoughts about how much additional dollars we should have in the program?
It's a great question. I might have to follow up with you on that. I'm trying to get information from Housing Finance Agency of how much is currently left in the program. I know in past years, there's been an amount that it was just continuing to roll. Honestly, I think we're talking some number under $100,000 to meet the need for next year, and perhaps depending on what's left in the program. So it's not a big amount of money in relative to the district's budget, but it's as I said, it couldn't be more important to our client base and this unique subsidy.
Okay, and so your 20 clients that have been served, what was the amount that you're aware of that came from the program?
I don't necessarily have the final cure figures for each of those, but I know that the program was initially started with $500,000.
Yes.
So I'm not sure. It's some amount under that.
Okay.
It tends to be, I think the average tends to be about it's usually in the range of 7,000 or so per client. Initially, there was kind of a backlog, so the amounts were higher because more funds had been advanced by the reverse mortgage company.
Okay.
I can try and get, figures on our specific, we know that they were cured, and we don't always see that final bill that was paid to the reverse mortgage company.
Of course, and we'll get the information when we have Mr. Donald to testify later. I think it's next week when the government witnesses will testify. So just want to make sure that we're talking, have an idea of how much money we're talking in the event we don't have enough in the fund now. So I really thank you for your comments. I'll ask if my colleague, Councilmember Pinto, has a question or two. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Bonds. And thank you, Ms. Savage, for your testimony. I'm just curious from your perspective with your clients, where do you see the biggest gaps in programs for homeownership preservation?
Let me take a moment. I'm sorry, that's a big one. So, I mean, the issue that is incredibly on our mind, and I don't know if this program is going to be with HFA, but it'll be with one of the agencies in front of us, is the enormous hit that everyone has taken from COVID. And so, in the past, there have been, the biggest gap is with financial assistance to sort of help people get back on their feet when they fall behind. And so we do have that money coming from Treasury. I think, from the federal money, I don't think that it will necessarily be enough to cure for all homeowners. So I think it'll be incredibly important to target that to help those who were the hardest hit by COVID, help folks in the Black community and the Hispanic community that have really suffered and already face disparities, equitable disparities, as we well know. So just having the assistance is the first step, but making it accessible is an enormous gap. And, we've seen, I don't deal directly with state DC, but I'm certainly aware of the conversation of, making that balance between documentation, which can just be a barrier and hits hardest on those sort of most in need of the assistance sometimes. So we're certainly in an active conversation with, right now with DHCD about trying to, with the Homeowner Assistance Fund, set that up in a way that makes it accessible. I should mention my colleague Jenny Joseph from Legal Counsel from the Legal Aid Society is testifying on the next panel and hitting this, and we certainly agree with her remarks on that. I do think
Go ahead.
There's some unique issues with condominium foreclosures too. It's a very rapid process. It doesn't go through the courts in the way that other foreclosures in the district go through the courts. So I think ensuring that homeowners facing condominium, when they've fallen behind on their fees and it's the association foreclosing on them, giving them, sufficient time to address and cure that between when they get the foreclosure notice and when the foreclosure can begin, which right now is a very short period of, I believe, 30 days. And I think more time there could potentially help a lot. I should note I'm speaking mainly from the homeowner perspective at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. I have colleagues who work in our tenant division who may have somewhat of a different answer on many of these questions.
Great. And we'll hear from more tenant perspectives in a little bit. But thank you very much, Ms. Savage. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Ms. Savage, for your testimony.
Thank you. You're always happy to be here. Take care.
Always good to see you and hear from you. Our next agency is the Rental Housing Commission. However, we do not have any public witnesses signed up today, so we will proceed to our next agency, which is the Office of Tenant Advocate. The mission of the Office of Tenant Advocate is to provide technical advice and other legal services to tenants regarding disputes with landlords, educate and inform the tenant community about tenants' rights and rental housing matters, advocate for the rights and interests of district renters in the legal, regulatory, and judicial contexts, and to provide financial assistance to displaced tenants for certain emergency housing and tenant relocation expenses. The district's chief tenant advocate is Johanna Shreve, who has served in this role since 2006. The proposed FY 2022 budget for the office is $4 million, a 1.3% increase from the FY 21 approved budget. The agency has 28 proposed FTEs, up 4 from 24 FTEs approved in the 2021 budget. The Office of the Chief Tenant Advocate has long been an important voice in all things rental housing, but this is especially true right now. The district, as we all know, received $352 million from the federal government, specifically for rent and utility assistance, and the Office of the Tenant Advocate has a critical role to play in making sure tenants are aware and take advantage of these resources, as well as making sure they are aware that of their rights under current emergency and temporary law passed by the council in the midst of our public health emergency. I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses today on this agency. And again, we will hear from the Chief Tenant Advocate at a later date. So I will now turn to our panel. And Sam, do we have witnesses for this important agency?
Yes, council member, we do. Our first and only panel will be Brian Lederer, public witness, who I think I need to get on the phone. Dr. Armande Gill, president of the Park West Tenant Association. Alec Vandenberg of Sunrise Movement DC, and Tom Gregory, co-director of TENAC and member of 4000 Massachusetts Avenue Tenant Association. And so
All right, we'll start with, are
Dr.
we starting
Gill.
with Mr. Lederer?
I think we should start with Dr. Gill so I can get Mr. Lederer on the phone.
All right. Dr. Gill, we'll start with you when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning, Mrs. Bond, and good morning to all the council members. So my name is Armande Gilles. I am the president of the Tenant Association in my building. I would like to talk about two things today. One thing quickly is about the voluntary agreement. The second thing is about the importance of supporting OTA. In terms of voluntary agreement, I would like to urge the council to vote a budget to implement the freeze on voluntary agreement. The voluntary agreement, the way they are being implemented right now, are really a threat, especially in my building with my management company, to affordable housing. Subsidized tenants are being taken advantage of due to their lack of life experience, low education level, or mental health issues. This has been a high difficulty in my building and other buildings from the same management company. Most of the renovation proposed are aesthetic and made for leasing rather than in our apartment. So I was grateful to get guidance with the Office of Tenant Advocate, but I want to say one thing: giving budget for a freeze not only will protect affordable housing on Connecticut Avenue and other area, it will also allow the council to reflect on the law on voluntary agreements, such as it is written right now. The way it was written when it was conceived was at a time that unfortunately there was not so much mixing of population. Right now we have, because of the Meyer law and you, Mrs. Bond, we have more mixing of population of different background of education, and it is very difficult to follow a rule of 70%, 30%, when actually the population is not homogeneous. So what happened then? When that happened right now in my building and other building from the same company is that subsidized tenants are being taken advantage of because of their socioeconomic need, bribed, made signed documents without reading what they're signing, and very dazzled by aesthetic renovation without having, the ability to understand their own needs in their own apartment. So putting a budget for a freeze on the VA would allow the council member to reflect on the law as it is and probably make changes to adapt to the change in the housing population in the district. The second thing I would like to say is the importance of supporting OTA in the budget. I have had to make significant amount of call to OTA. The lawyers have always been responsive. There is a lot of need for them. In my building, it's 85% subsidized tenant. We are a very low income building. And without OTA, we would have sunk further down. And so I just want to reiterate that it would be good if they had a few more lawyers available, and they are critically needed. And I would say it plainly, Mrs. Bond and dear council member, the real estate company are playing very dirty, and I am the most educated in my building, and he has been draining.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now turn to, I see Mr. Gregory. I do not see Vandenberg.
Mr. Vandenberg is here, Councilmember.
Okay, all right, Mr. Vandenberg.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alec Vandenberg. I'm an organizer with Sunrise Movement DC, the local hub of the youth-led Sunrise Movement, and we're a national organization fighting for climate action, racial justice, and a transformation of shared society. As young residents of DC, we recognize the deep connections among environmental, racial, economic, and housing justice, and we remain committed to the vision of a sustainable, affordable, and equitable city where every resident can thrive and not just struggle to survive. The pandemic and the recession continues to exacerbate housing insecurity for renters who are already vulnerable pre-COVID-19. In 2018, almost 1/4 of DC households experienced severe rent burden, and nearly half of the district's Black and Latinx renters experienced cost burden. And with doubled up housing arrangements falling through, the rise in informal evictions and other causes, homelessness expects to continue to rise across the city, up from the already 6,500 people in 2019. The disparate impacts of COVID-19, which compound long-standing systemic racism and inequities, necessitate our collective commitment to structural, transformative, and morally urgent change. And this change begins with aligning our budget with our values. That is why I support the Fair Budget Coalition in advocating for $1 million for the Office of Human Rights, as well as the following bills to strengthen the rights of prospective tenants and individuals experiencing homelessness in DC. I support the Fair Tenant Screening Act, the Eviction Record Sealing Authority Amendment Act, and the Michael A. Stoops Anti-Discrimination Amendment Act. I believe that the city must crack down on housing discrimination and must provide the financial commitment to enforcing current laws in the books, as well as the aforementioned bills. I believe that we must dedicate sufficient resources to protecting tenants now and moving out of the pandemic, and that the eviction moratorium represents a historic and novel approach to keeping renters in homes, but we also must do more to double down on committing to preventing further eviction, as well as promoting tenant mobility, protection, and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Our next witness, council member, is Mr. Gregory of Tenac.
All right. Mr. Gregory, please go ahead when you're ready. You're still muted, Mr. Gregory.
Can you unmute me?
Now we hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens might like to know that on channel 13 or 16, where normally the council is broadcasting, instead of showing your hearing live right now, it's showing an old hearing from May, just in case you would like to know that. And good morning, Councilmember Bonds and Pinto. And I know the timing is critical, so let me plunge right in. My name is Tom Gregory. My home is a small apartment here in DC where I've rented for over 40 years. For years, I've worked with OTA staff in a number of activities, and I've witnessed areas of performance that have led to my repeated applause, and also some areas that have long needed OTA improvement. In my role as part of the Tenants Association of 4000 Mass Avenue for decades, I'm grateful for a significant assistance from OTA in our attempts to resist a huge capital improvement petition, 2 of them, targeting the renters of our building. In spite of OTA's excellent legal work, the biased DC laws allow the landlord to require us tenants to pay extra for major maintenance, literally millions of dollars, which the landlord's building has needed. In my role as principal of TENAC, the DC Tenants Advocacy Coalition, I do have some concerns. Years ago, tenants were suffering from continually rising rents and often from poor services from landlords and from undue landlord influence upon the council. The landlords had 1 lobbyist for every 2 council members. Sound familiar? It should. The situation continues today. The tenant advocacy community, teaming up with forward-looking council member and a number of sympathetic other council members, created OTA, the Office of the Tenant Advocate, in an attempt to even the playing field. Renters tend to work during the day and do not have time to lobby the council. And OTA was to be for tenants, at least what the landlord lobbying organization was for the landlords. We had high hopes for great advocacy and improvement. But the basic problems we had then persist today. And where are those major improvements? Renter costs in rent-controlled units still go up more than inflation every year, and sometimes multiple times inflation. The percentage of apartment buildings under rent control is still dropping, as well as the actual number. Firefighters, police, teachers are still moving out of DC because renting here is too expensive and steadily getting worse through DC law. In addition to the general lack of major legislation successes, in addition to major legislative failures, take a look at the OTA webpage. Where is a list of rental housing issues, the many needed legislative changes, why each one is needed, and arguments for and against the changes? Where are the many needed position papers and talking points? Where is a list of what is expected next from the landlords and what can be done and is being done to combat those expectations? Where is a list of each council member along with their position on the major rental housing issues and a schedule for their public appearances where questions are permitted? Some tenant advocates wonder if OTA has had identity problems with their difficult task of being created to be the main tenant advocate on one hand, but also being a DC government office, particularly with this mayor, and perhaps sometimes unable to take sides between tenants and landlords, and mainly or sometimes trying to be neutral and maybe sometimes trying to mediate. Of course, no one expects or asks OTA to do everything by themselves. But with the moral argument so much on the side of the tenants, the successes coming from OTA should be more significant, more significant. And I say this as having a lot of friends in OTA and considering myself a close friend of OTA. I think more needs to be done in important major areas than we've seen so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. Do we have any other witnesses?
Yes, we have Mr. Lederer here on the phone. Mr. Lederer, if you can unmute. I don't know if you can hear us. I believe *6 will unmute as well on your phone. There we go. I think you're unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Chairperson
morning.
Bonds. How are you? Friday. Blessings and all on the council. I am so grateful for the opportunity to speak, and I really think this is a public service to the whole city and the region that you're holding this hearing. I mean, and I want to give 5 stars to OTA and to the council and to this committee. Just so for the record to reflect, I am Brian Lederer, just so you know who I am, and I'm not just some racehorse running his mouth. I'm licensed before the United States Supreme Court, the Bar of the State of Hawaii, and the District of Columbia. I'm a former chair of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee. Was a member of the cabinet of 3 mayors, Walter Washington, who nominated me as People's Counsel, and who said, in his opinion, I was the best appointment he ever made. I'm not bragging me, I'm just trying to help in the council. And then Marion Barry, who reappointed me as People's Counsel, and Anthony Williams, who made me chair of the Office of Employee Appeals. So when plus I'm an experienced landlord and tenant lawyer. Now, rental housing is probably one of the most important economic issues for the city. Over 60% of the tenants are renters. And what's happened is we've come under attack. This is why OTA was founded to model after the Office of People's Counsel. It was intended to be a very extensive advocate. And there is no problem with with OTA. It's just underfunded. So this is one of the classic things. All of the enemies of renters say, well, we've created the Office of Tenant Advocate. Why are you complaining? Yeah, at the same time, they go and they don't fund it. So it'd be like being called to war and then you don't have any guns. OTA, trust me, you know, I've worked with them. I know the tenant advocate. She is as my wife would say, a very, well, I won't use her term, but very special person. She knows rental housing. She worked for that community. She has people on it who are really good. And she funded me when I had to take on equity for 16 years because these people come in and they won't cooperate with the rental housing laws. You know, they're the problem. And equity comes in and they have violated the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. Currently, I live at 3003 Van Ness, which is owned by Smith Property Holdings through a 96 transaction. Yet, if you look at the land records, there's this strange entity called Equity Residential that shows up with an economic interest deed, which is preposterous because they control the property to violate TOPA. So what I'm suggesting, TOPA, you know, you got a lot of illegal landlords. So what the previous gentleman testified to is because of that, not because of OTA. So the council needs to, I would suggest, enact legislation. And I've been working with the council so we can fix it. It's not hard. Okay. This is how you fix things. So I would simply say, let's get funding to OTA. Let's pass the rental housing legislation that I've been working with them on. And I support Chairperson Bonds and the members of the committee who are ready to do it. And the mayor will sign it. So it's just like, you know, when the United States had to defeat Germany and Mussolini, you had to actually send your army out, fund it, and do it. And so we have a chairperson, Ms. Mons, who's chairing this hearing, who's a warrior. I know that because she didn't tell me to say this. We both came here as community organizers to protect the city. And I went on to become People's Council, chair of the Ward 3 committee, and she's fortunately an at-large council member, along with the other members of the committee, with whom, and Mrs. Wilhelmina Rollard, too, was a good friend of mine. And so we're ready to do it. And I just thank you, Ms. Mons, for having the hearing. I thank OTA. You know, let's do what to fund them. And that will, you know, solve the problems and stop going to war with handcuffs on. You know, and then I appreciate, you know, the tenant community in Ward 3 and throughout the city, because they're the foundation of all of this. They provide the political support for you. So, thank you very much. I'm available for any questions, and I will continue to work with you to make sure this happens.
All right.
All right,
Thank
no
you very
problem.
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lederer, for your testimony. I have a few questions for this panel, and I'm paying attention to our time because much of what has been discussed this morning regarding OTA seems to be in the neighborhood of making sure that the number of attorneys that work with the agency, again, it's an independent agency. We want to make sure that they have the necessary funding so that they will have the attorneys that can assist the tenants. I take very seriously your point to the entire panel that OTA is designed to be the lobbying function on behalf of tenants to augment the expected or assumed lobbying that happens naturally through the developers and the housing provider community. And so to that extent, I don't know if the panel today has some ideas about the number or the size of increase that you would recommend for the office of OTA. But would you, if want to give a stab at that, do you have some ideas regarding that? And then I wanted to see if you could bear down a little more on what you see specifically to be a function, an additional function that OTA needs to be engaged in order to better assist the tenants. Mr. Gregory, I'm going to start with you. I see you first in our lineup here.
Okay. If we look at the name of OTA, the Office of the Tenant Advocate, and the reasons that OTA was created, there are many wonderful things that OTA is doing, and I've experienced them. I've seen them in action. But if you look at the condition that the renters were in when we needed to create OTA, those still exist. And there's been a lot of great things done, and I don't want to take away from the successes of OTA. But look at the problems that we were in, and in desperation created OTA. Those problems are still existing. So the major problems have not been solved. And I'm talking about the high level of rent, the gouging by many landlords, not all. You know, we're still paying more than inflation every year, and it goes up. The rent increases go up every year, the plus 2% as allowed by law, and that it happens, you know, religiously, regularly. And you have such ridiculous called hardship petitions and capital improvement petitions, and now we've got the problems with the voluntary agreements that have been so warped and misused. And we've experienced those to see how those are used to, as if they were compromises, and they aren't voluntary at all. They're coerced, those agreements. And we've got all of this major legislation that continues, that still exists after all these years. So there's a lot good going on within OTA, and I want to give them full credit for that. And I just want to see the potential of OTA reached, and particularly covering the major needs that we have.
Okay, well, thank
Brian,
you very much.
All right.
I think Dr. Gill, yes, I see you.
You go. Thank you for taking me again. To answer your question, Mrs. Bond, the extent of the action of OTA is also intrinsically linked to the law in place. And I want to go back to what Mr. Gregory and Mr. Lederer said. For instance, for the voluntary agreement, because the law consists of 70% of tenants agreeing for a rent increase against 30, OTA is in a situation where they cannot help us because it's tenant against tenant. Basically, that's the law is written. But in the fact, when it is not tenant against tenant, because in the situation like in my building, subsidized tenants are significantly taken advantage of, and they are lied to, they are made to sign things they have not even read the paper what they're signing. If they read it, they don't understand the vocabulary behind it. So in that way, it's also, like Mr. Gregory just said, changing the law at the level of the RAD, Rental Administration Division, sorry, that allow the landlord to go around rent control more and more and more for aesthetic renovation. I think the voluntary agreement, for instance, should be drafted in a way where there is one or two inspectors coming in the building and looking at the history of the building. In our case, the landlord has let the building deteriorate over the last 5 years to buy new assets in the city. So now they have let things deteriorate. We have rodent, we have had significant cut to utilities, and now they're applying for a VA. So this is how the law also limits OTA. So if they could be involved in drafting a new law about VA, if we get a budget for the VA freeze, that would be a good step towards affordable housing. I suspect that many tenants who are subsidized right now, if they get the VA, will have to move out due to the cap of their voucher. I will have to move out because I cannot take a $600 increase on my rent every month. I'm talking 30% increase on my rent if the RAD approved it. And some subsidized tenants, and some come from the Veteran Administration, pay part of their rent. They cannot afford it. They're going to have to move out. So we are pushing away people far away from Connecticut Avenue. My landlord has many buildings on Connecticut Avenue, 20 buildings in the city. They already got a VA approved in one of the buildings. They're going to keep doing that until they're going to set the market rate.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I have run out of time. My colleague, Councilmember Pinto, is still with us. So Councilmember Pinto, if you have questions for this panel, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. And nice to see you all. Thank you for your helpful testimony. Mr. Gregory, I wanted to ask, especially over the last year, what you have been finding with your clients regarding tenant outreach, and if OTA's efforts for tenant outreach on what protections are available to tenants to understand their rights has been substantial or effective.
I'm not hearing, I don't know that I can answer your question. I'm not hearing complaints in that area. Like I say, I've talked to the fire department, I've talked to police and educators, and they're frantic because the cost of living and renting in DC just keeps going up and up and up and up, and they're having to leave. And I heard one figure in talking to the deputy chief of the fire department, and this was not in the last few months, but quoted to me that said over half of the firefighters are now living in Harper's Ferry because they can't afford to live in DC. And the police, I understand that's similar, and now the teachers are leaving. This is the major concern we have, and the present laws allow the landlords to keep pushing it up. AOBA has said that they would get rid of rent control in a few years, that they already have the mechanism in motion to get rid of it. And of course, without the expansion you don't have the new rental apartments under rent control. And so it's phasing out that way. And then with adding 2% compounded, that pushes up to what the pseudo market rate. There's no such thing as a market rate of housing or rental in DC. It's so manipulated. It's pseudo, like the petroleum markets and like the diamond markets. But housing is essential. So I guess to answer your question, Councilmember Pinto, the major concern is that we still have the same problems we had years ago that desperately needs attention. And it's going to take everything, that the best efforts of OTA and the best efforts of the council. In talking to people who don't live in DC, and I tell them some of the laws about rental housing, they can't believe it. They say, not in the United States. No, this couldn't be. And they don't even believe these laws exist when you explain them. They say there must be a mistake. So we've got some big tasks ahead of you, and we can't neglect them any longer. We've got to do something. And thank you for all your efforts, each of you, but we need to do more. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. And certainly housing costs have grown exponentially in our city, and there's a lot more work that we need to do. I'm trying to best understand, for the protections that we do have in place for our tenants now, if OTA is effectively reaching tenants where they are, making sure that they have access to that information, because I speak to tenants all the time who are unaware of the protections that do exist for them, and want to make sure that OTA is being creative in reaching tenants. But thank you very much for all the work that you do on behalf of tenants. And thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much to this panel. And thank you for the important dialogue. So we'll now move to our next agency that we will be examining. Our final agency is the Department of Housing and Community Development. The mission of the department is to create and preserve opportunities for affordable housing and economic development, and to revitalize underserved communities in the district. This agency includes a wide array, excuse me, please, a wide array of notable housing programs and divisions that help to create and preserve affordable rental housing and provide opportunities to purchase homes for residents that may not ordinarily be able to do so. Among the programs of the agency, it oversees and administers the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Program, Home Purchase Assistance Program, Inclusionary Zoning, and the district's Opportunity to Purchase programs, which is DOPA and somewhat new in its processes. In addition to overseeing these programs, the department is playing a key role in the rollout of several assistance programs to aid our residents that face adverse housing effects due to COVID-19. And of course, this includes the Stay DC. This program administers $350 million in rental and utility assistance with federal funds to our tenants, as well as $50 million in home ownership assistance funds that will aid residents that are behind on their mortgages and may face foreclosure. The mayor's proposed budget for the Department of Housing and Community Development for FY22 is $143 million, which is over 60% more than the department's budget in either FY20 or 21. It is a steep increase. This budget includes 169 FTEs, reflecting no change from the current fiscal year. So we need to understand how the same number of FTEs are going to spend approximately 60% increase in budget. This influx of money into the department is exciting. We're happy to see increases across several divisions, such as $9 million added for affordable housing project financing, $15 million additional dollars for preservation financing, $31 million for property acquisition, and a 500% increase for the employer assistance housing programs, which you heard the previous panel speak to, there being such a need for the workforce housing opportunities in our city. I am grateful for the enhancements to the department's budget, but there's more to be done, as you also have heard, and many feel very strongly about. And to do this, to bolster the agency and housing in the district, we're going to hear from our public witnesses this morning. We'll also examine the trust fund, the Housing Production Trust Fund. The budget for the trust fund, which is separate, is $250 million for FY22. The trust fund does not have any FTEs due to the fact that it is administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. As you know, Mayor Bowser announced on the 24th of May of this year that she will be allocating a historic $400 million to the Production Trust Fund, with $250 million we are seeing here, and an additional $150 million in FY21. More importantly, she committed to meeting the requirements set forth by the council that 50% of the money in the trust fund goes towards projects that produce housing for residents making between 0 and 30% of the family median income. And so that takes us to households that have incomes around $45,000 annual. To help for a family of 4. To help obtain this requirement, it has been announced that the Housing Production Trust Fund will be paired with the Local Rent Supplement Program, which will significantly help the agency's ability to produce more deeply affordable units with trust fund dollars. Today, we're looking forward to hearing from our public witnesses as to their opinions and their thoughts about the work that is planned for the Department of Housing and Community Development and the utilization of the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars during the coming FY year of 22. So with that, we will recognize our first panel. I'll call on Sam to bring the members into the room.
Yes, council member, our first panel will be Suzanne Slater, Chair of Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board, Connie Chang, ANC 3G05, Commissioner Yannick Omicton of ANC 2A01. And I do not think Renee Bowser is here. She withdrew from the witness list. So then the next one is Jennifer Klein Joseph, Supervising Attorney at Legal Aid Society of DC. Beth Mellon, Supervising Attorney, Housing Law Unit of Legal Aid Society of DC. And then Scott Bruton, Senior Vice President for Housing Policy Research and Development of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. And I also believe your colleague, Councilmember Pinto, is here again.
All right, very, very good. All right, we will start with Ms. Slater. She's in the room? All right. Ms. Slater, we'll begin when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and welcome.
Okay. I'm very, very pleased to be addressing you, Chairman and Councilwoman Bonds and Councilwoman Pinto. I'm very, very pleased to be addressing this committee. I'm Susan Slater, President and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Washington, D.C., and I'm very honored to serve as the chair of the Mayor's Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. I was delighted to hear what Councilwoman Bonds just described as the mayor's proposal to add $250 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund for the FY22 fiscal year and to add $150 million to the current year. This is going to greatly enhance the ability of the trust fund to reach the mayor's ambitious goals and to fund deserving projects that I am well aware are ready to finance. And I strongly urge the council to approve the mayor's proposal. Nationally, as you may be aware, as you're probably well aware, the mayor's housing policy goals are well known to be the largest on a per capita basis of any major city in the country. I am truly proud to be playing a role in this policy focus on the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. But the mayor has many ambitions for what this investment will achieve. Since 2019, although 16,000 housing units have been added to the city's housing stock, according to the Washington Post, only about 20% can be considered affordable. And that is 80% of MFI and below. The mayor is determined to raise that number with this new investment. And should the council approve it, the current estimate is that 2,700 units can be built over the next 2 to 3 years. Achieving this will take an industry-wide effort. Affordable housing developers will need to accelerate their plans and aggressively secure the necessary subcontractors and building materials. Much of this is in short supply with soaring prices. But I assure you there is excitement in the building community and determination to work to produce the 2,700 units that are so badly needed. But not all affordable units are created equally. The chair mentioned the local rent supplement program, which is a key mechanism for serving the lowest income group in the city. The mayor is determined in what I regard as a policy breakthrough that this program will be paired with the new HPTF investment. Without this proposal, it is extremely difficult to finance and build housing for this market segment. This part of the proposal is indeed farsighted And the incentives for developers of affordable housing are now far more aligned with the policy goals of the Housing Production Trust Fund, and most importantly, the urgent housing needs of the residents of the district. The mayor's proposals couldn't be more fortunately timed, coming on the heels of the council's approval of revisions to the city's comprehensive plan, an enormous policy shift that will guide long-term zoning decisions throughout the district. There are many more opportunities for developers to add density and construct more multifamily buildings along key corridors such as Wisconsin and Connecticut Avenues in Northwest. And I listened carefully to the problems that are already along those corridors. And I hope the new buildings units that will be built will be created in a way that do not have those problems. Hopefully, the proposals will increase supply but thereby lower the overall cost of housing in these neighborhoods. This helps achieve a second major goal of creating more affordable housing west of Rock Creek Park. The administrative challenge to implement this plan is considerable. At the present moment, the staff at DHCD has powered through the constraints of the pandemic, working remotely, as have many others across the nation, using new tools for getting the important work of the agency done. I want to especially commend the rigorous and effective leadership of DHCD Director Polly Donaldson. Now with this new investment of funds, much of which will be handled by the HPTF staff, the challenges will become even more intense. It will take all of us in the DC affordable housing community to work together to achieve the policy goals of the mayor's proposal. Despite my enthusiasm for the proposal, we must collectively realize that even the stunning amount of $400 million will not end homelessness, ameliorate the engine of gentrification, or solve the woes we face with public housing. Moreover, in our monthly meetings at the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board, we realized that many strong development proposals previously could not be funded in a timely way, even with the consistent and nationally recognized investment of $100 million per year. The housing needs of the city is critical to our jurisdiction's future economic health, and it will not disappear even with this path-breaking investment. We on the Trust Fund Board often ask, what would it really take to tackle the affordable housing pressures we face? The answer lies in hard work on a number of fronts. Preservation of existing affordable housing, new ways to finance mixed income developments, new techniques like community land trusts, and a sustained focus on projects that can use the local rent supplement program along with HPTF, just to name a few of the tools that we have to focus on. And yet another aching issue that I deal with daily is the dearth of opportunities for low-income home ownership. I listen carefully to the housing finance witnesses, and there are many good programs in the city. But despite the generous funding of the Home Purchase Assistance Program, which affords critical down payment assistance to households in the 50 to 80% area median income brackets, there are very few developers of low-income home ownership in the city, and it is understandable. The subsidy structure, especially at the federal level with the low-income housing tax credit, literally steers developers towards rental housing solutions rather than home ownership solutions. Now there is new federal bipartisan legislation proposed by Senator Cardin of Maryland and Senator Portman of Ohio to rectify this problem with the creation of a tax credit for low-income home ownership. As we search for ways to address the racial equity gap, nowhere is there a better solution than reversing the current demographic trends in home ownership. While the mayor's policy proposals place a high priority on addressing the council-mandated emphasis of HPTF funds addressing the 0 to 30% MFI rental issues, I'm hopeful the council will see the wisdom of emphasizing equity gains through home ownership. The pandemic has taken a toll on everyone, and I see anecdotally that the credit scores and financial health of those below 80% of MFI have declined. But the benefits of the policy goal of giving DC residents a chance to own their own home is compelling. Stability, educational gains, and significant improvements in the arc of their economic lives are powerful indeed, uplifting families and communities simultaneously. Finally, I'm hopeful that the housing policies to promote homeownership will not get lost in the massive effort to deploy additional resources in the Housing Production Trust Fund. The mayor's proposals are historic and without a doubt an aggressive effort to confront our housing needs. I urge the council to quickly find common ground and endorse these ambitious proposals. I believe the economic future and well-being of the district depends on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Slater, for your testimony. I guess now we'll have, is Ms. Chung here? All right, yes, I see you. All right, we can begin
Hi.
when you're ready.
I'm ready. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, Council Member Pinto, and members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. My name is Connie Chang, and I am the Commissioner for Single Member District ANC 34G05 in Chevy Chase. I am testifying on behalf of our commission, which authorized this testimony at our June 2nd special meeting by a vote of 7-0. I appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts on the mayor's proposed budget for the Housing Production Trust Fund. Over the past several years, the commission has worked to lay the groundwork for creating a more vibrant town center and enriched civic life, grounded in racial and social equity. We have sought funding to modernize key buildings, bring in more affordable housing, and support the small businesses located in our commercial district that line Upper Connecticut Avenue from Chevy Chase Circle to Livingston Street, otherwise known as the Chevy Chase Gateway, as detailed in several resolutions that the commission adopted. Last year, the council provided $150,000 in FY 2021 for Chevy Chase to engage in a small area planning process that gives our community an opportunity to work together to flesh out the details for how moderate density increases along Connecticut Avenue, as proposed in amendments to the comp plan, would be realized in our neighborhood. The Chevy Chase Small Area Plan boundary covers the 2 blocks around the proposed land use change area, west to 41st Street Northwest, south to Military Road Northwest, and east to Nevada Avenue Northwest. This area includes side streets with low density residential, semi-detached and detached homes, and Connecticut Avenue's medium density residential, which includes apartments and condominium homes. Led by the Office of Planning, the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan aims to explore how new buildings could look and function to support the commercial district and provide new housing options, including affordable housing, subject to future zoning changes. The Chevy Chase Small Area Plan is underway and is currently in the visioning phase of the engagement timeline and is expected to be completed by year's end. Consensus is building that the centerpiece of this effort in reimagining our Main Street should revolve around the largest publicly owned lot in ANC 34G, which is shared by both the Chevy Chase Community Center, which opened in December 1971, and the Chevy Chase Neighborhood Library, which opened in March 1968. This lot, which resides in my single member district, sits right along the path of the Chevy Chase Gateway. Both buildings are budgeted to begin their modernization together in FY 2023 to be developed as a unified campus with affordable housing potentially to be constructed above both buildings. In Ward 3, where real estate prices are high, building affordable housing will require the establishment of a strong public-private partnership. Subsidies from the government will be necessary to provide the requisite incentive for private or nonprofit developers or the district itself to build affordable units, spanning deeply affordable to workforce housing. Accessing funds via the Housing Production Trust Fund, whose mission is to produce and preserve affordable housing in the District of Columbia, will be important to realizing our share of the mayor's goal of bringing 1,990 affordable units to Rock Creek West by 2025. The commission applauds Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget proposal for FY 2022, released on May 27th, that provides for a total of $400 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund, split into $150 million for FY 2021 and $250 million for FY 2022. The amount for FY 2022 is more than double the annual contributions the mayor has made in each year of her administration since 2015. The mayor's pledge of $400 million is projected to help developers build an additional 2,700 subsidized housing units over the next 2 or 3 years. Moreover, the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, John Falciccio, stated that the city will survey housing developers to explore how best to utilize the new pot of money and will offer greater subsidies for projects in areas with high land values. This statement recognizes the importance of public-private partnerships in building affordable housing in Ward 3. The Commission stands ready to work with the district to incentivize developers, private or nonprofit, or the district itself, to work with our community to build affordable housing units co-located with the Chevy Chase Neighborhood Library and the Chevy Chase Community Center as a unified campus. Planning for this project should begin soon and should coincide with efforts being made through the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan to reimagine our neighborhood. We request that the council consider a portion of the FY 2022 proposed $250 million budget for the Housing Protection Trust Fund to be set aside for this development as a show of Chevy Chase's commitment to doing our part in meeting the mayor's affordable housing goal. We aim to work out the details together with the council and the mayor in co-creating a future for our Chevy Chase Gateway that is inclusive, equitable, and a model for others, hoping to bring mixed-use development to district-owned property that enhances the character of the neighborhood for the better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Chung. Our next, do we have others in the room?
Yes, we have Commissioner Amigton. Sorry if I mispronounced that, but Commissioner's here.
All right. Ms. Hamilton, you can start when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds.
Okay.
Pinto.
Mr. All right.
My name is Yannick Omicton, so almost there. And I'm an advisory neighborhood commissioner in 2A01, which is the southeastern end of Foggy Bottom. I wanted to speak today about strict oversight on the numerous beneficial housing expenditures included in the mayor's budget. ANC2A has passed several resolutions expressing our commitment to ending homelessness through a rapid and well-organized expansion of deeply affordable housing stock and permanent supportive housing, which has compelled me to come before you today. Certainly the mayor's proposed massive investments, many of it with federal funding, are incredibly helpful, but we need more first, and we need to make sure that we know where it's going. As this committee knows, the Housing Production Trust Fund and other public monies distributed to fund affordable housing construction have come under a good deal of scrutiny in the last few years. A DC auditor's report found in 2018 that 5 recipients of HPTF funding were in the bottom half of applicants, which resulted in 353 fewer units of affordable housing than we could have actually had in the city. In fiscal year 2020, only 18.8% of units produced by the Housing Production Trust Fund were designated for families earning 30% or below of the median family income, who are, of course, our most vulnerable residents, as opposed to the 50% that's statutorily required or the 40% benchmark set out in the present budget. The HPTF has never met their statutory requirements for affordable housing under 30% of MFI. And between 2001 and 2016, 19% of HPTF produced units were affordable to people earning 30% or lower of MFI. And when we say vulnerable, I think it's important here to provide a more revealing definition. We mean folks who could be evicted at any time when the moratorium is lifted. I know there are several of my constituents who are in some of that situation right now. And when they are, they won't necessarily find the support that they need to survive here in DC. We mean the elders of our city. We mean Black families whose median family income is around $40,000, which is around 30 to 40% of the general median family income. This means that if we don't produce units that are affordable at 40 or 30% of MFI, we will continue to lose not just the poorest Black families, but the typical Black family. And we mean families that have no other options available to them. Vulnerable people are vulnerable to exactly the kind of underinvestment that the current racist paradigm greenlights. In this budget process, there must be accountability written into our system. How are sites selected? What are their associated underwriting and prioritization scores? What are they providing units at the affordability levels that are required by law? Are family-sized units being produced? We are already losing so many family-sized affordable units, including hundreds in the Brooklyn Manor complex, which I'm sure Beth Wagner will discuss later this morning. Bills to solve part of this have died in previous sessions, and certainly the HBTF Transparency Amendment Act that you co-introduced, Chair Bonds, would have been particularly helpful, but it's never too late. We need to know where this money is going. And Chair Bonds, you raised exactly a question I wanted to raise, which is that it's difficult to understand how the same or similar number of FTEs can administer such dramatic increases when the current number could not meet those same requirements. Additionally, the money for site acquisition for permanent supportive housing, among other investments, is an extremely welcome investment, but also raises a few of the same kinds of red flags. There is $67 million for what appears to be a combination of PSH, permanent supportive housing, transitional shelters for survivors of domestic violence, emergency shelters, and then deeply affordable housing. And up until now, I'm having trouble finding clarity about what the executive intends to do with this money. It's unclear exactly who's administering it, what the criteria will be, which sites are being considered, how much will be specifically for permanent supportive housing versus transitional housing versus emergency housing. I would love for DHCD to engage ANCs in that process on their opinions for such a large-scale increase in site acquisition funding, perform some kind of survey, give some indication that the selection process is being considered in a transparent and participatory manner. And none of this takes away from the fact that in another part of the budget, we desperately need to fund permanent supportive housing vouchers for every single eligible person or family in this district. The stakes of not doing all of this are incredibly high. My ANC has 0.5% of the affordable housing in the entire city, and 3.3% of our units are income restricted. 3.3% in Foggy Bottom. There are relatively limited development opportunities in Foggy Bottom and the West End, which means that if one were to come along, it might be one of the very few shots we have at maximizing the amount of affordable housing in our neighborhood and ensuring that we play our part in ending our affordable housing shortage. We have some of the highest amounts of unhoused folks as well living in Foggy Bottom and West End. And because services here are plentiful, when we rob a person on the street of their opportunity to live stably and securely in a neighborhood like ours, it's really a disgrace. This council right now is forced to perform oversight well after the fact in meetings like this, after a budget has been released with around a week for residents to read, because there aren't mechanisms in place to properly oversee affordable housing programs until it's too late. So I really hope that we can build that into the present budget and into future legislation. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that I went over time. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is Miss Joseph. Is Miss Joseph? Jennifer Joseph?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
All right. Okay, great. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember Pinto, and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Joseph, and I'm a supervising attorney in the Consumer Law Unit for the Legal Aid Society of DC, where we represent low-income homeowners facing foreclosure and consumers with debt collection matters. The focus of my testimony today is twofold. First, to encourage the district to use the federal funds that it is slated to receive to create a homeowner assistance fund program that is low barrier, accessible, and targeted to meet the needs of the district's most vulnerable homeowners. And second, to urge the council to keep the existing foreclosure and utility moratoria in place, at least until the homeowner assistance fund is open and working effectively. As the committee is aware, the American Rescue Plan established the Homeowner Assistance Fund, or HAF, which will provide up to $50 million to the district in direct assistance to homeowners who are struggling to make their mortgage payments and other housing-related payments, including condo, HOA fees, property taxes, and utilities. This federal money has the potential to prevent thousands of foreclosures in the district and to preserve homeownership for Black and Latinx homeowners who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. To maximize the impact of these federal dollars, DHCD should make the following areas priorities when designing its homeowner assistance fund. First, creating a low barrier and streamlined application process. And to that end, we would urge DHCD to design a program that allows for self-attestation wherever possible to avoid documentation barriers, permits multiple points of entry for applications, allows application submissions through a variety of means, including paper applications, so that technology access does not become a barrier to accessing the program, and makes applications and other program materials available in other languages, particularly Spanish. Second, we would urge DHCD to engage in data collection about mortgage, condo, HOA, and property tax delinquencies so that the city has a clear picture of the community's need. This is important both because it will help inform program parameters such as maximum assistance levels and how to effectively target the funds, but it is also critical because the Department of Treasury has conditioned receipt of the full amount of federal funding on approval of a HAF plan that is data-driven. Third, we urge DHCD to target the funds so that they reach the district's most vulnerable homeowners. Given the income inequalities that exist in the district, there will be some homeowners who will have few, if any, alternatives if they don't qualify for HAF funding. And the district should make sure that its most vulnerable homeowners are being targeted with outreach and have priority access to those funds. Fourth, we urge DHCD to engage with community stakeholders before making major programming decisions. We think it's particularly important to involve people with on-the-ground knowledge of low-income homeowner needs and the successes and challenges of other foreclosure prevention programs like Home Saver. We would like to thank DHCD for its willingness to engage with us on HAF programming thus far. And we also support Treasury's recommendation that agencies post their draft HAF plans for public comment and hold public hearings. Finally, in addition to using its budget and oversight authority to ensure that homeowners will be able to effectively access federal funds, the DC Council also has a critical role to play here in ensuring that moratorium protections remain in place in the meantime. And specifically, the Council should keep the foreclosure and utility disconnection moratorium in effect at least until HAF programs are open and working effectively. As the Council has seen with Stay DC, it's not enough that a program is open. It needs to be both accessible and distributing money effectively before foreclosures are allowed to resume in the district. If the moratorium protections are lifted before that happens, DC residents will inevitably lose their homes to foreclosures that could have been avoided. The moratorium has been critical to keeping Black and Latinx residents safely housed throughout the pandemic, and the Council should not lift those protections prematurely. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Legal Aid looks forward to working with the Council, DHCD, and the community on these issues.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joseph. Thank you. Beth Millen? Is Beth Millen here?
She
Scott
is.
Bruton? Okay. And Scott
is.
Bruton.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, all righty.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Pinto and staff. My name is Beth Mellon. I'm a supervising attorney in the housing unit at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. And I'm here today to share our thoughts on the fiscal year 2022 budgets for DHCD and the Housing Production Trust Fund. And I want to start quickly with some things you already know, but I think it's important to keep these issues at the front of our minds. The current pandemic has been devastating for Black and Latinx tenants in the District of Columbia in terms of their physical, mental, and financial health. And we know these are the same families who were rent burdened before the pandemic because of the district's affordable housing crisis. They're from the same communities that have borne the brunt of eviction and displacement over the past 2 decades in particular. And this budget, which has an infusion of $2 billion in federal aid, is a real opportunity to reverse these trends. And I want to be clear at the outset, we appreciate the mayor's proposals for historic investments in affordable housing. $500 million total in the Housing Production Trust Fund over 2 fiscal years, nearly $18 million in the housing. But we're going to keep sounding that cautionary note that expanding affordable housing in the future is not going to solve the current potential eviction crisis. And you know where Legal Aid and others stand on that in terms of keeping the moratoria in place, fixing Stay DC, funding emergency rental assistance. But in terms of these future dollars, there are 3 areas I want to focus on where we think additional investments are needed to ensure that the proposed money for affordable housing is maximized for low-income tenants. So first, you've already heard about this from several witnesses. I suspect you'll hear from several more. But to ensure that those Housing Production Trust Fund dollars meet the statutory mandate that half of those funds go to deeply affordable units, we have to make sure the operating subsidies in the budget match those funds and that the match between the two is correct. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have years where we're not at 50%, we're at 18% as we were in fiscal year 20, or we're at 27% as we're projected to be in the current fiscal year, and that's just not enough, especially when we are looking at this historic investment. As Susan Slater said, 2,700 units, that should be, roughly 1,350 units that are deeply affordable. That's such an opportunity. And you are going to hear concerns that we believe the operating subsidies set forth in the financial plan for fiscal years 22 through 25 do not appear to be sufficient for that number of deeply affordable units. And that is something that we are really hoping this committee can drill down on to get it right. And as has been mentioned, we support the reintroduction and ultimate enactment of the Housing Production Trust Fund Transparency Act. And thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership on that bill. We hope it can be reintroduced and enacted to get us the transparency the council needs and the community needs to monitor these funds. Second thing I want to mention is increasing funding for the Neighborhood-Based Activities Fund in DHCD's budget. This is money that goes to provide tenant counseling provided by Housing Counseling Services, LEDC, and other organizations. And these services are vital for TOPA. There's one study that found that tenants who receive these kinds of supports are 3 times more likely to successfully register for their TOPA rights. Right now, we have emergency legislation tolling TOPA deadlines, as you all know, but those will end at some point soon. And already there's an estimate that over 100 buildings with over 4,000 units may then go through the TOPA process in relatively short order. So we need these housing counselors in place to work with tenants to be able to exercise their rights. There's a small cut in this fund in the fiscal year 2022 budget to $7.345 million. And that's pretty far below the $9.094 million that was in the fiscal year 20 budget. We recommend at least $10 million and more may be needed. And also putting more money in the FY21 supplemental so those organizations can start hiring. I also want to note on the preservation fund, part of it is earmarked for LECs, limited equity co-ops, and the committee should consider whether similar earmarks for certain TOPA properties, small buildings that are often less competitive, bankruptcy and foreclosure process where the affordable housing developers often miss out because they need quick funds and can't get them. So I think the committee should consider those ideas. And then finally, funding the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act. Chairperson Bonds, I know I don't have to tell you about this because you led the charge on getting this enacted last council session. It is not funded in the FY22 budget, and the funding required is relatively modest. It's only $5,000 in fiscal year 2022 and $191,000 over the 4-year financial plan. We're hoping it can be funded, and that 2-year pause that will happen on voluntary agreements will give us some more time and space to look towards a legislative solution. And as you know, we believe that solution ultimately will be to eliminate these agreements that have been subject to far too much abuse. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Millen, and I think Mr. Bruton. Yes, okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember
Good morning.
and staff. My name is Scott Bruton. I am the Senior Vice President for Housing Policy Research and Development at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Established in 2000, CNHED is a dynamic association of 180 organizational members working to foster just and equitable community development solutions that address the needs and aspirations of low and moderate income district residents. Mayor Bowser has demonstrated visionary leadership in the creation and preservation of affordable housing, making it a cornerstone of her first 2 terms. Before the pandemic erupted, the district was on its way to an unparalleled commitment to produce 36,000 new units of housing by 2025, including 12,000 affordable units. As we near the end of the public health emergency, the mayor has taken advantage of federal relief assistance and the improving fiscal health of the district to recommit her administration to achieving these goals through significant increases in the FY21 supplemental and the FY22 budget, and bold affordable housing proposals to accompany them. CNHED applauds the mayor and the Department of Housing and Community Development for a set of proposals that seek to improve and better integrate the many parts of the district's affordable housing pipeline. In this context, CNHED makes the following recommendations for the Budget and Budget Support Act, and my written testimony includes much greater detail on each of these as well as several others. First, the Housing Production Trust Fund continues to be the primary tool that enables affordable housing developers and renters wishing to exercise their tenant opportunity to purchase, act, or TOPA rights to preserve or create affordable rental or ownership housing across all 8 wards of the district. CNHED supports the mayor's recommendation to increase the FY21 HPTF budget to $250 million and appropriate $250 million in HPTF in FY22. We note that there is even greater capacity to absorb HPTF funds and would support the council in increasing the HPTF budget beyond $250 million in each of these years. Further, we encourage the mayor and the council to consider HPTF funding levels well above $100 million in the out years of the financial plan in FY23 through 25 and beyond to keep pace with the district's affordable housing needs. Second, the mayor's BSA contains significant proposed changes to the process for appropriating, allocating, and administering all versions of LRSP, the Local Rent Supplement Program, tenant, project, and sponsor-based. In evaluating the LRSP proposal in the BSA, CNHED has consulted with a variety of affordable housing developers, attorneys, tenant advocates, and government staff in our attempt to understand the intent of the changes and to anticipate any unintended consequences. Based on our initial analysis, we believe that the proposed changes could bring increased transparency and accountability to the process. The mayor's 4-year budget plan, FY22 through 25, contains approximately $44.1 million for project and sponsor-based LRSP. If this total amount of money devoted to project and sponsor-based LRSP will be committed to awardees of consolidated requests for proposals that occur in FY21 and 22 or occurred previously, then we believe that this amount is adequate to support the required creation of 0 to 30% of median family income units for $250 million in HPTF in both FY21 and 22. Third, neighborhood-based activities funds community-based organizations to supply an array of essential services for district residents, including TOPA technical assistance, tenant housing conditions technical assistance, eviction and foreclosure prevention counseling, limited equity cooperative technical assistance, home buyer counseling for HPAP and EHAP, inclusionary zoning certification, and Schedule H application assistance. During the COVID-19 public health emergency and the following recovery, tenants and homeowners will have even greater need for the essential services provided by CBOs with this funding. So CNHED recommends increases to $10 million in FY21 and $12 million in FY22 to significantly augment staffing levels. Fourth, we applaud the mayor's recommendations to invest $17 million in the Housing Preservation Fund in FY22, with $5 million of that reserved for limited equity cooperatives. We believe that there would be capacity to use up to $30 million in new HPF funding, given the number of 5+ unit properties waiting to move forward with TOPA. Fifth, CNHED supports the mayor's recommendations of $5 million for the EHAP program in FY22, but recommends an increase to $24 million for HPAP. CBOs, community-based organizations, have confirmed through the public health emergency that demand for HPAP is increased and will continue to do so in the district's very hot housing market. Sixth, we support the Property Tax Relief for Low-Income Housing Harmonization Act of 2021 in the BSA. Seventh, CNHED strongly supports funding implementation for the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act, which has a 4-year fiscal impact of $191,000. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much to the entire panel, and thank you, Mr. Burton. I'd like to start with you. I want to make sure I got the number right. When you were talking about the $5 million for ERAP, you said increase it. Did you say 40 million?
Oh, no, I apologize. We support for the Employee Assisted Housing Program. We support the $5 million recommended by the mayor. For HPAP, we support, I think the mayor has it at 18.3 million in FY22, and we support increasing it to 24 million. 24. All right. I just wanted to make sure that I had that number correctly. Thank you very much for that. I will start with you, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. This is a panel that has raised a few issues as well as applauded some of what the mayor has sent to the council. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Burton, when you speak of the changes in the 17 million for preservation and with the earmark of 5 million for LECs, is there a thought that we need to look at other categories of housing, ownership housing that may need, you know, sort of an earmark? Like, for instance, we've heard this morning some discussion about condominium fees. Just wondered if you had given thought to that as an example. Sure, that's an excellent question. So we believe that, oh gosh, where to start on this one? We believe that the $17 million would be easy to use. There's about $48 million in existing funding, and we think that with the number of buildings that are waiting in topo tolling, that we could use up to $30 million of new housing preservation funding, which would generate $120 million for lending. We applaud the mayor for setting aside $5 million specifically for limited equity co-ops. And that would result in $20 million for lending. We do recommend that the terms and conditions of the lending to limited equity co-ops be somewhat different than the standard terms and conditions in the Housing Preservation Fund to reflect their kind of unique needs when starting up. And we do note that there is $10 million in the First Right Purchase Program, which is a kind of a subset within the Housing Production Trust Fund. And we have a recommendation, which I didn't go into my oral testimony, that between the money for LECs and the First Right Purchase Program money, that should be devoted to supporting the creation, preservation of affordable housing for small properties, those between 5 and 50 units. And that syncs with one of the recommendations that you and other members of the mayor's rental housing strike force came up with. And regarding the issue, I think it was Ms. Savage who brought up the issue with condominium fees. I think one of the things that could help with that is, I know that there is a significant amount of money for homeownership assistance that's available through the Treasury Department of the federal government that the district's going to be applying for. And I think DHCD is looking at a variety of ways to assist different types of homeowners, from single family homeownership to townhomes, condos, cooperatives, and limited equity cooperatives. And I think a significant amount of funding to assist those variety of homeowners with the issues they may have with mortgage or carrying charges or condo fees payments could come from that, for lack of a better phrase, bountiful federal funding that could be offered for those purposes. Great. Thank you very much for that response. And very, very quickly, I wanted to go to
ANC 2A Commissioner, I believe you said, the way I should pronounce your name is Amikan. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
All right.
That works.
I'm doing really great this morning. Thank you so much. I'm really wanted to explore your perspective on the decisions about where new affordable units are located should be discussed with the ANCs. And I think that's a very important concept because during the hearing with the mayor the other day, I was trying to get to when does community have input? When does community discover what is being proposed by the developers who respond to the RFPs? Because that's the process that we use. And I thought that maybe a list should be revealed for transparency, similar to what I believe there's Ms. Mellon had echoed. And the response that I got was the time for the real transparency is in the development of the RFP. That's when we should indicate where we think it should be, what it ought to look like, and what have you. And so I wanted to explore that concept with you. If you agree that that would be a good time for the community to weigh in and give instructions to the agencies.
I think so. I think that starting it at that stage, because when I'm considering sort of comment from ANCs, I know that there are, I don't want to be sort of accusatory at all here, but there are some people who are less excited about affordable housing in their neighborhoods, and I certainly don't want those kinds of mechanisms being taken over by folks who want to stall the process of bringing affordable housing into the neighborhood. So I think that starting at that early, sort of in the development of the RFP, prevents some of that from occurring. So I would second that. I think that that's an excellent proposal, and I think that just bottom line, the present sort of reporting out, as far as I can tell, you have, if there's a sort of a BZA or a zoning commission sort of thing that needs to be done there, then we hear about it. And then of course, if it's in the quarterly reports that the Housing Production Trust Fund releases, we hear about it. But besides those two venues, and then of course some of these oversight hearings, we don't hear about it. So I think that's just the bottom line, is that a list, anything that comes from DHCD is welcome. If that also would involve maybe folks from DHCD coming to ANC meetings on a more regular basis and describing their activities, that could also be a welcome thing.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I think that the public is very interested in this once in a lifetime tranche of money that we have, and really wants to weigh in on ideas. And you're right, there will be parts of the community that will say, not in my backyard. I understand that. And that's the yin and the yang of society, I suppose. But more importantly, we know what our task is before us, and that is to generously house the people of the district. And in order to do that, we know we need more units, and they have to go somewhere. So that is the goal. And of course, they usually go on land, the dirt, and become a vertical, but they may also be structures that are built over other structures, as have been handsomely designed in some parts of our community. But I appreciate hearing that you're very concerned that the ANC in particular and the community in general have a little more say as to how these requests for proposals are structured so that communities feel that they're getting, what they're asked for. Ms. Mellon, I'm very quickly, I see you nodding, so I just wanted you to have a chance to put your 2 cents in on that.
The only thing I would add is I think the Transparency Act, I think that's a great idea. And the Transparency Act fulfills a slightly different function. So I know you're familiar with the auditor's report looking at a particular round of awards and how they went out and that they did not meet the affordable housing goals, but also the top proposals were not chosen based on scoring. And the Transparency Act really is to have transparency around the proposals that were submitted, what was chosen and why. And if there's a departure from what the professional staff recommends, why was there that departure? That departure may make sense in certain circumstances. But the idea is we put out these RFPs, they have certain, criteria. The proposals are scored against those criteria, and that is all very important in a good process. But then if the proposals that get funded are not the ones that scored best, the public should know why and the council should know why, especially in light of this track record of not meeting those deeply affordable unit goals. Because I think it will help this committee and advocates and affordable housing developers and many others understand the mismatch so we can try to solve for it.
I appreciate that. And I'm very much aware of, as one who changed the requirement and made it clear that 50% of the trust fund dollars would go to 0 to 30%. And I changed it, I haven't been on the council forever. So it's a recent, somewhat a recent occurrence. So I see this housing process, affordable housing process, almost like a living and growing plant. We continue to make as many changes as possible on an annual basis. So I understand your perspective, and we did follow up with the auditor's report, if you recall, with a hearing, and that made the information apparent to the public. So we're trying, and we will continue and strive to do more with every budget cycle. You have my commitment for that. And so now I know I'm way over time. I want to give my colleague, Councilmember Pinto, an opportunity to.
Councilmember Pinto stepped off briefly. She said she will try to come back later.
Oh, all right. Well, fantastic. So I can talk with you all myself. I won't do that because we really do have quite a few additional representatives. We are now at number 10, and we have another 40 some. So thank you all very, very much. And please remember to provide your written testimony. That's very important for the record. And I ask that of all of our speakers, testifiers today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
And our next panel council member will be Kube Ngaje, District Alliance for Safe Housing, or DASH, Andrea Rosen, DC for Democracy, Nekama Masliansky, she was a Senior Advocacy Advisor for So Others Might Eat, Judy Esty, Vice President of the Platform of Hope, Jesse Rabinowitz, Senior Manager of Policy and Advocacy, and Shiri Yadlin, Public Witness. And I believe Ms. Ngaji is here. Our first witness is here.
Hello.
All right.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and get started. Chairwoman Bonds, members of the committee and staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Kube Ngaje, and I'm the Executive Director of the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. Founded in 2006, DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. DASH is the largest safe housing provider for survivors in the city, with leadership roles on the executive committee for the Interagency on Homelessness, the DC Access to Justice Commission, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and the DC Victims Assistance Network. To start, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to Mayor Bowser, the committee, and Director Donaldson for your ongoing commitment to making historic investments in affordable housing, home ownership programs, and housing preservation. As you heard on the last panel, there is $67 million allocated in the fiscal 22 proposed budget to acquire additional emergency and transitional housing for victims of domestic violence, to expand domestic violence services, and to acquire properties to convert to deeply affordable and or permanent supportive housing. These are significant. This level of priority support for domestic violence specific housing and services is a first for the city. We applaud the dedication of this unprecedented level of funding for our essential housing services. We urge DHCD and the committee to engage DASH in domestic violence specific housing agencies in the design and implementation of the funding rollout and project design. DASH and DHCD have had a long-standing relationship and partnership for over a decade. This partnership advanced in 2020 when we joined forces in COVID-19 housing response for survivors through Community Development Block Grant and now through Stay DC. The COVID-19 outbreak impacted every facet of DASH and our work. In 2020, DASH connected 3,113 adults and children through our continuum of housing services, providing access to safe housing, holistic advocacy, and resources to live safely away from the threat of violence. This represents a 44% increase from 2019. 5 months into fiscal 21, DASH has already delivered 45% of our 2020 numbers. We are requesting an investment from DHCD in fiscal 22 to preserve our Cornerstone Safe Housing building and to finalize the building acquisition costs for Cornerstone. In 2010, DASH began the purchase of our Cornerstone building in partnership with DHCD and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. However, by fiscal 23, DASH is at risk of losing our Cornerstone building. We are requesting support from DHCD in fiscal 22 to help finalize the remaining $3.3 million building acquisition cost. This additional financial investment from DHCD in fiscal 22 would preserve this building, the largest safe housing building for survivors and families in the district. With a $3.3 million investment from DHCD in fiscal 22, DASH can avert homelessness for 498 people earning less than 30 to 50% of AMI in 5 years through emergency and transitional housing services of DASH. With this $3.3 million building acquisition paid in full, the cost to the city for every individual for each safe night that DASH provides at Cornerstone would be only $18.69 a night. This is effectively 88% lower than it would cost to place survivors at a hotel, or 74% lower than it would cost the city to house the same individuals through the rental market. If the district had to pay to house the same number of survivors at Cornerstone over 5 years, it would cost $7.7 million or 132% more. Paying off the mortgage now means that we can house those same people for 5 years at $3.3 million. As a reminder to the committee, of the 29,000 beds available for individuals and families in the city, only 484 are currently dedicated to domestic violence survivors, even though survivors make up a preponderance of the general homeless population. With such a dearth of survivor-specific housing, the potential loss of Cornerstone's 42 units is simply not an option DASH, DHCD, or the city can afford to entertain. Securing Cornerstone's asset for the city will help fulfill the mayor's affordable housing goal by allowing DASH to create more housing options and to preserve the 42 units at Cornerstone for the future. Our sincerest thanks go out to Chairwoman Bonds, to Director Donaldson, and the entire committee, and Mayor Bowser for your current support of preserving affordable housing for our community's most vulnerable. We call on you once more to boldly lead the charge. To better address survivors' housing needs, we urge the council, the committee, and Mayor Bowser to include funding for DASH's Cornerstone building in your fiscal 22 commitment to give survivors a fair shot. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness, Ms. Rosen, I believe.
I do not see Ms. Rosen here, council
Alrighty.
member. So we can move on to our next. which is Ms.
So-
Masliansky.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee and staff and community. My name is Nechama Masliansky. I'm the Senior Advocacy Advisor at SUM, which is also known as So Others Might Eat. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. SUM is a 50-year-old nonprofit and interfaith organization that provides direct services to DC residents who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. By treating each person with respect and dignity, and by offering a comprehensive continuum of care from emergency services through to permanent housing, we help more than 11,000 persons a year achieve stability and strive for self-sufficiency. SUM is an active member of CNHED and supports its FY21 supplemental and FY22 budget recommendations for DHCD, HPTF, and the local rent supplement program, LRSP. We also endorse the recommendations that our colleagues at Jubilee Housing will be making in their testimony today, as well as much of the testimony of the legal aid attorneys earlier. Some recognized 16 years ago that a major factor driving people into homelessness is a lack of affordable housing. As a result, we started our housing development initiative with the goal of developing 1,000 net new units for 2,000 homeless and low-income DC residents. Now, largely because of our successful partnership with DHCD, we are almost 100% of the way toward our goal. We are proud to partner with the district to produce those units and thereby also contribute to meeting the mayor's goals for affordable housing. We currently house 931 adults and 456 children, each of whom receives individualized supportive services, and we have 227 more units in development. Moreover, we are currently engaged in a strategic planning process and are considering increasing our portfolio to 2,000 net units. With regard to the HPTF budget, overall, of course, we are very pleased with the mayor's proposed use of federal funds to address the ongoing housing crisis by raising the HPTF level by $150 million in FY21 and by $250 million in FY22. We encourage the mayor's office and the council to bear in mind that predictability of funding is key in sustaining the viability of the development community, especially private financing sources. Therefore, in thinking about the future, the baseline funding of the HPTF will need to increase above the previous $100 million threshold. We are pleased that the mayor has expressed confidence that 50% of the funds will be used for housing persons who are trying to live at 0 to 30% of area median income. However, as a previous witness has noticed, we noticed that one of the DHCD budget documents specifically states that the target for FY22 is only 40% of HPTF for 0 to 30% of AMI. With regard to HPTF, we recommend reinstituting 2 rounds of consolidated RFPs a year, and that the next RFPs increase the points allotted to applications to develop or preserve housing for persons trying to live at 0 to 30% AMI or FMI. About LRSP budget, we're glad that the mayor and her team have acknowledged in their budget presentations that LRSP makes affordable housing possible for persons at 0 to 30% FMI, and that LRSP needs to increase, because it's operating funds, to support an increased level of HPTF, which are capital dollars. However, we have several concerns to bring to the committee's attention. One, although $41.6 million have been added to LRSP for the FY22-25 financial plan, only $2.88 million has been added for project and sponsor-based LRSP in FY22, and it's unclear that this amount of LRSP will be adequate to match with $400 million of HPTF to produce housing that is affordable for persons at 0 to 30% AMI. Second, the proposed BS Budget Support Act calls for changes in administration of project-based and sponsor-based LRSP, which changes have not been communicated widely to the development community. Among questions we hope will be clarified between today and the DCHA hearing on June 16th is why a distinction is made in the BSA between sponsor-based and project-based LRSP. In addition, the BSA calls for use of LRSP for capital gap financing, which would appear to reduce the amount of funding available for operating subsidies. One must ask what is gained by increasing LRSP, which has always been intended for operating subsidy, but then decreasing for capital costs. Further, the proposed budget does not reflect increased costs for actually running LRSP housing. Although the mayor's budget director stated in testimony 2 days ago that her office will look at an inflationary adjustment to keep up with rising costs for next year's budget, we need the council to address this issue at this time. I will stop here. The rest of my testimony is in writing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness, Sam, who do we have?
Our next witness is Judy Esty.
All right.
She appears to
Ms.
be here.
Esty?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. My name is Judy Esty, and I'm here representing the Platform of Hope, which is a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that engages with cohorts of economically vulnerable families of color to define and pursue their goals across the spectrum of housing, health, education, finances, and employment. Our goal, along with our strategic alliance partners, Mary Center, Jubilee Housing, Jubilee Jumpstart, and Sitar Art Center, is to center the voices of families so that we can build an equitable neighborhood and eventually equitable DC. Platform of Hope is also a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition and stands in solidarity with their comprehensive platform. Today, I'm here to talk about the Housing Production Trust Fund and Department of Housing and Community Development. And I know everyone is very excited about the mayor's historic investments in affordable housing and the Housing Production Trust Fund. But I think we need to be so careful in clearly defining what is affordable and who is benefiting from this investment. At the Platform of Hope, the #1 issue that families want to pursue is housing, getting into affordable housing. And there is literally nothing we can tell them. So to hear that DC is lauded for solutions in affordable housing just seems so bizarre when you have conversations with the folks who need this housing and there's no options for them. As the council knows, despite this required statute that 50% of HPTF dollars go to 0 to 30% AMI units, in fiscal year 20, only 18% went to 0 to 30% AMI household, and in fiscal year 21, only 27%. And we are never going to hit the mark in supporting the families who need this housing the most if we are only willing to spend a quarter of the dollars. So on behalf of the families that we work with who literally have no options right now, I'm deeply concerned that we are repeating the same patterns, except now with more money. Despite the mayor's avowal that now DC will actually meet that mandate, I would like to know how the DC Council is going to ensure that we are investing in deeply affordable housing and that there is sufficient oversight of these projects. Further, as many people have already mentioned, we know that part of the development strategy in creating the 0 to 30% AMI housing is the need for recurring annual LRSP subsidy that pays for 30% of the rent for tenants of these units once they've been created, not to mention the additional LRSP for new units created each year. And I think it's pretty unclear still with people, experts who've looked at this budget, how that share of operating LRSP is sufficiently being budgeted for. And we know that's something that has not happened in the past. This is really important math. Why are we surprised we're not meeting the statute when the ongoing operational cost is not being met in the budget? So I really urge the DC Council to make transparent the calculations and the required LRSP subsidy investment needed for this increase in the Housing Production Trust Fund. Our families are primarily 0 to 30% AMI households, and as we know, our most vulnerable residents have been hardest hit by the pandemic and will take the longest to make a full recovery. So the following are some excerpts from their journals. My goals are to find a job and find a bigger apartment where I can live better with my daughters. They need a bigger space, and unfortunately, I'm trying, but I can't. My goal is to have 2 jobs so I can save for my future and for my children. My first goal is to be able to have a more comfortable home because the one we're in, we pay a lot. Second, when the children return to school, it would be able to get a job even for about 4 hours so that I can save a little. My #1 goal is to find one place to live. I've been looking, I thought I got one, we are working on it. This is what it's actually like if you're a family looking for 0 to 30%. So with this money, it deserves the oversight, the planning, and the sufficient match of LRSP funds to respond to these families and many more in DC who have no options right now. And if I have time, I'm not sure if I do, but I would like to join our colleagues from Fair Budget Coalition to call for investing in innovative affordable preservation strategies like the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund and the Douglas Community Land Trust, ensuring that there is funding for the implementation of the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act of 2020, and putting $50 million into DHCD specifically for the purchase and conversion of hotels for permanent housing, ensuring that the housing follows that income mandate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness.
Our next witness is Jesse Rabinowitz.
Oh, okay. I don't see Jesse.
He's here.
All right. Mr. Rabinowitz, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jesse Rabinowitz, and I'm a proud Ward 1 resident and the Senior Manager for Policy and Advocacy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. We're grounded in the simple truth that housing ends homelessness and that everybody deserves a safe place to call home. We are also a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition and support their budget platform. I'm here today to implore you to greatly increase funding for housing for our neighbors living on no and low incomes. While Mayor Bowser's budget effectively leverages federal money to plug many holes in the sinking ship that is DC's low-income housing crisis, it devotes exactly $0 local dollars to tenant-based LRSP, the money needed to move tens of thousands of households off of the housing waitlist and into housing. Councilmember Bonds, as chair of the Housing Committee, the ball is in your court. Every year, the council makes tweaks and line edits to the mayor's budget, but these small changes simply won't cut it. Here's what our housing crisis will look like if the council leaves the mayor's budget as is. Few, if any, low-income households will move from the waitlist into housing. Over 2,000 individuals will continue to experience chronic homelessness and will be forced to live outside in tents or in shelters for another year. And as you've heard today, the Housing Production Trust Fund will continue to lack the ongoing subsidies needed to ensure that units produced are affordable to our lowest income neighbors, thereby turning the trust fund into another tool to subsidize market rate and luxury housing. I want to be super clear on this. It's fantastic that the mayor dramatically increased funding to the trust fund, but it simply will not produce housing for those who need it the most without more operating subsidy. This isn't a matter of opinion or policy, it's just math. It's been helpful for me to use the common upstream-downstream metaphor to think about ending homelessness. For far too long and to the detriment of our neighbors living outside, we've treated homelessness as a lake. The thinking goes that as long as we can pull everybody out of the lake, homelessness, and get them on shore into housing, the lake will be devoid of people. We will abandon homelessness. This view is not only antiquated, it positions homelessness as an individual failing and not the result of oppressive systems, namely racism and capitalism. It's beyond time that we view homelessness instead as a river. The currents of racialized capitalism, DC's dire lack of low-income housing, and policies that prioritize profit over people continually push people into the water. And due to COVID, the river is flowing faster than it has in decades. As a community, we need to get people out of the river. We're working at the same time to prevent anybody else from being swept up in its currents. Part of this work falls to the Committee on Human Services, work like increasing permanent supportive housing and ensuring that DC has a robust system to prevent homelessness whenever possible. I'll note that the mayor's budget appears to cut $325,000 to Project Reconnect, DC's program to prevent homelessness for single adults. But part of this work is fully in the hands of this committee. 3 critical pieces of work are to ensure that the mayor's proposed budget to increase the HPTF is matched with operating subsidies in the form of tenant-based LRSP vouchers, project-based vouchers, and greatly expand tenant-based vouchers, and increase investments to repair public housing. Budgets are where we see what commitments made by elected officials turn into policy and what remain empty promises. I've lost count at how many times members of this body have said housing is a human right. In order for that not to be an empty talking point, it's time to put up the money needed to meet the housing needs of our lowest income neighbors. This means an increase in local recurring dollars for these needs cannot just be met with short-term federal funding. Fortunately, there are many ways in which the council can finance these urgent needs, from taxing our very wealthy neighbors, divesting from the police, or increasing taxes on mansions in DC. The mayor's budget gets us partway there, but it is up to the committee to finish the job. You have the power to ensure that tens of thousands of our neighbors have the safe, stable housing they deserve. It's beyond time to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And is that our panel?
We have one more council member,
okay.
Sherry Yadlin, public witness.
Oh, yes. All right.
Thank you so much. My name is Sherry Yadlin, and I thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. I have been a Ward 5 resident for about 7.5 years, and during that time, I've worked in direct services with people experiencing homelessness, and I currently serve as the director of an organization called Just Homes that equips faith communities to respond to the affordable housing crisis, including supporting them in building affordable housing on otherwise underutilized land. I applaud the work of the council and the mayor's administration for rolling out Stay DC, other rental assistance programs, for extending the eviction moratorium, and otherwise helping keep countless households in their homes, avoiding homelessness over the past 15 months. I was also thrilled to see Mayor Bowser finally heed the call advocates have been pushing for years in substantially increasing allocation to the Housing Production Trust Fund and critically pairing operating subsidies to ensure that housing can be deeply affordable to the lowest income DC residents. So I want to urge the council to affirm this funding increase and specifically to include those LRSP subsidies and even expand those operating subsidies to ensure that the housing that is created by the trust fund can be deeply affordable to the lowest income renters in DC. Despite historic investments, we are still facing a critical shortage of housing affordable to the lowest income residents of the city. And so we have to fully fund the most important tools we have to increase that supply, both the trust fund and the preservation fund, as you've heard several times this morning already. I also want to specifically highlight the $1 million investment in a pilot program for a faith-based housing initiative that was included in the mayor's proposal. This would support faith-based institutions that are considering developing housing. My work with churches has shown that houses of worship want to address the housing affordability crisis, but they need funding and they need technical assistance to get the job done. We really have to utilize every resource that we have to close the housing gap, and faith-based institutions are a key part of that. So I urge the council to include this in their version of the budget as well. In addition to my professional role in the housing space, I also help manage my church's benevolence fund, a fund that helps pay rent, utility bills, and other expenses for households in need. And managing this fund, especially over the past year, has really hammered home to me just how much the community around me, my neighbors, are struggling. They were struggling before the pandemic. They're struggling even more now. The problem is only getting worse. And so, we know that cost burden households in DC are overwhelmingly households of color, disproportionately impacted by the huge gaps in housing affordability. And so I really want to urge the council that, it's time to create a budget that reflects the justice we all seek for our city. If we really want to build back better, we have to heavily invest in housing. That includes the Housing Production Trust Fund, operating subsidies, and enforcement of the mandate to ensure that housing is deeply affordable. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just wanted to, if I could, Ms. Jadel, would you talk a little more about this benevolent fund that you, I think you said you administer, that you're involved with? Are you finding, what I'm asking, I know that housing, this is a hearing about housing, but are you finding that when you say families are really struggling, that it goes beyond housing to other things, necessities as an example?
Yes, certainly. I would say the need is for help with utilities, help with food, with car payments to get to and from work, a phone bill, things like that. But I would say because housing is the most expensive thing in their budget, that is the primary concern. And so they're finding they need to prioritize housing. So then they're falling off of or running behind on bills for other things as well.
Okay. And do you know whether or not the persons who seem to be most affected would be in the 0 to 30% area medium or family medium income? Is that where you find it? Okay.
Absolutely.
Just trying to, if we're going to do more, if that is possible, and I don't know yet if it is, this is our first hearing. We just want to know, how do we target? And
absolutely. It's definitely those families, and I've found that they're often paying out of their means for housing, therefore leaving them all even more vulnerable than they were.
Okay. And it is families with small children, or is it seniors, or is it more of a variety?
I would say it's all of the above, mostly families, but really sort of the full spectrum.
Okay. That is important to know. Thank you very much for that. Let's see, I thought that yes, I believe it's Nagaji. Are you still with us?
I am.
Okay, all right, okay. I can only see 4 faces. I'm sorry at the top, so I can keep the speaker on the center. So that's a little handicap of my system. When you talk about the cost, you of providing your dash housing to domestic and sexual violence victims' families, you indicate that you can provide housing at $18 a night. In other words, you can house a family for that amount. Is that about right? Is that what you?
That's about right, based on current projections. And that's acknowledging that many organizations like DASH are significantly underfunded.
Okay, so that's like your projection. Is that, do you have data that shows that you actually provide it at that rate, or is
Well,
this?
That's based on what it costs us to run the building right now and to run the programs. And the point we're really trying to drive across is being able to invest now and pay off the remainder of the building acquisition cost is much cheaper than it would be if we continue to hold that, especially since DASH, the organization, is at risk of not being able to cover those costs by fiscal 23.
Okay, and you also indicated that the cost to government is about 132% more to house a family each night, about $44. Is that what? Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that my math is correct. Okay, all right, we got it. And these hearings over the next this month focus on dollars and cents and seeing how we can get the most for our dollar that we can on behalf of the residents. And Jesse, I know you want to talk about your proposal. I'd love to talk about it with you at some point, how we can actually do more and keep people out of from the, as you say, from the lake into the river, seeing how we can do that. But that'll take us a while. And again, we do have many others that we want to talk to. So if you would be willing, could we have a conversation, a follow-up conversation on that?
I always look forward to talking with you, Councilmember Bonds. I'll reach out and we can set it up.
All righty. Thank you so very much. And thank you. I'm glad that Sum is here, and I always applaud Sum for the outstanding job that they do in caring and providing shelter to permanence of housing. And so, yes, move forward with your 2,000 units, Ms. Marcellini, and let's make that a reality.
Thank you very much for your support.
Yes, definitely, definitely. So thank you very much to this panel. And I'm just trying to get through us all today. So thank you. And please provide your written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next panel council member is Katie Wysong, public witness, Carol Atten, Wardman Hotel Strategy, Nicholas Deladon, president of DuPont East Civic Action Association, Evan Banfield, vice president of economic development policy and wealth building for the Coalition of Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, James Shabazz, chairman of Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation, and Gail Lelyveld, public witness. And I believe, I don't see Ms. Wysong here, but Ms. Atten is here.
All right, well, we will proceed with Ms. Atten. Welcome, and you can begin when you're unmuted. You can begin. All righty.
Thank you. Good morning, almost afternoon. Madam Chairman, I am happy to be here. I'm Carol Aten, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team. Our group came together in January after the property was declared bankrupt and includes people from across Ward 3. I actually live in the Palisades, including a number of members in the Woodley Park neighborhood, which surrounds the hotel. and as well as people from across the city with knowledge of and expertise on affordable housing. We're advocating for the renovation and development of the former hotel building into a model residence of 500 units of mixed income affordable housing, including large family sized apartments. This is an opportunity that DC should not pass up. To put it bluntly, without bold intentional action by the DC government, there is no hope of meeting the mayor's goal of 1,990 new affordable housing units in Ward 3 by 2025. Briefly, we are looking at a pipeline of 3,000 new multifamily units, generating about 300 new affordable units through inclusionary zoning in Ward 3. We are told that these can be augmented by some new accessory dwelling units, though there's certainly no guarantee of their affordability, conversion of naturally occurring or rent-controlled units, which may cause displacement, and conversion of naturally occurring affordable units are not new units, and rent subsidy vouchers. Clearly, there is no realistic likelihood that even the combination of these options will produce the 1,390 new units beyond those from IZ, and they are very unlikely to be the deeply affordable housing that is most needed. Which brings us to the former Boardman Hotel. Working with an experienced local architect, we have developed concepts and drawings to show the prospect of 500 units of affordable housing, 0 to 80% median family income, including many 3 and 4 bedroom family-sized units. In addition, the approximately 200,000 square feet of additional space, including a large ballroom, commercial kitchen, meeting rooms, and other spaces, can be adapted in ways that serve both the residents and the surrounding community. This would certainly help meet the mayor's goal and could be done more quickly than all new construction because the infrastructure of the hotel is easily convertible to residential. And parenthetically, this would be in line with our being a green city because there's a lot of embedded energy savings in reusing an existing building. But it's not just about a goal, it's about a vision. This can be an amazing showcase project done with substantial community input and engagement, both the neighborhood community, but also the community of potential residents. This can be a place where we would all like to live. Apartments with balconies and sunroom, retaining the substantial green space in front of the building and adding green roofs, making the outside of the building more attractive and complementary to the condominium tower and apartment building on either side, providing supportive, restorative, and enhancing uses in the ballroom, convention, restaurant, and other non-hotel spaces, being adjacent to Metro and on a major bus route, enjoying proximity to Rock Creek Park, having an existing underground parking garage. Uses for the significant amount of non-residential space might include a daycare center, job training facilities, businesses like a barber shop or a convenience store, a commercial kitchen that could be used for training or a catering business, overflow space for the oyster school next door, and recreation and athletic facilities, just to name a few. We've been told that this is too expensive, but it's also an expense that we should not let get in the way of an important contribution to affordable housing in DC. There's an old saying, where there's a will, there's a way, and nothing could be more true of this project. The district has previously demonstrated that truism. Even at a time without the release of FY21 funds from the pandemic reserve and the huge influx of federal relief funds, the district was able to provide resources and financial incentives to make happen the ballpark, the soccer stadium, and the wharf, none of which address the affordable housing crisis, which the city states is a top priority. But there was a will and a way was found. We urge that you find the will and the way for the Wardman. There is still time to buy the property, and the Wardman Hotel strategy team stands ready to partner with the city on a development that will realize a vision for affordable housing that DC can be immensely proud of. Finally, I would commend to you the article on the Wardman by Janetta Rose Barris in today's DC Line. It's very thorough with even some drawings and concept shown. And I've included a link in my written testimony. Thank you for your interest and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Our next witness council member will be Nicholas Deladon.
All
Good
right.
morning. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds. So nice to see you again. I am a member of my name is Nick Deladon, and I'm a member of the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team. And we're dedicated to helping the mayor reach her goal of affordable housing in the city, particularly in the area in Ward 3, Rock Creek West. More and more, it has become aware, people are becoming aware of the fact that the mayor's ambitious plan for affordable housing is not reaching its goal. And when we really examine it, as so many people have said this morning, it never will. It never will reach its goal. It's incapable of doing that. So we're looking for alternatives. We have reached out to the mayor and the DEMPED and the council members, asking them to make a purchase to buy the hotel. It's up for auction right now. The organization was started after the Wardman declared bankruptcy. So it's a viable alternative. And one of the, as my colleague Carol has just mentioned, one of the advantages is that it's already built. It can be converted more easily. Recently, last Friday on the Politics Hour, Councilmember Bonds called it a dream project. And we appreciate that. And we certainly are reaching out to people to invite them to a tour to see firsthand what the exciting potential is. A lot can be done here. Let me say a few words about social housing. TENAC, which you're familiar with, and DuPont East Civic Action Association, which I lead, we're responsible for adding into the comp plan, which was voted on and passed last week, the reference to social housing. For the first time, it is a viable option that we encourage people to take advantage of. And in a sentence, social housing is a situation where the city would own the property and build the building that, through contractors, not developers so much, but through contractors, get the structure up, and the tenants would manage it as cooperative. So they have a vested interest, and it's working very well around places around the country, around the city, around the world. The rent is controlled because people will pay 30% of their income, so that if you make less, you pay less, and if you make more, it doesn't necessarily force you out, but it almost guarantees a mixed income group of people in the structures. And we encourage the city to undertake a pilot project to see how well this can work for us. So I want to extend an invitation to you. Those are my remarks. Please consider coming to visit us. And my own council member, Pinto, I know she's here this morning, but may not be right here, but we invite her as well.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation, for sure. Our next witnesses.
Our next witness will be Yvette Banfield, who is Vice President, Economic Development Policy and Wealth Building for CNHED.
Welcome.
Thank
I see you.
Welcome. So good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Yvette Banfield, and I am the Vice President of Economic Development Policy at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. CNHED requests that the council commit $5 million in the FY 2022 budget to support the Small Business Technical Assistance Program. During this crucial time of the recovery and rebuilding, CNHED is asking council to further strengthen the capacity of the district's longstanding signature technical assistance program for small businesses. We cannot overemphasize the far-reaching and pivotal role that the 10 funded nonprofit organizations played during the public health emergency to provide a lifeline of support to small businesses when they need it the most. For the past 14 months, these organizations demonstrated what it means to pivot in a time of crisis, helping small businesses apply for the SBA's PPP and the economic injury disaster loans and the district's small business recovery grants. These organizations also served as a liaison connecting small businesses to district resources, programs, and services, and participated in CNHED's Small Business Support Working Group, which convenes local practitioners to keep them informed about key regulatory and policy changes impacting small businesses. Moreover, these organizations were quick to adapt their content and their delivery of service to a virtual platform to continue one-on-one TA, coaching, and offering remote workshops to small businesses in dire need of guidance and retooling. This is an exemplary program because it fulfills a critical need within the district's small business ecosystem. More importantly, the SBTA program supports small businesses in low and moderate income communities across the district. The value add of SBTA is aiding Black and Brown businesses and micro businesses is immeasurable. It is important to remember that the district's long-term commitment and investment in the SBTA program is the reason that it has expanded and deepened its outreach in underserved neighborhoods or communities in the district and enable them to establish these organizations to establish a trusting relationship with those businesses and new businesses as they work with them. The mayor is proposing to make a significant investment over the next 2 years to create a new technical assistance hub to coordinate the small business rebuilding effort. Council's commitment of $5 million to support the small business TA program, small business technical assistance program, will align and further leverage the district's vision and plan to create a technical assistance hub. Small businesses are central to the district's rebuilding effort. The SBTA program will ensure also that Black and Brown and businesses operating in underserved communities are a part of the district's recovery story. In recognition of the road ahead of small businesses, CNHED is asking Council to reaffirm its commitment to small businesses by committing in the FY 2022 budget $5 million for the SBTA program. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Our next witness is Mr. James Shabazz, Chairman of Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation, and he is present.
All right, Mr. Shabazz.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am James Shabazz, spokesman for OVEC, Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation, and team member of the Wardman Hotel Development Committee. The Do for Self vision that spawned our efforts at the Wardman property is not just to create so-called affordable housing in DC, but is designed to help stop gentrification and reverse its effects. Racial equity is an impotent slogan without the goal of home ownership, entrepreneurship, and the creation of generational wealth throughout Black DC. While the Wardman Hotel property is in Ward 3, we have an opportunity for partnership between the progressives of the ward, the DC government, and the city's Black economic scientists to create a self-sufficiency model at the Wardman that will spread throughout Ward 7 and 8 and wherever public housing is located. Clients who qualify to join our Wardman vision would include homeless and formerly homeless persons, families, unemployed, students, veterans, returning citizens, as well as the Black so-called professional classes who earn less than $40,000 per year. The project will be cooperatively owned and managed through the cooperative government structures. Businesses, jobs, contracting opportunities will be executed through the cooperative members and their families. Landscaping, maintenance, and other property management functions will be performed by the cooperative members and their families. We will want a portion of the hotel property to remain as a hotel service industry, providing ownership and management opportunities for cooperative members and their families having hospitality industry skills. We would create a cooperatively owned credit union, which would allow us to harness and execute the collective economic power developed therein. This Do for Self vision, starting at the Wardman property, will inspire self-sufficiency models throughout Black DC and allow Black families to holistically develop their own models, thereby strengthening Black families and communities through home ownership, entrepreneurship, and the creation of generational wealth. Finally, a successful Wardman product will inspire Black men who have become estranged from their wives and children to reemerge with confidence and purpose and empowerment, and reunite with their families, create prosperous communities, and through personal endeavor, stop gentrification and reverse its effects. We urge you, Councilman Barnes, the entire council, and Mayor Bowser to join us as partners in this endeavor at the Wardman and bring to the table the financial and other resources needed to manifest our Wardman vision and reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
And our final witness for this panel, council member, will be Gail Lelyveld, public witness.
All right, Ms. Levavin.
Yes, good afternoon. Let's see, yeah, good afternoon, Council Member Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Gail Lelyveld. I live in Penley Town and in Ward 3. I am a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in the District of Columbia. I will be speaking about increasing funds for programs that keep DC residents housed. Jewish tradition teaches that all people have inherent dignity and value. In a perfect world, everyone would have, oh dear, everyone would have every resource they need. We need to do everything we can to help create this world. It is for this reason that I ask you to increase funding for expanding programs that keep DC residents housed, increase affordable housing units, and end chronic homelessness. As Rabbi Hillel 2,000 years ago said, if not now, when? I am a senior citizen. I live in a senior residence called Friendship Terrace. It is a great place. Because of the pandemic, our rent was frozen at 2020 price. For studios, that was $13.09. We are all wondering what rent will be in 2022. But in January, I received a head subsidy. I was very fortunate. I realized that not everybody can get a subsidy. I was glad to see that the mayor's budget included large investments in the Housing Product Trust Fund, which will help build new affordable housing. I urge the council to protect this money and to add money for vouchers so that people who have very low income can find homes in these new units. Especially, you should increase funding for the project-based LRSP vouchers for people earning 0 to 30% of the area median income. We need to make sure that affordable housing is actually affordable for those who need it most, which is in DC, disproportionately Black and brown. I also support the other Fair Budget Coalition House priorities. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your patience.
Well, thank you very, very much to all of the witnesses, and a special thanks to my identified senior citizen. We're just so happy that you took your time to testify with us today. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Leibovitz. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Shabazz, I appreciate so much hearing your vision for the Wardman location. It's outstanding. I can hardly wait to have a chance to meet with the coalition, you and Mr. Donnie and others. In fact, I think we have also Miss Ayton, who is, I believe, a member of your group. So I'm looking forward to have the opportunity to look at your plans, because, you know, without a dream, we will not have a reality. And so let's see where we can go with this, and how exciting it may become, so that we attract some investment, as well as individuals who will help with the development. So that's just that. Now that is so that everyone is clear of what my dream was. Okay, as Mr. Donnie mentioned, I mentioned on the Kojo Nande show. So want to make sure that happens. Ms. Banfield, I want to thank you very much for your strong advocacy that continues, and let's make sure that we do have the technical assistance program funding that you I'm sure are very thoughtful about deciding what that amount might be. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. So thank you all again, panelists, for your advocacy today and for putting these issues front and foremost before our government and before us, particularly at the council, that will now have an opportunity to, as I think Councilmember Che mentioned the other day in our hearing, an opportunity to make our little adjustments. And our adjustments would be made on the testimony that we receive from our public community. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
So our next panel, we're moving right along.
Council member, so and we are approaching the 3-hour mark. I didn't know if you, as the rules permit, wanted to take a brief break before our next panel.
Is that possible?
Yes, we can. It is in our rules.
All right, it's in our rules. All right, I will take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Well, I'll say nine minutes. We'll be back at 12:30 p.m.
Sounds good.
Thank you all. So team, are we ready to proceed? All right.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
We'll start with our, I think it's panel 4.
Correct. I'll go ahead and read that off. Starting with Karen Caston, Public Witness, Margaret Dwyer, Ward 3 Housing Justice Working Group, Ann Cowman, Public Witness, Rebecca Gutierrez, Public Witness. And then I think we're going to add one more, just so Jubilee Housing can all go together. So it's Martin Mellett, Vice President, External Affairs for Jubilee Housing, Jim Knight, President and CEO of Jubilee Housing, and then also Samuel Briggs, who's on the next panel, but we'll elevate him so he can testify with his colleagues, who is a board member at Jubilee Housing. And the first one up is Ms. Caston.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And nice to see you. All right.
It's great to see you. And thank you for your extremely thoughtful chairmanship of this hearing. I'm Karen Caston, and I'm testifying as a member of the Ward 3 Housing Justice Working Group and the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team to ask your help with the city acquisition of the vacant Wardman Hotel through whatever means possible. And your help with converting it to racially equitable and mixed income housing, including deeply affordable housing. Please use your influence to support the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and the Department for Housing and Community Development in bringing these efforts at the Wardman to fruition. I want to thank you again, Chair Bonds, for publicly expressing enthusiasm for the affordable housing opportunity the Wardman represents. You also asked a staff member to tour the hotel site. He toured it with the architectural consultant we're working with and saw ways in which the hotel rooms can be converted into nearly 500 affordable apartments, ranging from studios to family-sized 4-bedroom units. That represents a quarter of the nearly 2,000 affordable housing units the mayor asked Ward 3 to provide by 2025. The architect's concept plans also show how the various event spaces at the hotel can be reconfigured for community uses, which will be very beneficial both to the residents and to the community of Woodley Park and also the city more generally. All of this would enhance the value of the Woodley Park neighborhood, which would become a model citywide for far-sighted economic and community development. One approach for converting the Wardman envisions housing for residents with a range of incomes 0 to 80%. I'd like to suggest another housing model to be used for the Wardman, which is social housing. This is a model that has been used very successfully for decades in Europe to provide housing affordability and housing equity. It's a flexible instrument with different versions responsive to local needs and local economic conditions. As has been described by Nick, my colleague on these teams previously, social housing benefits from local government investment, and is managed by the tenants, whose rents are limited to 30% of their income. Those who earn more pay more, making the development economically feasible. Rents remain constant at 30% of income, so residents can stay affordably housed long term. Social housing in the United States, such as Villa Verde in the Bronx. Social housing is preceded by a glamorous design competition that brings attention to the project and to the host city. Such a design competition attracts the best architects from around the world and offers a public relations coup of the kind that DC is ripe for, and that would establish DC at the center of innovative economic, cultural, and architectural enterprise. The Gallatin School of New York University issued a white paper calling for establishment of a social housing development authority. I ask that money in the FY22 budget be used to fund such an agency here in DC to oversee development of several social housing pilots throughout the city, including in Ward 3 and at the Wardman. That would bring attention nationwide to our city's boldly innovative steps to achieve housing justice. Councilmember Robert White has already asked his staff to research social housing, and the comp plan amendments just passed refer to social housing as an alternative model of affordable housing for Washington, D.C. Councilmember McDuffie's suggestion to Mayor Bowser that the city acquire the Wardman Hotel for $140 million didn't happen, but there are still ways that it can happen and that the city can foster deeply affordable housing at the Wardman and at 2 Friendship Heights properties. We hope that you and other council members will check out this rare Ward 3 affordable housing option in person before you make up your minds about the future of the Wardman. And thank you very, very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Keston, thank you.
Our next public witness council member is Margaret Dwyer of the Ward 3 Housing Justice Working Group.
All right.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Ms. Dwyer, how are you?
So nice to see you again.
You too.
Thank you very much, I'm fine. My name is Margaret Dwyer. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Ward 3 Housing Justice Working Group. We're a grassroots organization of Ward 3 residents who advocate the creation of truly affordable housing in Ward 3 and who want DHCD and the HPTF to take bold action to help us do just that. I think we all know that there's a stereotype about our ward, that we're a bunch of rich white people who don't want affordable housing in our neighborhoods. And we are over that stereotype. We believe that this is a convenient excuse not to do the work and make the investment in making all areas of the city available to all of its residents. And we think that the time is right now to move away from that tired narrative and build a healthy supply of truly affordable housing in Ward 3. And why now? Well, we have 4 reasons. First, as I think you can see, we have teams of Ward 3 residents. We are organized. We've done a lot of research, a lot of spade work. We've built a lot of networks, and we are ready to work to make these projects happen. Second, we have a comp plan that backs us up. The housing element includes language that supports these kinds of endeavors. The council has approved amendments to shift production priority to affordable housing. And there's an encouragement of regulatory, tax, and financing incentives to meet these goals that we all support in truly deeply affordable housing. Third, we have the federal government on our side, and the community development block grants, home funds, and so many other avenues are available to us that once were withering. And fourth, we have two particular and rare opportunities in Ward 3 that between them could make or break efforts to meet the mayor's goal of 1,990 units by 2025. I think we just have to look at the kind of pitiful progress that has been made to date with IZ alone and realize that we're never going to get there unless we do something bolder. The first, as everybody has mentioned, and I'm not going to belabor, is the Wardman. We believe, we partner with the Wardman Hotel Strategy Group, and we do believe that we could create a model community there. 100% affordable housing, 0 to 80 of MFI, with a rich assortment of community amenities to benefit current and new residents. And we know now you're going to come and see it because we're all excited about it and we're counting on that. But the second that I want to talk about is Friendship Heights, which is my neighborhood. The retail areas are in death spiral and the neighborhood is ripe for reimagining. We propose the same kind of investment that we would make in the Wardman to purchase either the Metro Bus Garage site or the Lord and Taylor site and create another model community. It could be family kinds of units like at the Wardman. It could be a senior kind of community, since Friendship Heights already is what they call a naturally occurring retirement community. And again, it could include the kind of amenities that would benefit the community as well. All across the city, all across the ward, we need more childcare. We need more classroom spaces. We need a number of things that would make a difference, not only for the residents who move into these new developments, but to the existing residents of the areas. So, you know, today in the DC line, I'm sure you'll see this article now. There's a big article about the Wardman and about how the deputy mayor hasn't yet placed a bid on it because it's complicated. But that's no reason not to do it. We don't not do things because they're hard. We think that this is the moment to do hard things and to seize the moment and take advantage for the Wardman, for Friendship Heights, for true housing justice across the district. And we look forward to partnering with you actively and smoothing the way in the ward to make things happen for all of us. Thank you.
I forgot. Thank you very much for your testimony. I had my cell phone mute.
Our next public witness will be Ann Common, public witness.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
My video isn't working. I'm very sorry. It stopped working yesterday. I have no idea what's going on. But for now, you'll just have to hear me.
All right.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Ann Coleman. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm a member of the executive committee of the Ward 3 Democrats, but this is my testimony. I wish to support absolutely everything said about the city buying and converting the Wardman for a mixed level affordable housing. I would also support a social housing model if people thought that was better. I also want to support something similar at Friendship Heights. As Ms. Dwyer said, we in Ward 3 want our ward to be inclusive. And we would welcome lower income tenants. What we don't welcome is developer building with false promises about affordable housing. And then those, first of all, those goals are never very ambitious. And second of all, they're almost never met. The one thing I would like to add for either Friendship Heights or the Wardman, as long as making it a model for affordable housing, I would like to see it be an environmental model. Among other things, I would like to see gas taken out as a source of heating. We all know why gas is bad for the world. And in the long run, electrical heat is more efficient. I would have said take all the gas out of the building, but if people wanted to use the commercial kitchen, you could keep gas for the commercial kitchen and for no other purposes. Now I want to pivot. I want to pivot to Brooklyn Manor, which is the poster child for lack of accountability in this city. The proposal to redevelop there has no racial equity. It's more gentrifying. The contrary to the new comp plan amendments, which would provide continued housing for previous public housing tenants and voucher tenants, this landlord is trying to get rid of both voucher tenants and Section 8 people. Mid-City has been harassing these people since at least 2014. And after that, the city came in and granted Mid-City roughly $50 million worth of TIFs. This is total lack of accountability. And I would like to see us going forward, including changing what's going on at Brooklyn Manor. If TIFs are being given, if tax abatements are being given, there have to be strict requirements and the city needs to enforce them. I understand that the Brooklyn Manor Residents Association and the Brooklyn Manor Coalition have suggested that the TIF money be given to them, along with Housing Production Trust Fund money to create an affordable co-op. I would support that. I would also support TIFs going forward for the landlord or Mid-City, but only if all tenants were guaranteed housing in the new place in proper sized apartments and if harassment stopped immediately. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caston, for your testimony. And I hope that all of our witnesses know that the issues that you raise will certainly be discussed with the government witnesses next week when they testify. So all will not be lost at all. Thank you.
Our next public witness, council member, is Rebecca Gutierrez, public witness. She is here with us.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Councilmember Bonds. My name is Rebecca Gutierrez. I'm a native Washingtonian. I live in Ward 5. So I'm here today to discuss the impact lack of affordable housing has caused on my community. Sorry, my camera is kind of a mess right now. Well, where I am is a mess, so I can't start the video. So as a person who grew up here, none of my friends can afford to live here. People born and raised in DC that are returning from college cannot afford to rent a one-bedroom apartment, even in low-income neighborhoods, and all because of gentrification and greed. Buildings, communities where people have lived 20 plus years are being torn down to make way for units where the people who previously occupied the place cannot afford to live. Even with government assistance, a majority won't afford to cover other necessities because of the high cost of rent. After all, only about 8 to 10% of newly built units are required to fit affordable housing standards. And who will be able to afford the other units after the people who've been displaced are forced to move out into the outskirts of Maryland? The out-of-town gentrifiers who have nothing to offer the city but their cauliflower steak and an insincere apology. DC has become a space only for rich and upper middle class white kids who went to Georgetown or those who wants to work on the Hill. Even though the budget includes an increase in investment in the HPTF, it is not enough. As of May 2021, the median rent prices for a one-bedroom apartment in Washington, D.C. is $2,220, second only to New York City and San Francisco. Tell me, how can the average Washingtonian who was born and raised here afford this when among D.C. most common occupation, 40% are low-wage jobs that do not pay enough to cover the city high housing prices? 8 of the most common 20 occupation pay less than $48,000 a year. 5 of the top 20 job pays at or below $29,000 per year. As a result, a lot of people I know personally, my friends, family, cannot afford to live here. And I also want to bring up the state program. I have talked to many people who have applied, and some of the comments I received was that they were denied. Some of them were undocumented, and they said that may have been a reason why they were denied. A lot of people are having difficulties gathering documents. And so it's just a concern I want to bring up as a native, also just to express what my friends and family have told me. Also, I'm learning a lot from what everyone has said. So Ms. Dwyer, Ms. Caston, a lot of the solutions or proposal you have raised, I agree with. So thank you for your time and patience. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm particularly concerned with the continuing comments about Stay DC, but we'll talk about that. We still, I think, have maybe a couple of more witnesses, staff.
Yes, Councilmember, we do. The remaining 3 are all from Jubilee Housing. And I believe the first one that they want to go is Mr. James Knight. We're not able to promote him, but I'm going to see if we can allow him to talk. So Mr. Knight, if you can hear, oh, there you are. If you can speak, we're ready for your testimony.
Very well, thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds, other members of the committee. My name is Jim Knight, and I have served as the president and CEO for Jubilee Housing for the past 19 years. Jubilee was founded in 1973, and we work to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive. We operate deeply affordable housing properties in Adams Morgan, serving nearly 600 residents per year against the tide of gentrification. We have another 4 properties totaling 120 homes under development that will provide much needed family-sized homes and a continuum of housing and services for men and women returning home from incarceration. As the city looks to emerge from the devastation of the pandemic, we must focus our resources on strengthening our communities and building a pathway to prosperity for all residents. Few investments offer greater long-term impact for inclusion and equity than affordable housing development. We applaud the mayor's proposed historic investment of $400 million in new trust fund dollars through the 21 supplemental and 22 budgets. We need an investment of this magnitude because the affordability crisis is growing and because we have a large volume of high quality projects that are ready to use these funds now. About half of the $400 million will be used to fund projects that have already been selected by DHCD. The remaining funds will support other projects that were not able to advance during the pandemic shortfall, as well as new projects that have not been able to apply for financing. The last RFP was conducted in 2019, more than 20 months ago. There are scores of new projects waiting to apply that will likely exceed the remaining amount of proposed 22 funding almost immediately. In addition, as we heard earlier, there are something like 4,000 units caught in the TOPA tolling process, and barring an extension to the health emergency, will go on the clock to exercise their tenant rights as soon as August of this year. Of those, Jubilee is aware of about 300 units that are in our own footprint that will be ripe for preservation. So it's critical that at a minimum, council support the existing $400 million funding level and that city leaders be ready to follow in 23 and the out years with additional significant investment. The remainder of my testimony will focus on critical needs that can't be met with trust fund investments alone. Jubilee believes that housing budget and policy should focus support for residents who are most cut off from prosperity and equity. Residents earning 30% AMI and below, and those with the greatest barriers, such as residents returning home from incarceration, as well as those who are ready to transition into home ownership but are priced out of DC's extremely hot market. The pathway to prosperity starts with deeply affordable rental housing as a beginning point and ends with affordable home ownership that enables people to move into the middle class. Despite our historic investments in recent years, we still do not meet legislated levels for 30% affordability. Others have commented on this already today. 30% units cost the same to produce, but they generate less rental revenue and therefore require more subsidy. Increasing production will require that we allocate resources with that goal in mind. Our recommendations include adopt underwriting criteria that favors 30% AMI unit production through clear scoring advantages and priority selection status. Assuring that there's enough LRSP to match the designated trust fund amount. A general rule of thumb is 7 million in LRSP per 100 million in trust fund. Use the prize 9% tax credit on projects that have high numbers of 30% AMI units. Streamline selection for projects that produce high density PSH and high density 30% housing and serve other special populations like returning citizens. For decades, we've watched as Jubilee residents move from affordable rental housing into home ownership. In recent years, the rung on the ladder has grown increasingly wide to the point where it is no longer commonplace. The city has a rare chance to resurrect and supercharge the pathway by utilizing some of the federal funds to create new affordable homeownership opportunities. Today in DC, white households have 18 times the wealth that Black households do. Homeownership is widely recognized as the most potent way to generate wealth for families. HPAP is a very important tool for making homeownership more affordable, but it is not enough. In current market conditions, we need development subsidies that help developers absorb the high cost of producing homes. We support establishing a new fund dedicated to homeownership production where homeowners are able to realize equity and move into the middle class. Carving out 1/3 of property dispositions from city-owned sites that are well suited for affordable homeownership to reach homeowners or prospective homeowners were earning 50, 60, and 70% AMI. The last word, Jubilee applauds the historic level of investment and the bold production goals the mayor has for the year 2025. We also caution city leaders to be sure that the race to hit a big unit count doesn't prevent us from making sure the investments go where they are most needed, for those with the greatest barriers to stability and for those who are ready to move into home ownership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. And I think you have a couple of your board members with you as well.
Yes, our next witness is Mr. Sam Buggs, who is a board member of Jubilee Housing.
All right. Mr. Briggs?
Sam, you have to unmute.
Yes, we can hear you.
No, I'm not, we got our things messed up. Sam is
That's
actually.
all right.
Go ahead, Sam, you need to unmute.
Sam, you're still muted. It may require the staff to unmute the face that says Martin Mellett, which is actually Sam.
All right.
It is not letting me unmute him either.
He looks like he's unmuted.
He is not.
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, great.
We can hear you now.
All right, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, Chairperson Barnes and members of this committee. My name is Samuel Buggs, and I am a member of the Board of Directors for Jubilee Housing. as well as a resident of Jubilee's Maycroft building in Columbia Heights. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. Jubilee Housing works to build justice housing, which is deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods, with supportive services on site and within walking distance. These programs are necessary for low-income district residents, especially for returning citizens, such as myself, who are faced with even stronger barriers to finding stable and qualifying housing. Given the proper assistance and opportunities, a lot of men and women who are returning from incarceration can become productive and outstanding members of their communities. The path to success would be much easier if affordable housing was available for them from the day of their release. Over my time struggling to successfully reenter society, I eventually discovered how difficult it is to secure housing. When I was last released after a few periods of incarceration, amounting to approximately 25 years, I realized that many things have improved about the way returning citizens are viewed and supported, but it's still very difficult. Previously, I had been able to stay at my mother's house when I was released from serving time. However, once she passed, I had nowhere to go and was subsequently homeless. I was forced to stay in hotels and at people's houses at a cost, of course, all the while continuing to engage in my criminal activity. Finally, I got sick and tired of my lifestyle and using drugs. In March of 2012, I was able to become a part of this community here in Adams Morgan through my mental health caseworker at Community Connections. I got connected with Christ House, which is a nonprofit agency in Adams Morgan area, which is a nonprofit facility that provides medical attention for those homeless who have struggled with medical conditions. I lived in that community for 6 or 7 years, and through Christ House, I was introduced to their community partners, Jubilee Housing. When I first came to Jubilee Housing, I saw how different it was from any other housing situation I had ever been in. Other than housing, much to my surprise, I saw that Jubilee offered the wraparound services that it provides, like employment help, education, family services, and more. I have lived my whole life in DC, and I have never been involved with a housing complex that had all of the programs that Jubilee has. This was a turning point for me as I began to become more involved in Jubilee's mission. While living in Jubilee's Euclid building, I first became a volunteer at the Teen Renaissance program that prepared young people for college. That was available not only to Jubilee residents, but other kids in the community. Then I began to get more involved. And in 2017, I was asked to become a board member. Since then, I have risen to new heights in leadership, serving recently as vice chair of the board of directors of Jubilee Housing. The Reentry Transitional Program is Jubilee's response to target housing, community support, and comprehensive services explicitly for returning citizens. However, units are very limited. I believe that it is necessary to invest more in supportive housing that is specific to returning citizens. Specifically, funding is needed in this budget to support the Housing Production Trust Fund and the Local Rest Supplement Program, with additional capital set aside specifically for units that house returning citizens. The property where I live was developed using these two programs. 40 of my neighbors benefit from the LRSP program, and all 64 of us benefit from the HPTF program. Residents of Jubilee Housing will not be able to live in this thriving communities like Adams Morgan and Columbia Heights without this support. My neighbors wouldn't have access to supportive services such as the Teen Renaissance Center, and employment assistance without these funds. I would just like to add, if I may, that I know for a fact that given the proper support and safety nets, a number of men and women returning from incarceration can do well and will do well. Finally, returning citizens face extra challenges to securing housing and becoming productive members of society. The district should prioritize budget funds to reflect their commitment to supporting this valuable population. I would like to thank you again for this opportunity to testify before you. I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Bug. Thank you very, very much. And are we going to hear from Mr. Mellett?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay. All right.
Now that you got my name right. Well, good afternoon, Council Chair Bonds. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Martin Mellett. I serve Jubilee as the Vice President for External Affairs. Few factors affect health and prosperity more than where you live. To promote equity and inclusion now and in the future, we must invest heavily in safe, healthy, and affordable housing. And for residents and families whose income is at or below 30% of the area median income, the availability of housing affordable at their income level is even more critical and could be the last barrier before homelessness. As the city embarks on a critical review of all new legislation through a racial equity lens, we believe that strategies to ensure our lower income and minority residents have access to affordable housing are some of the most important strategies to address racial equity. By bridging the gap into resources between lower and higher income district residents, Jubilee is bridging the gap in outcomes that divide our city along both racial and economic lines. To help Jubilee residents leverage the resources and opportunities around them, Jubilee provides supportive services both internally and through a network of local partners within walking distance. Our internal services include youth services for children K through 12, family services, and transitional housing for men and women coming home from incarceration. Jubilee Housing is an active member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, and we fully support the F121 supplemental and F122 budget recommendations for DHCD, the Housing Production Trust Fund, and the local rent supplement program. We are certainly pleased, as others have spoken, about the mayor's budget, which includes a significant increase in HBTF funding. This is the critical gap capital that needed to move projects in the pipeline forward and to prepare for a new RFP designed to grow our city's portfolio of affordable housing. We believe that we will see increased demand on the trust fund due to significantly increased costs of construction, as well as a pent-up demand for TOPA projects, which have been told during the COVID moratorium. With the increased availability of trust fund capital, it is critical that sufficient LRSP is available to ensure that the city abide by trust fund guidelines, which seeks to ensure that 50% of the trust fund awards support housing which serve residents earning at or below 30% of the area median income. Without the availability of sufficient project sponsor-based LRSP in the next DHCD NOFA, developers simply will not propose housing for this population and the city will not reach its goal. While the mayor's proposed LRSP budget only increases LRSP by $2.9 million in FY21, it also proposes another $35 million over the next 3 years. Developers and investors need to be confident that these rental subsidy funds will be appropriated and available when projects are ready to be occupied. Jubilee also supports CNHED's recommendation to increase funding for technical assistance for tenant associations exercising their TOPA rights. The mayor's FY22 budget proposes a flat budget from FY21, and we are recommending a $5 million increase of funding in this area. Our experience as a developer of deeply affordable housing in the Adams Morgan Columbia Heights neighborhood tells us that tenants associations who access strong technical assistance designed to understand and exercise their TOPA rights are better able to make decisions. Well-informed decisions often result in the long-term preservation of rental housing in an affordable manner. Indeed, 2 of our last 5 acquisitions resulted from tenant associations selecting Jubilee to develop their buildings. As the TOPA tolling period ends in August, we anticipate a flood of building sales in the next 6 to 12 months. TOPA rights will be triggered in the majority of these sales. Preserving rental housing for long-term affordability is directly in line with the mayor's overall goal of building or preserving 12,000 affordable units by 2025. Finally, we want to ensure full implementation of the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act that was passed in 2020 and will become law in 2021. Agency directors need to train relevant staff in the new requirements in order to be prepared to implement the law by October 1. Agencies also need to have funding in their budgets to implement the indirect cost requirements of the law without reducing services. This act must be implemented according to the law so that nonprofits that provide services that are more necessary than ever can come back even stronger than before the pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have your all of your written testimonies, so I just want to remind everyone, please make sure we get your written testimony so it can be a part of the record. Also, I'd like to get it soon so that when we have our government witnesses, we can query about the points and perspectives that you've shared with us today. I don't have too many questions. I think I pretty much understand, especially Miss Dyer and let's see, Ms. Kesson and those who spoke out rather succinctly about the opportunities for affordable housing and perhaps even social housing in Ward 3 for the two particular sites you've identified, Wardman Hotel and the Friendship Heights Lord and Taylor or Bus Bond location. So thank you for that. And I'm sure we'll all hear more about it and be more engaged one way or the other with that. So I thank you. I would like to just ask Jubilee, Mr. Knight, and could you please give me a little more insight as to where Jubilee is headed? You've indicated 19 years as CEO, 600 residents in the Adams Morgan area, and now we're talking about returning citizens. Are you speaking of returning citizens' needs that might stay within the Adams Morgan community, or are you thinking just returning citizens? Because returning citizens in the district do tend to return to other parts of the city, and I was just curious.
Yes, Council Member, we're very excited about a new development underway to bring 70 new units to the core of Adams Morgan, where 2/3 of those will be set aside for people who have experienced incarceration. That builds on our history of providing transitional housing that Mr. Buggs spoke of in his testimony, where we serve about 45 people a year in transitional housing, have been doing that for about a decade. And one of the things that we've learned in that time is that people, as Sam said, do take advantage of good opportunities and good support. And we're seeing residents finish a year with us and not have anywhere to go. And so it has been critical that we identify new property opportunities and set them aside for people who have incarceration history, because otherwise they just simply can't compete with other affordable housing applicants.
Okay. So would you be looking in other parts of the city for land acquisition or properties that might lend themselves to this kind of housing?
Right now, our work is centered in Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant. That's kind of the room we have to run. We are looking at a strategic plan, a new strategic planning process next year, and we'll be considering other areas of the city. But for now, our development energy is in that sort of walkable neighborhood. Another thing that we're very excited to be is partnering with a lot of other groups who support returning citizens, both through housing and services. So whether it's Reverend Isaac or Ashley McSwain at CFLS, just lots of others who are doing this work as well. And we are working hard to collaborate more effectively together and generate more new opportunities.
Okay, you know, I was, of course, wondering if you would be, or if you are considering partnering with CORE, that has a major contract with the Bureau of Prisons to provide, you know, what we traditionally call halfway houses, which doesn't fit the mold of what we think we need to do as completely in the district. And so I wondered if that was also part of your agenda going into the future.
We certainly will hope to take referrals from Core DC as they have folks who are ready for the opportunities we have. We're not partnering in the sense of their development. That's obviously their project.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bug, thank you very much for pointing out something that I think we all have to subscribe to, and that is to want more for our returning citizens. Housing, yes, but there's so many, there's an array of service needs and an array of I guess, weaving the returning citizens back into community. I don't want to say give back, but a process where we all volunteer and give back in one way or the other, but certainly to give returning citizens their due, that they are back in community and can make a substantial contribution to improving the quality of life in the community. So I certainly appreciate your testimony this morning. So thank you all to this panel. And I know I'm going a little slow. I'm trying to speed it up. So much thoughtful testimony. So forgive me if I haven't asked the right question of you, but know that we're just trying to move things along, and be sure to provide us with your written testimony so it would be in the record. And thank you again. Bye.
Our next panel council member will be Eliana Golding, policy analyst for the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Roger Williams, public witness, Sam Miskowski, organizer for the Sunrise Movement in DC, Jesse Lovell, DC for Democracy, and Brittany Ruffin, affordable housing advocacy attorney for the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. And the first witness on this panel is Eliana Golding of DC Fiscal Policy Institute.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Golden.
Thank you so much. Good morning, or I guess good afternoon at this point, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Eliana Golding, and I'm a policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we fully support their budget priorities and recommendations. Today, I would like to focus my testimony on maximizing investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund by ensuring that there is sufficient funding for operating subsidies for deeply affordable housing, maintaining strong investment in the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund and the Douglas Community Land Trust, ensuring funding for the implementation of the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act of 2020, and of course, adopting a bold revenue strategy to maintain these strong investments. The mayor's proposed investment of $250 million for the Housing Production Trust Fund in fiscal year 2022 is historic, and if targeted well, could help the district make great strides in alleviating its affordable housing crisis. The Department of Housing and Community Development must ensure that these resources are deployed according to statutory requirements in order to address DC's most urgent housing needs. Creating and preserving truly affordable housing is critical to advancing racial equity in the district. Nearly 90% of extremely low-income, severely rent-burdened households in the district are headed by a person of color, and most of them are Black. Addressing housing instability for these families is particularly important as rapid gentrification and the alarming rate of displacement puts at risk the culture of historically Black neighborhoods. One proven way to prevent displacement is to use district dollars to produce and preserve deeply affordable housing. As of 2020, the district requires by law that 50% of HPTF resources support housing for these extremely low-income residents. In the preceding years, that requirement was 40%, and DHCD met it just once Projections for the current fiscal year show DHCD on track to dedicate just 27% of HPTF funds to produce deeply affordable housing, far below what's required and needed. DHCD must do better. One key driver behind the failure to meet statutory targets is the under-resourcing of operating subsidies through the project-based LRSP program. The mayor proposes $2.9 million designated for projects that have received HPTF funding and will be coming online in fiscal year 2022. Based on industry standard and conversations with partners in the affordable housing development world, each deeply affordable unit requires an annual subsidy of roughly $20,000. That means that the amount allocated for this program in fiscal year 22 would yield just 145 deeply affordable units, far below what is needed. The mayor has indicated that an additional $42 million allocated over the course of fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 25 will allow DHCD to create roughly 1,100 additional deeply affordable units using project-based LRSP. Based on industry standard, $42 million should yield closer to 2,100 units. So I urge the committee to seek clarity from DEMPED and DHCD about their per unit subsidy annual cost estimates, as well as their predictive modeling and timing. It is encouraging, I should say, that the funding for this program in future years is significantly higher than for fiscal year 22. However, the lack of transparency about the scoring and selection process for projects applying for HPTF funds and the enormous variability in those projects means that neither the council nor the public can be confident that DHCD has a reliable plan to leverage these LRSP dollars to meet statutory requirements. DCFPI urges the committee to ask DHCD to publish a plan demonstrating how the agency will meet the statutory requirement to use 50% of HPTF funds for deeply affordable housing in fiscal year 2022. For the sake of accountability and to ensure that HPTF dollars are meeting the district's most urgent needs, we also urge the committee to propose and enact legislation similar to the HPTF Transparency Amendment Act of 2019, which did not pass, requiring public justification of decisions made during the consolidated request for proposal selection process. I want to close by asking the committee to maintain or even increase the mayor's strong investments in the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund and the Douglas Community Land Trust. I also want to ask the committee to fully fund the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Act of 2020 in order to enact it and put a stop to a manipulative practice that leads to dramatic increases and displaces tenants. Lastly, I urge the council to adopt the recommendations found in the Fair Budget Coalition's tax platform, which I will attach to my written testimony, which I will send to Sam briefly. We know that these historic investments in housing proposed by the mayor are made possible with American Rescue Plan Act dollars. These federal funds are substantial and also time limited. So we urge the council to raise additional sources of revenue to continue these and other important investments for the long term. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
And our next witness, council member, is Roger Williams, who I believe is an attendee. Let me see if we can get him to talk. All right, Mr. Williams, you can unmute if you can hear us.
Okay. Hopefully I'm unmuted right now. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, other members of this council, and fellow rental housing advocates. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I'm a member of the DMV Tenants Union. How did it come to pass that a two-year moratorium on voluntary agreements became law with no thought being given by the council to the need and requisite mechanism for enforcement? What sort of executive leadership does this city have when Muriel Bowser refused to sign a bill that would slow the erosion of truly affordable housing? As badly needed as the overhaul of the Rent Control Act is, Mayor Bowser could not bring herself to sign this important legislation. To whom does she owe her allegiance? Why should the landlords be allowed to continue gouging for far too many renters who are unduly burdened by the scheme of voluntary agreements? That is, those landlords who are willing to exercise this clause. The cost for enforcing the moratorium is minuscule when compared to the dislocation that has been happening for at least 2 decades in the district. This removal of residents will only accelerate exponentially if Mayor Bowser's strike force recommendations are followed. Having an unenforceable moratorium in place will also abet displacement from the city. So, what will the city council do to correct the glaring and obvious omission that makes the moratorium legislation meaningless? What we advocates are fighting for is the soul of the city. Arrayed against us are the rich and powerful. Who does the city council, excuse me for a minute, who does the city council allow to prevail, the rich and powerful or the ordinary voters? This is a question. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your testimony.
And our next public witness is Sam Miskowski, organizer with the Sunrise Movement DC.
Hi, thank you so much for having this hearing, of course. Chairwoman Bonds, members of the staff. I am Sam Miskowski. I'm an organizer with Sunrise DC, which for those who are not aware, is a part of the movement to stop climate change and create millions of good paying jobs. I want to speak briefly about a couple of program details, but I am not a program expert. So I want to talk first about, a moral vision that I hope the council will share as they're considering the budget this year. Somebody I admire greatly has said that the budget is a moral document and should be read that way. And I hope that folks will take those words to heart. DC has seen tremendous demographic shifts over the last couple of decades. I am a testament to that as somebody that is not a DC native. There is a very vibrant economy, a renaissance among, high earning, young professionals. But at the same time, that's born on the backs of devastating displacement of Black and brown and working class residents of DC. And it just doesn't need to be that way. There are places in the country, that saw, that level of displacement of Black and brown residents decades ago. I'm thinking of places like Atlanta, where, waves of violence against Black residents drove people out to the north. And today, the grandchildren and children of people that were driven out are returning because Atlanta builds a lot of housing. And so I hope that, with these investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund and other things, that we will be able to build housing so that we're not just stemming the tide of displacement, but we're also letting people that have been pushed out of DC return. I think that a moral vision of DC is one where people whose families were forced to leave, through not having safe streets or not having good schools, and most importantly, not being able to afford housing, are able to return and are able to reclaim that history for themselves. And are not, and that doesn't have to be the cost of having, an economy that can support budget surpluses every year. So with that said, I want to uplift the asks from the Fair Budget Coalition, of which Sunrise DC is a part. I want to echo the recommendations from folks like Beth Mellon and Eliana Golding to make sure that LRSP programming is, matching at, the appropriate level, funding through the Housing Production Trust Fund. And I especially want to emphasize using the Housing Production Trust Fund to generate housing for folks, earning between no and 30% of area median income. We know that there's tremendous wealth disparities. That's the same thing that powers, those two dynamics I talked about at the beginning. Black families earn much less than white families in DC. And using 80% of area median income is still well above median income for Black families in DC. So we need to be doing better on generating housing for folks that are earning less than that level. And I also, just as a final note, wanted to ask, for full funding of the voluntary agreement moratorium, which Chairwoman Bonds helped pass last year. It's definitely an important measure. I know that there are buildings that Sunrise DC is organizing in that have seen voluntary agreements in the past. And, it's definitely a situation where landlords are putting, tenants against other tenants. And it's something that, it affects affordability. It erodes our affordable housing here in DC. And I think, importantly, the cost that is attached to that voluntary agreement moratorium is literally the cost of rent. It's literally paid through the rent of tenants. By funding the voluntary agreement moratorium, you are, putting money back in the hands of people that are struggling right now. And so with that, I will close out my testimony. Thank you so much again. And I look forward to speaking in the future.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Our next witness is Jesse Lovell of DC for Democracy.
Hi there. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you to the Housing Committee for having the hearing today. My name is Jesse Lovell. I'm here on behalf of DC for Democracy, a progressive community-based organization which has put budgetary investment in housing among our top concerns for many years. DC for Democracy believes we have an exceptional opportunity in this year's budget to take strides to right wrongs and rebalance priorities that have not been met in previous budgets, to seriously draw down the percentages of waitlisted individuals and families, to halt the further loss of affordable housing, to neglect, to prevent the loss of more homes to pandemic-fueled evictions, and to help ease the burden of rising rents for the rest of our city's renters. First, while we're happy to see significant expansion of the Housing Production Trust Fund, we're no less eager to see similar expansion in programs which were meant to complement HPTF, such as the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, the District Opportunity to Purchase Act, and other newer or somewhat new ideas such as community land trusts to rapidly expand the availability of housing to those earning 0 to 30% of area median income. We must ensure that at least 50% of these new HPTF funds meet that mark, with the remaining funds targeted at the 30 to 50% MFI level. Robert McCartney's Washington Post column this week, citing the National Low Income Housing Coalition, is spot on. He said, quote, "The mayor said her extra money in the trust fund would help fund an additional 2,700 subsidized housing units over the next 2 or 3 years. But the National Low Income Housing Coalition says the city needs an additional 23,370 affordable rental homes just for its lowest income families, or those earning $38,940 or less for a 4-member household." We're encouraged to see $50 million in the mayor's proposal for expansion of permanent supportive housing and similar housing programs, but we continue to urge the city to do more to expand the use of local and federal dollars to reduce the city's reliance on partnerships with large for-profit developers and the long record of underproduction of deeply affordable units. We urge the city to take the opportunity with this year's budget to expand on the fairly modest amounts slated to such projects in the mayor's proposal to help ensure the purchase of significant buildings and properties, such as the Wardman Park Marriott property, which can be converted relatively easily into large numbers of family or individual-sized units. We also encourage the city to explore options for establishing limited equity cooperative models on properties such as this beyond the standard rental system. We're concerned to see the lack of progress and expansion of family and individual vouchers in the mayor's proposal. DC Fiscal Policy Institute's analysis indicates that the mayor's plan would fund only a quarter of the need for family vouchers, and that even the increase in individual vouchers, which would be the highest to date, in terms of the DC strategic plan to end homelessness would still meet only 27% of the need for individuals. In addition, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program appears to have less funding this year compared to last, which DC FBI believes calls into question what options exist for tenants facing eviction who may not qualify for assistance under the new Stay DC program. Finally, we want to make sure that the city follows through on its commitment to lessen the economic damage brought on to families by COVID-19. We urge the council to ensure that the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act of 2020 is funded, which is a mere $191,000 altogether. As a matter of principle, we should certainly not allow the continued use of a harmful loophole to raise rents while our city's renters continue to struggle to regain the income lost in the last couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
We have one more witness on this panel, council member.
All right.
Ruffin, affordable housing advocacy attorney for the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. 1 second. Good afternoon. I'm Brittany K. Ruffin, affordable housing advocacy attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the Legal Clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all residents of the District of Columbia, where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. Unfortunately, it's hard for the vast majority of our vulnerable residents to focus on thriving when basic survival in DC has become such a challenge. DC continues to have an affordable housing crisis that threatens thousands of its residents. In particular, there's a dearth of deeply affordable housing in DC, the category that's needed the most. Despite this fact, deeply affordable housing for those at 0 to 30% AMI continues to be the most underproduced in DC. Recently, in acknowledgement of the inequitable distribution of the trust fund, the council increased the 0 to 30% AMI percentage level to 50% of the total trust fund. Disappointingly, that increase has continued to fail to address the overall oversight and budget issues impacting the appropriate distribution of the trust fund. While the trust fund guidelines are strong in intention, they mean nothing if combined with the lack of oversight, execution, and funding. DHCD has repeatedly failed to meet the responsibility to the lowest income DC residents. And so I think it's important just to list out what some of the most recent years are. 2014, when the level was at 40%, only 10% of trust fund dollars went to 0 to 30%. 2016 was the only year that it actually, in recent years, that it actually met the statutory minimum, which was 40% at that time. Less than 30% was dedicated in 2017 and 2018. In 2019, only 13% of the trust fund was used towards 0 to 30%, even less than DHCD's own provided estimate. And FY20, despite that increase to the trust fund by the mayor and the change that required 50% of the fund be used for 0 to 30%, only 18% went to 0 to 30 housing creation. And currently in FY21, DHCD has projected that only about 27% of the funds will go to 0 to 30. So it's clear that DC Council must assert greater oversight to ensure that the trust fund money is being allocated as intended. The mayor's budget presentations have proudly announced a substantial $400 million investment. And while we think that's great, and they're talking about a delivery of an estimated 2,700 units of affordable housing, 1,100, which would be deeply affordable, we still have concerns in making sure that that actually comes to pass. The mayor's also said that there's going to be a commitment to make sure that 50% of the trust fund goes to 0 to 30, and we applaud that declaration. But as aforementioned, that requirement of 50% of the fund going to 0 to 30 didn't just start this year. So it's apparent that simply raising the statutory levels on paper and mayoral declarations are not sufficient to solve for the issue of 0 to 30% AMI unit under development. So perhaps it's time to take more explicit and measures to separate the 0 to 30% AMI money from the total amount in the trust fund. The administration is certainly accustomed to attempting to create new funding pots and separating funds to serve its own oversight desires. So certainly the council should utilize that same mechanism to increase its own ability to successfully administer the oversight necessary to achieve the legislative intent and ensure that the funds meant for 0 to 30 housing are being used as intended. Each year, the mayor's budget proposals have failed to include the necessary matching LRSP dollars to actually build the 0 to 30% units. This budget, the mayor has announced the $42 million in operating dollars that are available and spread out over the next few years. We appreciate that stated intention to finally fund the requisite matching LRSP money for these units, but the lack of clarity around that funding and how it shows up in the budget, including how projects are selected and varying rising costs, still raises a question as to whether the investment is going to be truly adequate to match the substantial trust fund investment. So we urge the committee to really examine this issue, as well as concerns around the administration's proposed BSA language changes to the LRSP funding and administration. While increased matching operating funds are critical to the successful creation of deeply affordable housing units, there also has to be specific oversight and accountability for the agency project selections. The lack of transparency within DHCD's project selection process should be a fundamental concern for the committee. DHCD should be reporting to council on the universe of available projects, scoring circumstances by which projects are chosen. At recent oversight hearings, DHCD attempted to partially justify 0 to 30% housing under production with seemingly problematic ideologies underlying a belief that units for extremely low income residents should only be produced if scattered among units for higher income residents. And 0 to 30% AMI housing production was intentionally prioritized by council because of the massive need. As my colleague, Mr. Lovell just said, this is a drop in the bucket for the overall need of DC to meet the need for deeply affordable housing. So DHCD's policy preference for mixed income projects that never prioritize 0 to 30% shouldn't be allowed to subvert the will of the council and the trust fund funding allocations. In 2019, the Transparency Amendment Act was introduced by council members, including by you, Councilmember Bonds, and that proposed legislation would require the mayor to provide information regarding project applications, including data used to determine funding awards and justifying any departures from scoring recommendations. And so that legislation had a hearing and a roundtable, but it never proceeded to a vote. And so we think that reintroduction of that legislation with clear reporting requirements would be instrumental to ensuring meaningful council oversight of the trust fund and DHCD. We're pleased to see the $50 million investment of federal money to purchasing and converting vacant hotels into affordable housing. The lack of affordable housing in DC has had a detrimental effect on so many DC residents. As aforementioned, the need for deeply affordable housing is the most critical, particularly for Black DC residents, which is the demographic that's been the most impacted by homelessness and displacement. The $50 million in funding should also reflect that council's stated priority to deeply affordable housing. So we believe that half of that purchase and conversion money should be dedicated to converting hotels and housing for 0 to 30% AMI residents. We've seen how detrimental the pandemic has been for people experiencing homelessness and within large congregate shelters. So we would also like to see money dedicated to the conversion of vacant hotels for new non-congregate emergency shelters in an effort to continue to protect that vulnerable population. Separately, we also urge the council to fund the money that's necessary for the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Act of 2020 that passed last year. COVID-19 has emphasized so many existing community needs and disparities. In DC, the majority of COVID-19 deaths have been of Black residents. 88% of people experiencing homelessness in DC are Black, which was a pre-pandemic statistic. More than 20,000 Black residents have been displaced between 2000 and 2013. So undoubtedly, many more have been displaced in this last decade as the housing affordability continues to decrease. Currently, Black residents account for 9 out of 10 of the extremely low income households in DC, and those same households are severely rent burdened, spending over half of their income on housing. So the data is clear that not prioritizing deeply affordable housing creation will mean further displacement for Black DC residents. And when a significant pot of money meant for housing creation for that population and the lowest income residents is constantly allowed to be unused or underdeveloped and disregarded despite statutory prioritization and without any consequence, then DC has to reevaluate its purported commitment to deeply affordable housing and the residents who struggle the most to live here. Unfortunately, residents are always the ones who suffer the consequences of a lack of agency accountability, and council must be more active in exercising the necessary level of oversight to ensure that agency transparency and statutory compliance. Creating and preserving deeply affordable housing, ending homelessness, and achieving racial equity cannot be consistently touted as DC priorities if the existing mechanisms set up to assist in those goals are underutilized and regularly neglected. The committee and the council must step in and up to assert the critical needs of DC's most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Ruffin. Does that complete our panel? Okay.
It does.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks to each of you for your for your testimony. And I just wanted to, I just have a question about it's really more of an exploratory, just trying to grapple with the thought of how do we really, and this is not so much budget as it is thinking about the tools that we have for creating affordable housing. Wondered, you know, it sounds like almost everyone thus far has been supportive of the opportunity for Wardman Hotel, maybe even Friendship Heights property, Lord and Taylor, the Bus Barn, as a way of doing a number of things, like, you know, one stone hits 10 birds, so to speak. It's so to understand what we're talking about. But I wonder if your thought is that we already have resources identified in the budget. It's just the manner in which we are allocating these pots of money. Like, for instance, Ms. Ruffin mentioned the 50 million for homeless that we would use for hotels, you know, being supportive of that. What if that, in combination with a couple of other pieces of capital dollar, could be used for the purchase of some of these land opportunities? Mr. Lau, do you think that gets us to a place where we can see a different vision, a more comprehensive vision for how we would treat affordability, the need for having more affordable housing, also having housing that addresses various income levels, size of units, and also creates community with already amenities in a neighborhood? Yes, Jesse, I see you. You're on mute.
Yes,
Okay.
I definitely want to see, you know, an expansion of more of these alternatives to, you know, the Housing Production Trust Fund. I think the more we can build up these programs, you know, the expansion of cooperatives, even the limited equity cooperative models, as well as projects, well, like the huge Douglas Community Land Trust. I think the more of those we have, the stronger the whole system becomes, because they can form more and more of a market of their own for people to move from property to property, to not constantly having to be put into, oh no, I'm back in the market, the rental market, the market rate rental again. Oh no, what am I going to do? You know, I think as these properties build and there's more units available, it makes it easier to sustain them in other parts of the city, you know, and I really think that should be a goal, you know, to have enough more and more of these properties. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I've heard this from a lot of people who talk about the cooperative model, that, you know, the more of these units you have, the more of these properties, you sort of hit a threshold where people who have equity in their properties in one building, if they do at some point need to move, there's more of a possibility of moving from one type of an under market rate property to another rate, that you can create sort of another type of property. Well, I won't say rental, because it's somewhat ownership, or sometimes it's partial ownership, or it's full ownership, but it creates another market. But I think, you know, we need more of these properties to get to a level where we can do more of that.
All
Yeah.
right, that's pretty far reaching. You went beyond what my question was.
Well,
Ms. Golden, I see you looking like, what is going on?
No, I'm interested to hear Jesse's response. I think I just wanted to also lift up, and I mentioned this in my testimony, the Douglas Community Land Trust. I think the $2 million investment in that is really exciting. And I think having those innovative, that and the Housing Preservation Fund, like having these options for preserving what's there and creating something new, especially if it's under community control and allowed to be permanently affordable. I think those are really, really powerful tools. And I would love to see continued very strong investment in those. Which is not to say that we can look away from the importance of the Housing Production Trust Fund. And, as Britt mentioned also, like we have the tools at our disposal, and we need to implement them in a responsible way. And the need is urgent. So I would agree that I think there's a lot the district has really, you look around the country, and a lot of cities and districts don't really, well, we're the only district, but a lot of cities don't have the tools that we have at our disposal. And what we really need is the oversight and transparency to make sure that we're leveraging them the way that they're intended. So
I have to say this, I continue to hear from some of our witnesses, particularly this panel, that there is there's a sense that we have tools and we haven't used them properly. And that concerns me because, historically, we have produced more affordable housing than any other region in the country. And I'm trying to understand why is it that we're not giving credit for what we're doing, and yes, do more. We have the money. We can't do, we can't do anything without the funds. So I'm trying to understand the thinking behind, we have tools, but we have not used them properly. And I have to then go to, what's the proper way to use the funds? Because from your perspective, not being a housing expert, but being a housing advocate. So you're not a developer, you're not a land use expert. So that's what I'm trying to understand when you make these comments. I'm trying to figure out what is it we should be doing from your perspective.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not a developer, but I am a policy analyst, and I spend my time thinking about the way our housing policies impact the district. So I'd say that, despite not having a degree in finance, I have some understanding of what the district is doing. And I would say, like, the proof is in the numbers that DHCD itself publishes. I think we have, the mayor has continued to put money in the Housing Production Trust Fund, and we have yet to reach really our goal of investing sufficient funds in housing for the lowest income folks in the district. I mean, I don't know how else to express that the tool is not working. And I commend this administration. I commend the council for investing strongly the resources that we have. But there's something missing. That's all I can say. There's something missing. And I think that's why you hear me and you hear Britt and you hear many other people advocating for this Transparency Act for the Housing Production Trust Fund, because we too are confused by the fact that we have all these resources at our disposal, and yet we are not creating the level of housing that we need to house our neighbors. And so
yeah,
that would be my response to that.
Yeah, I think it's also important to just keep in mind that, I've been hearing it said for years by all kinds of different groups that, even in our best years, even when, we have the Housing Production Trust Fund putting out as many units as it gets out in a year at the 0 to 30 and maybe 30 to 50 AMI levels, we're still losing so many affordable units in other parts of the city that even in our best years we're not doing much more than breaking even. So I think that's an important thing to always keep in mind. And and of course I always think about, like, for instance, the National Community Reinvestment Coalition. I think it was only about 5 years ago that they were still saying that that DC specifically, for all of the innovative programs we may have, and even the sheer number of units that may have been created, we were still just about #1 in the country for displacement. And I just think that it's such a massive problem that's where I really feel like we've got to expand these programs as alternatives and to complement Housing Production Trust Fund to really have a chance of catching up with just the well, I don't want to use the word natural, but the ongoing displacement we see year after year.
And Councilmember Bonds, I would just add that, to what both Ileana and Jesse just said, I agree with you. I think putting substantial investments is important, but it doesn't mean anything if it's not being used in the way that you guys in the council have said that it should be used. And so the numbers speak for themselves. As Ileana said, the reports come out. When you see that 40% is supposed to go to 0 to 30, but only 10% went to 0 to 30. When you see that even in now that's supposed to be 50%, the DHCD says itself that only 27% is projected to go to 0 to 30. And so when that's consistently happening, something is wrong there. And so there needs to be some better guardrails, some better oversight, some better reporting, some better requirements for DHCD to make sure that the population that council has legislatively intended that money to go to, it actually gets there.
Thank you, Ms. Ruffin, especially because you mentioned something that I really have to ask about. You suggested a separate pot for 0 to 30% the deeply affordable units, as opposed to, I'm assuming, the verbiage that says that will be done with a complete housing production trust fund. Am I correct in that is your thought?
Yeah, I mean, that was a proposal that I'm throwing out there to say that maybe the issue is there's not concentrated bucket of funds that separately to say that this money is for this population. So it's maybe more evident when the money isn't being spent, rather than putting it in a pot with everything else and saying, we're doing all of this affordable housing. And yes, affordable housing is great across the board, but affordable housing at 80% or affordable housing at 60% is not the same, and it's not touching the families who need it the most. So we want affordable housing. We think that the affordability levels in DC are just bad. Number 3 in lack of affordability in the country. However, we know that there's a difference between being able to have options to stay in DC and not having options to stay in DC. So the 0 to 30% not getting funding and not having places to live means that they can't stay in DC. Someone at 80% AMI can make other choices, unfortunately, that the people at 0 to 30 don't have. And so we want everyone to have affordable housing, but we know that people at 0 to 30 can't be in DC without that. And so the focus on 0 to 30 and maybe separating it from the pot so that it's not just linked in one, and visually we're not looking at it, and we are forced to look more strategically at how that money is being targeted, may be helpful.
Thank you very much for your explanation. That really helps. And a previous panel talked a little bit about the need for workforce housing. I think maybe 1 or 2 on this panel may have also mentioned it, and that is usually considered at 60% and above, or 60 to 80% housing. What are your thoughts about workforce housing and whether or not there's a need to have our police, fire, teachers, bus drivers living in community? Miss Golding?
If your question is, do those folks deserve to have housing that they can afford? My answer is yes, but the same is true for every other person in the district. And what we are seeing is that that housing is being built, and housing for 0 to 30 folks making 0 to 30 is not. So yes, it's not nearly matching the rate of the need. And so I would say, yes, those folks deserve to have a place to live that they can afford, and so does everyone else.
Okay, so you feel that they should be a part of the community that they work in?
Of course, I think that again, like as other folks on this panel have said, like the major issue that the district has is that it's not affordable. Even folks making 80% AMI may struggle to find some housing. But again, I would point to the fact that that housing is being built, and we are seeing many different avenues through which the district is supporting the production of that housing. And what we are not seeing enough of is 0 to 30. So yeah, I'll pass it to Britt because I think she has more to say about that.
I would agree with Eliana, but I would also say that we kind of take offense to the term workforce housing to begin with, because it's really insulting to the thousands of DC residents who work every day and who run this city, and to be considered as the workforce housing, the term only applies to people who are the firefighters and the teachers, or people who are working in a different maybe not minimum wage jobs, maybe, at a higher AMI level. And so we want to see workforce housing that actually includes the actual workforce of DC, which is made up of so many marginalized communities and so many people who are working every day making minimum wage in the city.
So do you have an appropriate term for those that in the category that I just described? Because I mention it because frequently in neighborhood, and I was a former ANC, we would talk about wanting to have, the bus drivers, the persons who, the nurses, in other words, to have those who give service in the community, the opportunity to live in community. So do you have another term for those employees?
No, I include them in DC residents. So I think we want to see that DC. So
everyone, yes, DC.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think going along with like what Eliana said, I think we want to see housing for all DC residents. We want to see housing for the firefighters and the teachers who are giving those services in DC, but we also want to see housing for the waiters and the people who are working every day, or people who are working other jobs as well to be in DC. And so we don't see a preference to say that the people who are doing certain services have more of a right to be in DC than the people who are providing other services that are just as important to the DC community.
I see. Well, the mayor put in her budget monies for the employee group, primarily focusing on government employees. So do you agree with that or support that as a part of the budget? And this is for home ownership.
You're asking me specifically?
Yes.
As I said, Councilmember Bonds, I support I think that every DC resident should be able to live in DC and not be rent burdened and to have those opportunities. But we don't have a preference that those at the higher AMI levels should be given additional subsidized opportunities that people who cannot, that have no opportunities to stay in DC without a subsidy.
Thank you very much. We'll explore these issues again, I'm sure, and I certainly will hear from the government witnesses on this matter. And I ask these questions because, from the operating side of our government, it has been made clear that there's a tremendous need for this housing for those who work in the city, to try to keep them in the city. And so I just wanted to hear from those of you who are out there talking to people and formulating and doing analysis of the programs and formulating ideas. So thank you very, very much. I didn't mean it to be tit for tat, but I needed to get your feedback. I think that would be very, very helpful. So thank you.
I appreciate the questions, and I'm sure the rest of the panel does as well.
All right. Thank you so very, very much.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember, our next panel is Mike Little, Director of Faith and Money Network and pastor for Bread of Life Church, Alec Vandenberg of Sunrise Movement DC, Anthony Joseph, Director of Mineo of Flava, Taha Shabazz, Public Witness, Venus Little, Public Witness, and Robert Cook, Public Witness. And the first witness on this panel is Mr. Mike Little, council member.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and staff, and thank you, Sam, for your communication and support. Again, my name is Mike Little. I'm a pastor of Bread of Life Church in Adams Morgan for the last 30 years and the director of one of our ministries called Faith and Money Network. I'm testifying today because I'm most concerned with the wealth gap in our city, and particularly the increasing racial wealth gap that others have mentioned. I believe the best way, not the only way, but the best way to close that gap is through building equity through home ownership. I support establishing a separate fund dedicated to home ownership for modest and low-income people, a fund that will allow people to gain enough equity to help them move up the economic ladder as home ownership has traditionally done. Not only is there a lack of supply to close the gap of affordable home ownership, I'm also concerned that when somebody does purchase a home with government funds, that they are sure to get enough share of that gain to build generational wealth. Many of our parishioners have grown up in this city. They've worked their entire lives here and they still can't afford to purchase a home. And that just seems wrong to me. I am no housing or financial expert, but I know we can do it. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. Back in the early 90s, I lived at Lazarus House on 14th and Euclid Streets Northwest. It's a longer-term transitional housing program for men and women who were homeless because of addiction, 80 units. And because of the opportunities afforded to them by our city at that time, in like probably in 10 years or even less, by the late 90s, we had over 20 of our residents move out and purchase a home. From homelessness to owning a home. So it can be done. I'm still friends with some of those folks who 20 years later, 25 years later, are still in their same home and they're thriving. And I know some who have died just from old age and passed their homes on to their children and grandchildren. So I know it can be done. I know we have a lot of smart people in the city, smarter than me, a lot of people with big hearts. We just need the political will to make it happen. If we want to truly be a capital city, we must make home ownership a priority so that everyone of all races and classes can live and participate in building a beloved community, one that Martin Luther King and Jesus talked about and envisioned. You've probably heard the saying, a good head start beats fast running. White Americans like myself have had a 350-year head start. And unless our financial priorities change to be more affirmatively equitable, that economic gap, the racial wealth gap, will continue to grow. And so I really feel we need a separate fund dedicated to home ownership for modest and low income people. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony, Reverend.
And our next public witness is Alec Vandenberg of Sunrise Movement, DC.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. So my name is Alec, and again, as part of Sunrise, we believe that environmental, racial, economic, and housing justice are all intimately tied. And so we are committed to making sure that DC is sustainable, affordable, and equitable for all. So I, as part of this conversation, want to elevate the Fair Budget Coalition in advocating for increasing the production of 0 to 30% AMI housing units. And I want to uplift what the fellow panelists said in the last panel and making sure that we have housing for all, especially some of the most economically precarious residents in the district. I believe that we should devote at least 52 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund, as well as at least 5 million for the local rent supplement program. Furthermore, speaking of some of our most vulnerable residents, I want to uplift what many panelists have said in terms of advocating to end homelessness in the district. We know that the pandemic has taken an especially disparate toll on our unhoused communities, and this really should reinforce the moral urgency in further investing in non-congregate shelter and making transitions there. So I strongly support the purchasing of struggling hotels and motels and the conversion of them into deeply affordable and humane housing for people experiencing homelessness and folks at risk of experiencing homelessness. The pandemic has showed us that the risks of congregate shelters, compounding longstanding issues related to sanitation and safety, for example. And so we must invest in these solutions to make sure that everyone has the option to move into safe and stable housing. I also support making sure we have at least $100 million to assess households living at 30% or below of the area median income. And by doing this, making sure that we expand existing rental and utility assistance programs to supplement federal funds. And I want to be clear that just because there's an influx of ARP dollars coming in, that is a great opportunity to make down payments that we must, as a city, commit to further financially supporting through taxing our wealthiest residents, asking them to pay their fair share, to make sure that we have the budgetary commitments necessary to protect and preserve affordable housing and expand it throughout the district. I also further support $45 million in fiscal year 2022, in addition to the already $15 million allocated, as well as $60 million annually to the DC Housing Authority for repairs and maintenance to make sure that everyone can live in housing in dignity and safety. I also support $1.8 million for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants to continue to fund the reentry housing pilot. And finally, in terms of homelessness, I support $16.31 million for permanent supportive housing for families, $79 million for permanent supportive housing for individuals, $23 million for targeted affordable housing for families, $17 million for local rent supplement program tenant vouchers, and making sure that we have sufficient funding for outreach and prevention. And so we all know that the pandemic and the recession have highlighted and exacerbated long-standing disparities. As my fellow panelists said before, over 40,000 Black residents have been displaced in DC over the past couple of decades. And we as a city need to make sure we meet the urgency of the moment, which has been long-standing and is even more at a crisis point now. And even though we have, again, that federal funding flowing in, the city must couple this revenue with additional budget revenue and financial commitments to comprehensively address all of these housing insecurities and precarities that have been emerging and, again, have been long-standing. And so I want to end this conversation by saying that I am thankful for this moment, and I want to reiterate that we should be moving on from a time of artificial scarcity. No longer can we tell ourselves that we don't have the resources to house everyone and to make sure that everyone can afford to live where they work and they play. And so I really want to make sure that we couple that commitment with the financial resources necessary to do so. Thank you so much and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
And our next public witness, it will be Mr. Anthony Joseph. And I see two Anthony Joseph.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes, we can, Mr. Joseph.
Okay. Oh, good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Anthony Joseph and I live in Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights area. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify for myself and for others like me. I will get right to
Mr. Joseph, if we can just, we're getting a echo. Do you have the phone open as well?
I think you need to just turn down the volume on one of your devices, Mr. Joseph, whichever one you want, and that should work. Happens to me as well. And you're muted right now.
All right.
All right. I will get right to the point. I desire to have my own home because I know the benefits, especially to a person in the modest income category like me. I'm seeking access to build equity and a future for myself, my family, and other people like me who deeply desire to move up the economic ladder. I can never feel free paying rent to a landlord. From my great-grandparents until today, my family has been living in this city for almost 200 years. Washington, D.C. is our history. I want to be able to own my own home, build some equity, and be able to pass that along to my children and my grandchildren. Just a few days ago, my grandson asked me, "Grandpa, are you going to get a house?" Not wanting to disappoint him, I said yes. I'm going to do everything in my power to purchase a home. But as you all know, the cost of living in DC is sky high. I believe this city needs a separate affordable home ownership fund for low-income citizens in this community. Investments in affordable home ownership that helps people like me gain equity is an investment that has a big positive return for everyone. That is proven fact. Please help me make my children and my grandchildren's dream of home ownership and its benefits come true. But not just for me, for the many others like me in the city. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Joseph.
And our next witness is joining us by phone. So Taha Shabazz, if you can hear us, if you can unmute. I think you can unmute by pressing *6 if you're on your cell phone.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hello.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good. My name is Taha Shabazz. I'm representing the senior community here in Washington, D.C. I live in a senior building, and I'm interested in having our government in this district pay more than $250 million into the housing production fund this year. That would also to have monies and opportunities provided to build more public housing, provide the maintenance for those public housing, and for senior housing. I'm also interested in the homelessness, and that has to be taken care of too. So I think it's a good deal to be able to have subsidized housing in the district because most of our incomes, once we get to be seniors, basically involves Social Security, and if we should have a small pension, and that adds up to something that's not as much as what we were making when we were working. So there needs to be more housing, more senior housing, as well as public housing, and housing for the homelessness, of course. That's a whole separate thing that's very deeply needs a lot of consideration. The homelessness around. I live in the area of 14th and U, and that's all that's there, homeless men, and that has to be squared away. So in the housing production fund, $250 million at least to be able to have contractors and developers, take parcels out of that fee and develop projects for public housing, the maintenance on public housing that's existing, and new senior housing. So that's my plea. I'm with CNHED, the resident leadership group. This is what we advocate: affordable housing and public housing and things like that. So that's my claim. That's what I'm advocating. Hopefully this year we can see that. The national government, federal government seems to be coming from that viewpoint also with what they're proposing to do. Hopefully it can go through the Senate. We know the problems that exist there, but they seem to be also tracking and pointing towards more housing, more affordable housing, public housing, jobs, and things like that. That's right in line with what we could be and we should be doing here in the district. That's my plea. That's my wish for our budget this year.
Thank you, Mr. Shabazz. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes, you're welcome very much.
And our next public witness, I think we'll go to Robert Cook because Venus Little is not here.
Mr. Cook, we're ready when you are.
You're muted, Mr. Cook.
There we go.
Now we hear you.
Thank you. It's nice to see you. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in real time one day.
I suppose we'll have that opportunity soon. Mr. Cook, we can't hear you at all now.
For over 20 years and a proud homeowner in Ward 5 in Brookland for over 10 years. Before I bought my home, I was told it was impossible. That was before I learned about the Home Purchase Assistance Program. Today, I own my home as I have faced health challenges, now a global pandemic, and multiple other obstacles. Having a stable and safe home has helped me through these challenges that could have easily landed me homeless. As you well know, because of my experiences with the home buying process, I am
Mr. Cook, we've lost you again.
continue on serving on the board of directors at MANA since the beginning of my home ownership. That's why I'm here today as a representative of all people who need a stable home they can afford. Stable homes and housing and home ownership have been extremely important to me as someone who is on disability. For me, having a stable home makes it possible for me to maintain my physical and mental health as I work to balance ongoing prescriptions, doctor's appointments, and other care. The only thing I don't have to worry about is relying on monthly rental assistance. In addition, over the last year, COVID-19 has posed a significant threat to my health, but I was grateful to not have to worry about losing my home or eviction. The stability that home ownership provides has been invaluable throughout this pandemic. HPAP is one of the best investments that the district makes, which is why I asked the council to fund HPAP for the fiscal year 22 budget of $24 million. As the district works towards recovering from the pandemic, the council needs to invest significantly funding for HPAP in order to compete in today's real estate market. Please don't take HPAP for granted. Consider how many other people like myself can benefit from this program. It was life-saving, and that is not an exaggeration. Another DHCD program that is important to me is the Housing Production Trust Fund. I strongly encourage the DC Council to fund Housing Production Trust Fund at $250 million or more for 2022. As the district turns towards recovery, preserving and expanding affordable housing is vital to an equitable recovery. Without access to affordable housing and increased support for those hit hardest by COVID, we will see families forced to move away just to be able to afford rent, food, and other necessities, or live on the street. It is vital that the council fully fund the HPTF as DC residents continue to battle job loss, eviction, and other economic challenges due to COVID impact. I strongly urge the DC Council to work to eradicate homelessness and ensure residents can stay healthy with a roof over their head. Furthermore, the trust fund and HPAP have a beneficial and valuable impact on many district residents. But for that impact to be truly significant for those, we need it. The trust fund must be fully funded for $250 million or more, and HPAP for $24 million. In addition to my funding request, I also ask that that the resale restrictions and covenants associated with both HPAP and affordable dwelling units be modified. As those policies stand now, I am not in control of my own home and unable to benefit from the equity I'm putting into it. After owning my home for over 10 years, the government should not be able to tell me what I can and cannot do with my home. The stability that my home has provided as we face COVID-19 and its challenges is proof that having a secure and affordable home is an invaluable foundation. Programs like HPAP and HPTF not only benefits the residents and families, but providing shelter, but also alleviate the emotional and mental burden that comes with housing insecurity. These programs are vital and life-saving. Here I am today, healthy in my beautiful home, despite the crazy year we faced. Despite the pandemic, social and political unrest, I am proud to once again to testify today on the benefits of HPAP and Housing Production Trust Funds and advocate for the thousands of others who need these programs. Taking my success as proof that these programs are vital and need to be fully funded. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. As you see, my shirt says, my home, my prison. Long-term resale restrictions are not good for homeowners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That was the last panelist for this panel, council member.
All right. Your next panel.
Our next panel is made up of Mike Warburton from Sunrise Movement DC, Tom Gregory, co-director of TENAC and 4000 Massachusetts Avenue Tenant Association, Walba Yan, Chief of Housing Programs at Latino Economic Development Center, Sasha Gay Angus, President and CEO of MANA DC, Stuart Carafa, Public Witness, and Victoria Goncalves, Senior Organizer and Campaigns Lead at Latino Economic Development Center. And I'm not sure if she will be here. She might, she had an obligation, so she might join us later. But our first witness is Mike Warburton, who is on the screen here.
Welcome. We can start when you're ready, Mr. Warburton.
Great. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having this hearing and for listening attentively to us all day. I know it can be long. My name is Mike Warburton. I'm here with Sunrise DC, a local group focused on the climate crisis and collective liberation in the district. So I'm here today because, bluntly, I think we can and should do more to improve DC's housing situation. Sunrise DC is part of the Reclaim Rent Control Coalition and the Fair Budget Coalition, as some of my friends have said. And we enthusiastically support the demands of these groups, and we support Councilmember Louis George's housing budget ideas as well. The headlines of all this include shifting the bureaucratic burden of the Stay DC program to the landlords and off of the renters, spending an additional $96 million on the permanent supportive housing, and allocating several $100 million more for rent and utility assistance. I expect, though, that you're already fairly familiar with these, and I hope you're strongly considering them based on the high level of community support they have. So as a Sunrise DC member, I also wanted to elevate the Climate Ready DC plan that was published 4.5 years ago, that it predicted higher temperatures, higher intensity of precipitation, et cetera, and linked that to a greater risk of flooding, of high impact winter storms, and of heat emergency days in the summer, possibly about 3 times as many of these by 2030 as compared to 2015. And from there, we have things like the Office of Planning's Affordable Housing Goals and the Climate Ready by 2050 report. I mention them because these contain some great ideas, like 12,000 additional affordable housing units by 2025, more green roofs, greater thermal insulation for homes, and so on. But unfortunately, I see relatively little evidence that this is manifesting. None of the 2,000 affordable units planned for Rock Creek West, the wealthiest area of DC, have been built. And I was unable to find any statistics at all that describe the climate readiness of our housing stock, let alone the climate readiness specifically of units considered affordable. And then to bring up one other government plan, Homeward DC in 2015 set the very noble goal of essentially eliminating homelessness by 2020. Obviously, that has unfortunately failed, meaning that we continue to underserve our community members, leaving them highly exposed to the health and the climate risks associated with being unhoused. And so all of this in combination is greatly distressing to me and is the main reason why I'm testifying. As we know, COVID-19 is not the last crisis that's going to exacerbate economic and racial inequities or further harm our vulnerable neighbors. So I want to say, like, I truly do appreciate the work that you, Chair Bonds, and others have contributed in your time on the council. I appreciate the progress that has been made so far, the number of affordable units built and whatnot. But at the same time, I'm testifying today because I want to push you to do a little bit more, to think a little grander. And, you know, the district has quite a lot of money available. We have technical expertise and willing hands. In my opinion, the biggest limiting factor is really whether or not the government is willing to act boldly and follow through on its promises. So the Sunrise Movement's big ticket item is the Green New Deal. And now we absolutely don't want to replicate the racial discrimination of the original New Deal and that piece of it. But we do want to replicate the ambition for public works in a way that rejects austerity and corporate control. We want to replicate the massive investments in local communities and the idea that government can be on the cutting edge of solving society's problems. So I'm asking you to adopt that vision and mindset when you think about the district's housing budget. Do the tax and spend thing. I would love that. Invest our resources now so that we can save money and lives in the long run. You know, say no to the developers, you know, the ones who care more about profits than about actually providing homes. You know, bring in the ANCs, local advocates, the unhoused communities like you're doing today, and let yourself be caught up in some of the enthusiasm. You know, let's make something happen, because the ideas that I and others have mentioned, you know, improving and expanding the current programs, renewing the commitment to the district's climate and affordability goals, they mean safer, more accessible homes and fewer people who are unhoused. But they're also kind of meaningless unless you and your committee fund them with oversight, you know? So I'm asking you, Chair Bonds, to do as much as you can, to do what we know you can do, to put our communities in a more just and secure position to face the present and the future issues we have. So thanks. That's all I've got for today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And personally, I can say thank you for the challenge. I'm going to be up to it.
And our next public witness is Mr. Tom Gregory.
I know we're over time, so this will last 1 minute. And it's been mentioned before. My name is Tom Gregory. My home is an apartment in DC where I've rented for over 40 years. I think that each member of the Housing Committee is aware of the misuse of voluntary agreements. And so each of you voted for the Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act, which would put a 2-year moratorium on voluntary agreements and give time to work out a plan to prevent their misuse. And thank you for that. However, as I understand, the act has not been funded in the budget and will not go into effect without funding. I think that allowing persons to sell or give away the rights of another is too immoral to let such activities continue. So please prevent that behavior, such behavior, by funding the moratorium, whether related to the DHCD budget or elsewhere, or preventing those immoral actions in some other way. And if you already, Chairman Bonds, know that it is going to be funded or have already worked out some solution to that, I appreciate your letting us know, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. It will be funded. So it will be funded for sure. Thank you very much, sir.
Very much. Thank you.
And our next witness is Waba Yan, Chief of Housing Programs, Latino Economic Development Center.
All right. I see Ms. Young. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my comments today. My name is Walda John, and I'm the Chief of Housing Programs at the Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC. I'm testifying today to urge you to consider increasing funding for the neighborhood-based activities, the Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP, and the application process for the Rental Assistance Program, State DC. The Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC, is a nonprofit organization founded in 1991, and our mission is to improve the wealth building capacity of low and moderate income Latinos and other underserved communities in the Washington area. We do this by pursuing 3 objectives: increasing the number of strength of small businesses, increasing homeownership, and preserving affordable housing and preventing tenant displacement. LEDC's affordable housing preservation and housing counseling programs are almost fully funded by a grant from the Department of Housing and Community Development, DHD, designed primarily to support DC residents to create and retain wealth through homeownership and tenants as risk of displacement from affordable housing. Within this grant, LEDC focuses our services on low and moderate income residents, particularly Latinos, and as you will hear, we work with a diversity of people as well. We who live in areas of the city that are under particular pressure due to rising housing costs. Among other activities, the grant enables LEDC to educate tenants on the rights as renters in the District of Columbia, to organize tenants in tenant associations, to assist tenants in negotiating with their buildings owners or management companies to improve conditions and keep the building affordable, and to help tenants to purchase their own building, exercising their TOPA rights. The Housing Counseling Program has prepared low-income families to be responsible, stable homeowners, facilitating the investment of hundreds of millions of mortgage dollars into neighborhoods where economic development is a priority. One of our most essential vehicles to do this is the Home Purchase Assistance Program and the Employer Assisted Housing Program. We have counseled nearly 300 people in the process of becoming homeowners, seeing close to actually close 30 families. In this past year, using the HPAP, the EHAB, and the ICE, the inclusionary zoning program, provide group education to more than 800 residents. These homeowners or alone support the investment of at least 10 millions of private investment in our communities. We have serious reservations that this level of success will continue if the funding for HPAP program and the neighborhood-based activities is not increased for fiscal year 2022 and maintained for the upcoming years. From my experience, immigrants, particularly those with limited English, are often the most at risk of displacement since they are unaware of their rights as tenants in the district. As we know, DC has excellent tenants' rights laws, but they only work when tenants know their rights, how to exercise them, and what to do when their rights as tenants are being violated. Currently, LEDC is actively working with 20 affordable rental buildings with over 1,000 apartments. And individuals and families in those buildings face multiple threats of displacement. These residents are in a dire need for the services that LEDC provides with the support to the DHD's funding. And my only suggestion is to increase this support as much as possible. The COVID-19 health emergency has put tenants in a more vulnerable situation to continue to be scared. Now, maybe more than ever, by building sales, condo conversions, and other forms of possible displacement. In particular, I see the need for more tenant organizers and more pro bono legal support. As mentioned before during this hearing, once the TOPA toll is lifted, there will be over 100 buildings that will go through the sales process, and without current capacity, we won't be able to support all those families to educate and exercise their rights. I strongly encourage the Council and the DHD to do everything possible to increase for technical assistance providers, including organizers, lawyers, and nonprofit developers, housing counselors, and trainers. The Mayor's Strike Force also recommended an increase in the neighborhood-based activities funding for fiscal year 2022. We would love to see an increase of up to 12 million. In terms of the down payment assistance program, we support the mayor's recommendation of 5 million for EHAB, but we like to recommend to increase the amount allocated for the HPAP program up to 24 million for fiscal year 2022. Finally, I would like to thank the council and the HCD for allocating funds for rental assistance programs such as the Tenants-Based Rental Assistance Program, or TBRA, and more recently to the State DC program. But strongly encourage council to oversee and require immediate change to fix the many problems in the State DC program. Thousands of tenants want and need rental assistance, but have not been able to navigate the portal or receive accurate information or assistance from the helpline. Problems such as language access due to the use of Google Translate instead of professional interpreters, and not clear guidelines and information, and lack of sufficient funding for CBOs to do the one-on-one support has created unnecessary barriers that jeopardize the housing and stability of far too many DC residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and give my recommendations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young, for your testimony. I just want to remind all of our witnesses, please provide us with written testimony for the record. And also there are a few items that we may need to follow up with so that when we have the government witnesses before the committee, we can go in depth on your behalf. So please make sure we get your testimony. Thank you.
Our next witness will be Sasha Gay Angus, President and CEO of MANA DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Sasha Gay Angus. I'm a Ward 5 resident and the President and CEO of MANA Inc. MANA, as you know, is a nonprofit developer of affordable rental and ownership housing, a condominium and homeowner association manager, and a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. MANA currently has over 500 affordable rental units in the pipeline, and we've invested over $300 million in district neighborhoods and have helped over 2,000 low and moderate income households become Washingtonians. Much of our work has been done through the support from this committee and in partnership with DHCD and HFA. So we thank you for the continued dedication to this critical work. Truthfully, there is a lot to be excited about the budget that the mayor has presented to council. Our small but mighty city continues to lead in affordable housing, and this historic allocation of $400 million in housing production trust funds continues to set the standard for other jurisdictions to follow, so we are thrilled about that. But as we continue to make an impact on creating new affordable rental housing, we must stop to ask ourselves these questions. How many renter households will want to move up the housing continuum into owner-occupied housing? And if so, are we adequately serving them? Even if they are able to receive down payment and closing cost assistance, how much of a mortgage will a 50%, a 60%, a 70% MFI buyer be approved for? And with that mortgage approval, what home will they be able to afford in Washington, DC, where the average cost of a 3-bedroom home is $600,000 to $650,000 in many parts of the city? This is a price that is out of reach for a 50% MFI buyer, even an 80% buyer. So clearly, market forces left unchecked will only worsen these problems. Today, I really just want to focus the urgency of creating homeownership opportunities here in the district. As we've been hearing, racial economic disparities have been underscored and highlighted during the past 15 months as COVID-19 raced through the nation and the district. lack of wealth distribution in the district, assets such as savings and real estate minus debt continue to reflect past and present discriminatory policies that have prevented Black families from accumulating wealth. So, you know, the racial disparities are staggering, and you've heard a lot of those statistics already, but I will quote one in particular that I found surprising, and that is 80% of whites with a high school diploma or less are homeowners in the district, while fewer than 45% of all Blacks in the districts are homeowners. The commitment to racial economic equity has to be intentional, and homeownership is the best way to help narrow the racial wealth gap. This is evidenced in DC's 2019 Housing Equity Report. So to that end, MANA strongly supports a comprehensive affordable homeownership fund focused on creating opportunities through a fair shared equity model that affords buyers the ability to pass on the unit to family members so that they too can build generational wealth, and that allows them access to that equity over time. Barriers to creating affordably priced homes are high acquisition costs, as we know, and limited access to project subsidies. Therefore, we also recommend that the district allocate a third of property dispositions at a nominal price to create affordable homeownership. As we've heard, we are in a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and it cannot be understated, where stimulus funding from the government is being allocated to fuel production of affordable units. The last thing we want to do, excuse me, is to look back and say we should have done something sooner about access to homeownership and equity, which promotes social and economic stability for families, creates healthy communities, and it enables employers to retain a diverse workforce. I want to share anecdotally that MANA's Homeownership Center has nearly 400 families with the explicit goal to purchase their first home. Over 100 of these families have been striving toward that goal for more than 4 years now, and they are now mortgage ready. Yet they cannot take the next steps due to the lack of affordably priced inventory. Low-cost land and development subsidy to build new homes or to renovate existing ones into affordable condominiums is what we know will move the needle. So in summary, our specific recommendations for the fiscal year budget are creating a comprehensive homeownership fund at a minimum of $20 million to start, where development subsidies can stay in place until resale up to 15 years, allocate 1/3 of district property dispositions at a nominal price for affordable homeownership, and support the creation of affordable homeownership in areas with a predominance of affordable rental units, so that low and moderate income populations also have the ability, to build wealth and spur wealth in those neighborhoods. In closing, we applaud the mayor and the city council's commitment toward affordable housing. But if we want to address the historic and systemic problems created by redlining, segregated zoning, disinvestment in Black communities, the city must commit a portion of its resources toward building the groundwork for racial economic equity through homeownership. This is the most direct pathway to the middle class for Black and brown families, and without it, it seems impossible to imagine how these historic obstacles can ever be overcome. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and my testimony will also be provided in written format for your use. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
And I believe that is the last witness here for this hearing. And Victoria Goncalves of LEDC will probably join a later panel, council member. So we're ready to move on if you are ready.
All right. Well, I want to thank our witnesses for your testimony, and I have a number of questions, but I think what we will do, what will be most effective, is if we move on, as you suggested, staff, and we will have a number of questions for the government witnesses when they come before us next week. But I did want to ask Ms. Agnes about her idea. The home ownership fund. How do you see that working?
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. You know, I see this homeownership fund being a tool in our toolbox where we're being intentional about addressing the supply issue, the inventory issue for homeownership. This fund can be used in the form of, acquisition funds, pre-development funds to help acquire or write down the cost of, creating homeownership units. One of the biggest issues for developers is really being able to pull together the resources and the necessary financing, and then on the very back end, being able to sell these units at an affordable price. An affordable homeownership fund can help write down the cost. It's a similar concept to, creating affordable rental housing, except you're doing it for homeownership. In order to make those units affordable, we need subsidies, and that's how this fund would function.
Okay, and you're indicating that the money would be repaid upon resale?
The money would, if a buyer sells prior to 15 years, and this is something that the district passed, this is a program that the district passed many years ago. So it's not reinventing the wheel. It was
my bill.
The policy. Exactly. It's maintaining the policy. It's standardizing the existing policy, which says that if the initial seller stays in the unit for 15 years or more, the subsidy burns off. If they sell within 15 years, at some point, a portion of that subsidy goes back to the district. So we already have these tools in our toolbox, but in order to really take advantage of it, we really need to take a comprehensive approach and be intentional about putting resources toward this effort so that we can begin to address the supply issue.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that I heard that this is the tool you had in mind for use of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask Mr. Warburton, he's already challenged me to extraordinary things into the future, me and the council and the government, the community in general. But could you talk a little bit about the climate DC plan?
Sure. I do not claim to be a policy expert, but my understanding is essentially that, the DC government / the mayor's office has put out a number of assessments of the climate situation for DC and the goals and actions that would be appropriate to respond to it. And so, to account for the risks of higher temperatures and whatnot, better thermal insulation for housing was a big point, so that when it gets up into the 90s, if buildings were to lose power, they could retain a cool interior environment throughout the whole day without a need for generators and things of that sort. I also mentioned the recommendation of green roofs. So that could mean, that can mean two things. It can mean one, actual plants and things on the top of buildings to provide for green cover and more oxygen production, all that. It can also just mean, painting the roofs white and whatnot to reduce the heat island effect that urban environments contribute to. Beyond that, those honestly were the two that I picked out for my testimony, and I can't recall too many more off the top of my head, but in general, it would also mean like working with utilities to make sure that like no one is cut off from utilities due to financial issues or anything like that. It means making utilities, in my opinion, a right of all district residents. Honestly, I would go so far as to say, you know, public ownership of utilities and whatnot, but that gets a little bit away from the housing side of things. And it also means I know DC contributes or makes an effort to have emergency cooling zones and whatnot, but those are unevenly distributed throughout the city and is a infrastructure administrative burden, I suppose, right? And so it'd be better for the community at large if everyone were able to shelter in their own homes comfortably. And that means the things I've said before, but also more affordability so that those who are unhoused or housing unstable have a reliable place to stay cool or safe in the winter. That's what comes to mind.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that for the public's benefit that some of the, they're not so far reaching, but some of the things that we are looking at as a government, as a community, that we really think more clearly about it and how we might actually bring them to pass. And the thermal installation is something that I'm sure all of the developers are very curious about, meeting that demand with the cost of construction materials escalating almost every day. Here is another piece that we are saying we need in order to make our community more livable. And I just want everyone to know we're very serious about these requirements. They're now in the form of recommendations, but ultimately they will be requirements, I'm sure, as global warming just continues and we don't seem to have real solutions for it. I know, Tom, this is right up your alley and you have some thoughts about this. So I see your amens. Yes. Thank you. And Ms. Young, I really hope to get to see how we can make this Stay DC application process, less burdensome. But you heard from the hearing we held the other day that there are some requirements and that we must meet. And it makes it very difficult for residents, our tenant community, to comply. And so the work that you do is so important. Also, I think we need to think through how we can involve the neighborhood organizations when we move to a phase of having the application process completed in the apartment buildings. And so I was trying to think as you were talking, my goodness, what solutions can we come up with? But we need to come up with a solution or two so that you can be there to help people through the process. And I'm sure that your team would be up to that task.
Sure, just happy to continue the conversation or to provide more feedback or any kind of support to make the application more accessible and the process easier for the community to apply, or any other support that we can provide.
Yes, well, I appreciate that. I had a thought that it would be easy where, the landlord provide everything that is required by law, citizen just sign off on it. And if we can do that, that might work,
Yeah.
So
also, the staff in the property management offices can support with that, because ultimately the benefit is also for landlords and they have staff and they have the software and the technology to complete the application.
Yes, and given the fact that this application process works where if a tenant completes or starts the process and supplies all of the documentation, then, and if the landlord or the housing provider does not respond, and I think it's like 5 or 10 days, then the check is payable to the tenant. And so that should be an incentive for not only the tenant to come forth if they're missing or have decided, oh, I don't want to bother with that laborious situation, but it also means that you, the housing provider, you don't get your money until your tenant says, yes, this is exactly accurate information. So I don't know how you put out your notices in the community, but please let the tenant community know they are in the driver's seat. The federal government has in place this program where the tenant is in the driver's seat. So
we are going to make a note of that.
yeah,
Thank you.
yes. Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you again to this panel.
All right, our next panel is panel 8. There we have Ari Gutman, public witness, Maya Walker, policy and advocacy manager of the Black Swan Academy. And then I think Samantha Davis of the Black Swan Academy is not going to be able to make it. And then we have a student by the name of Samia, and then Christy Matthews of the Black Swan Academy, and Keisha Howard, public witness.
All right.
And I'm not sure if Ms. Gutman is here. So we, our first witness will be Maya Walker.
All right, Ms. Walker.
Hi, sorry, give me just a second. I'm trying to multitask and also trying to testify at the health hearing, so sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I apologize. I thought I had it all together, and then of course the timing overlapped. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Maya Walker, and I'm testifying as a representative of Black Swan Academy. I'm here to uplift the demands of Black Swan Academy's 2021 Black Youth Agenda titled Blackout for Black Power. This agenda was created in collaboration with middle and high school youth. The agenda raises the unique concerns of Black youth living in the District of Columbia and aims to create positive systemic change through public policy and youth organizing at the local level. One of the items on the agenda that I'd like to talk about today is our Hopes and Homes campaign to address youth homelessness. Many Black families, queer people, and young people are simultaneously navigating housing instability alongside structural barriers to health care, childcare, education, transportation, and employment opportunities. The saturation of systemic violence that Black and Brown people experience influences youth of color's ability to get the support they need to cope with housing instability. Government-based housing programs need to take proactive measures in preventing homelessness and supporting houseless people. As it stands now, financial support is offered for singular instances or once the amount of people owe is outsized. Options for housing and utility assistance programs need to be made available apart from someone being in a state of crisis or experiencing homelessness. Soon, Black Swan Academy will release another report that assesses youth's thoughts and feelings about the issues on the Black Youth Agenda. It is a first-hand account of the experiences of young people living in the district as it relates to the items on the Black Youth Agenda. In this preliminary report, one young person specifically says, why is there a number of homeless people, regardless of the number? Like, how did it get to this point? Or what caused this? How did the person get there? It shouldn't just be, oh, there's another person on the streets. Let's just open another shelter and put all these people here. This sentiment was mirrored by another youth who said, quote, I don't think that people that are homeless should be treated like crap because they don't have the proper equipment or the proper access to general places. While homelessness has been a longstanding issue that requires systemic change, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought a unique set of challenges. Young people commonly use the phrase, COVID is a lot, to tease out how COVID has impacted them and their families as it relates to housing stability and employment opportunities. Despite these challenges, young people are being asked to press forward without having their basic needs for housing, healthcare, or mental health supports addressed. With over 1,100 young people experiencing homelessness in the district, schools are one of the many places where change can be implemented immediately. The council needs to work to urgently require that schools give young people access to laundry machines and showers. One youth names that, quote, kids come to school and they don't want to, but they end up not smelling good. But they can't do anything about it because their laundry machine is broken. They can't just keep buying clothes. And then people make fun of them. And I'm like, these kids are in situations where they really have no choice over what they do. In addition to this, another young person has said that, quote, it would be better if places like homeless shelters or in the community were funded to have enough food, quality food, an abundance of toiletries, depending on whatever it is, to satisfy everyone. It's better to have an abundance than the minimum. In addition to this, young people are calling for increased funding or the implementation of legislation to meet the following demands. 1, expand childcare options for people who have or are supporting children living in the district. 2, mandate that rapid rehousing not be terminated until new housing options are identified and secured. 3, expand funding for utility assistance programs. And 4, remove the one-time payment stipulation from rental assistance programs. I hope that you'll seriously consider what you can do to meet these demands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
And our next witness is Samia.
Hello, you all.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Samia McConaughey. I'm 16. I go to Eastern Senior High School. I am a youth organizer with Black Swan Academy, a youth ambassador with DC Growth Coalition. I'm also a victim of homelessness. Since 5th grade of elementary school, my mom and I lost our home due to family issues. Luckily, my grandmother took us into her 1-bedroom apartment in Ward 7, and it was really hard making friends during those years because kids were very hostile. I had 2 close friends, and we all became close because we all shared in common that we used to live in homeless shelters when we were younger. During the 6 years of living with her, my grandmother, her mental health worsened. When Corona came to our home, my mom lost her job and my grandmother got sick. I took care of her for 2 weeks while my mom was at hotels quarantining. From the end of December, we were homeless and we had no local family besides my grandmother. And we were forced to live in hotels from January to February. After that, my mental health worsened every day. I stopped attending school and I cut all contact with my friends and family. My mom called different places for her and I to be able to move. Finally, she found a transitional place where we were able to live there from March to April. In the second week of April, we finally moved into the apartment here in Ward 3. Here are our demands for the Black Swan Academy 2021 Black Youth Agenda. 1, expand childcare options for children, for people who have or are supporting children and living in the living district. 2, expand funding for utility assistance programs. 3, mandate the rapid rehousing not to be terminated until the new housing options are identified and secured. Since middle school, I've been fighting for change with other youth. I constantly wondered when it would be my turn to have a better life. It was always hard for me to open up to friends and adults and to confide in them. As someone who brings joy to wherever I go, it would be hard for them to understand what I was going through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
All right.
Our next public witness is Christy Matthews, who I did not believe is here. So our next witness after that is Keisha Howard, who is right here on screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Ms. Howard. We can barely hear you if you speak up a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Bonds and everyone else that's on the staff. I'm trying to hold on. I have a very old computer, so hopefully I'm holding on. Throughout this time, I've been waiting since 9 a.m. So I've been transitioning with doing homeschool with my youngest daughter. So I'll try to make it quickly. I also had time while waiting to send you a testimony to Ms. Irene.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want to start by saying I reside in Brooklyn Manor Apartments, which some of you guys may know the name of RIA. Landlord now is called Mid City. I've been on this property for 22, 23 years. But if you came to visit this property, you would see a lease that only says that I've been residing here for 5 or 6 years, which is not true. I started off living in a 1300 building. That I stayed in a 1-bedroom for 10 years with both of my daughters until I advocated and got a 3-bedroom because I had a newborn and then a 10-year-old. From 1303 building, it is now demolished and I was asked to move down here. They gave us movers to help us move, and they also gave us $250 that we had to sign right back to them because of me moving down the street. They said that I have now entered a new lease. So the money that was given to residents, we had to sign it back over. Throughout this process, I have always worked all my life until around 2010 when I had my youngest daughter because I fell ill with her being having meningitis and she was in ICU, which also brought on the illness that I currently have, which is rheumatoid arthritis, which made it worse. So throughout all of this, I received disability for both of my children. With the disability, I pay my rent. And I also have to pay a high Comcast bill because without the Wi-Fi, my kids would not be able to do assignments. Prior to COVID, my oldest daughter was already having required to do homework assignments online. So when COVID hit, yes, Comcast offered a COVID-19 bill, but that only consists of 1 gigabyte, which means that if my oldest daughter, who is now at Bowie State University, if she was online doing her college work, my youngest daughter would not be able to do her work. And we only would have regular TV, which didn't even consist of PBS Kids for my youngest daughter, and a working house phone. So I had no choice without hardship to continue to pay my rent and to continue to pay Comcast. I have always asked, how come we only can have Comcast? And when I went to RCN, they said that they are not restricted to come over here, that this is a contracted community under Comcast. But yet when you sit down with Mid-City, they just agree. I also had an incident that happened last Tuesday. I have no choice but to walk to a 7-Eleven to retrieve my rent because that is the only place that I can retrieve my rent money without being charged a fee. As I put my card in to retrieve my rent, the money did not come out. So I called Navy Federal, which was Wednesday. They told me that I had to wait approximately 90 days to receive my money, which then made me have to call Brooklyn Manor Permits to let them know that I am going to be late on my rent. This is the 3rd time that I will be late on my rent, and all of them is not by choice. The first time I was late on my rent is because I was in the hospital having my youngest daughter. They told me I still had to pay my rent, even though my daughter was fighting for her life in ICU and NICU, and I was in the hospital for 7 days. The second time I was late on my rent was due to Christmas. I had to decide to get something for my kids because my kids are scholars, and as a single parent, I was just trying to get them something for Christmas, and I did pay my rent. Now this makes the 3rd time, which is very frightening, and I had to calm my daughter down because she's wondering if we're going to get evicted. Even though Brooklyn Manor says that I'm not going to be evicted, it's very hard right now to have trust issues. You may all not know that Mid-City received $47 million to rebuild our community, yet we do not know where we stand at all. They do not try to work with Brentwood Association, which is the president of Minnie Elliott, and she's been living here all her life since the 70s. And they pay people to say different things when certain politicians come on a property. They do not speak for us. I really ask that whoever visits the property can contact myself or Brentwood Association so you can hear the true story of what's going on. I cannot send my kids out, and I'm trying to keep it together. I cannot send my kids out to take out the trash because I don't want them to get bitten by rats. The rats run around. You can hear them in our ceilings, you can hear them in our walls, and they are everywhere. The dumpsters are just trash cans that they put. And I asked the maintenance guy, how come, it's not clean because it's attracting all types of bugs and everything. He said that he was told by Brooklyn Manor not to do it. We have 24-hour security that is only here to protect the people that work inside Brooklyn Manor lease office. If something was happening to me outside, I would not have any help. I would have to call 911. Right now, I just told you about I'm scared that my computer is going to die. I know that my cell phone bill is going to get cut off, but yet they tell me I don't qualify for anything because I received disability, which I just got a letter in the mail saying that my oldest daughter, SSI, is going to be cut because of her going to Bowie State University. She tries to have a part-time job to help pay for her books. And they said they're going to cut the rent. They're going to cut the SSI. And with all
Miss Howard, if I might, how about us talking with you offline, okay? Because this is your personal business, so let's talk offline. If you would, in your email, would you just send us an email with the contact information so we can be in touch with you immediately?
I have sent the email to Miss Irene, but I just want to say one important thing. That's not
All
correct.
right.
One thing that Brooklyn Manor residents we are being harassed so bad. Our lease consists of 85 pages of paperwork every time we recertify. I never got recertified in 2020 because due to COVID, I was not able to give them my bank statements. I am still awaiting to be recertified now, even though I've given them everything I had. I suffer from anxiety and depression, and I asked for accommodation for myself and my daughter. Because she works, they say that HUD says that they have to contact the job and ask a variety of questions, which I never understand. When she's in school, she has to give her school schedule, and we also have to submit a Bowie State stamp letter to prove that she's a full-time student. I've never understood this either. Throughout the harassment, we are told that if we don't give the paperwork that we will be evicted and that we will be going against our lease. We are never sat down to talk about the development. The development says XYZ, and you can see it hanging on the building saying that they are a community that help, but they are not, ma'am. They are not. It's many people that are now do not have a place to stay because they signed something and they were evicted because some people do not take the time to read what they're signing. Brooklyn Manor is for low income apartments, and it is good people like myself that reside on this residence. We have unwelcome visitors that hang outside daily that we cannot control, but they do not reside here, yet Mid-City says something that they can do about it. But I really feel that it's something that they can do about it. Our kids cannot play outside. They have a lock on the gate. They can't play on the grass. We were trying to have an outing the other day last week, and the police were called and said that we were all going to be arrested if we did not remove off the grass. And the grass is located in the building that I reside at. The kids play in the street. The kids have nothing to do. They walk around like zombies. The playground is full of dirt holes made from rats, and it's all types of bugs and insects that crawl on the dirt playground. They have nothing to do. Every time I walk to Giant, which is located in the Brentwood Shopping Center, I have to walk by all of these guys that's drinking and doing drugs and hopefully get inside the Giant without being attacked or triggered by any type of way. It's like you are forced to say hello to them or they mess with you, regarding even if you're walking with your children. And I always am walking with my daughter. Our Giant across the street is not stocked like the Giant on 14th Street Northwest and the Giant on 8th Street. It is not stocked. We lost a Safeway due to the new condos that they are building. We lost a children's museum due to the condos that they built. We are losing everything and they are pushing us out. They make more dog parks than they do children parks. Meanwhile, they say children is the future. Our schools are falling apart. Meanwhile, a school named KIPP looks like a Taj Mahal compared to the schools that's in walking distance that our kids have to go to. I know that people are trying, and it made me feel so good by listening to a lot of testimonies I was given today because I felt like nobody cared because of our income brackets. But we have to work together and we have to understand that everybody deserves a place to stay. And everyone deserves to know that they can take care of their kids. And I really hope that the meeting that you're talking about, that they really take the time and stop thinking of us as statistics and human beings and pay attention to what we are trying to say and to what we are trying to do. It's so many people that's trying so hard to make it.
And so many people are not making it because it's so hard. And I really hope that you and everyone else that I heard today really keep fighting, because it is good people that stay in low income apartments. It is good people in Ward 5, and I am one of them. I am a single parent mother, and my kids excel in everything is because I was raised right. Like I said, we try and we are fighting, but I really think that the council people will have to watch on the money that they are handing out to people, and to make sure that they are going to do exactly what they're going to do with the money. I heard so many people yesterday when I was online talking about hotels, and that is all good and dandy, and that you want to give jobs. But do you know that I tried to get a job at a hotel and I couldn't get it because they said that you're not allowed to miss any days? How can you not miss any days when you have children, and your children or yourself may become sick? I also had a person that is staying in an apartment and she pays for her rent, but she had no food because she had to pay for utilities. And I would try to help her. And then COVID hit. And so now we're all just trying to help each other. My kids have had so many casseroles because it's the only thing that I can make to make it stretch. It has to be a change. And they can do something now to help. If you take a look at this property, it looks like a scene from a horror movie. It is nothing good about our property. But I tell my kids all the time, I cannot control outside, I can only control inside. And I do the best that I can. But mental health also plays a part. It's so many people due to COVID that are trying to make it on a daily basis. And there's so many people that fall to alcoholism and drugs because they cannot handle certain situations. I am not one of those. I'm being as strong as I can, but I'm telling you that I'm a poor person and I need a place to stay and I need help. And I've been on Section 8 voucher since 1998 and my name still has not came upon. And the worker told me my name is not going to come upon because I'm living here. And that if I really wanted to get one, I would lose this apartment and move into a shelter with my kids to make sure that I can get a Section 8R voucher. And I cannot do that. I cannot put my kids in that. It has to be a change.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. And still, I would like to have a conversation with you offline, if that's okay with you. So let's get together on that. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
And that was the final member of this panel, council member. I don't know if you have any more questions for anybody here.
Yeah, we had kind of a limited, number of speakers, and I think Samaria really reiterated what Ms. Walker shared with us, and I thank them both for their testimony, because it's testimony coming from our young people, and that's very important. Thank you. So we can move to the next.
All right, our next panel will consist of Addison Sarter, public witness, Reginald Black with the Council on Homelessness, Beth Wagner of Brooklyn Banner Coalition, Paige Deloach, public witness, Nicole Del Casale, co-coordinator, Cancel the Rent Coalition, Chris Otten, DC for Responsible Redevelopment. Excuse me, DC for Responsible Development. And our first witness on this panel is Addison Sarter, who has joined us.
All right, excellent.
Hello, how are you doing, Councilmember Barnes? Thank you for
Good,
allowing us
nice to see you. Thank you.
Nice to see you. Thank you for allowing us to testify today. So my name is Addison Sarter, and today I'll be advocating for what I believe is truly the cure to gentrification in DC. And that cure is called Black autonomy. And what I mean by Black autonomy is that according to international law, AKA the United Nations, African Americans are one of the many ethnic groups that have the right to establish our own autonomous regions. And pretty much autonomous regions are sections of a nation that have a degree of independence and freedom from external oversight. as defined by World Atlas. And so, and also in an autonomous region, people are eligible to have their own autonomous region if they make up the majority and population of that area. And actually, this is actually a follow-up to the resident from Brooklyn Manor, Ms. Howard, because a perfect example would be of an autonomous region would be Brentwood, DC, Brentwood in Northeast DC, which is about 70%, over 70% Black. And so if I was, just trying to see if, well, two things to see if one, that you would, if you agree with the United Nations in the sense that Black people should have the right to our own autonomous regions, and also in terms of, I guess, what would be the biggest obstacle for DC Council to propose a certain bill or legislation which would reserve predominantly Black neighborhoods in DC as historically Black neighborhoods, also known as autonomous regions. Because I feel like if the Brooklyn Manor, which is in Brentwood, as the woman just explained before me, if that area, was an autonomous region, that meant African Americans would be able to control the housing and all the institutions in our community, which would prevent displacement. Because Brooklyn Manor is owned by white people from Bethesda, Maryland. They're not residents in Brentwood, DC, and so that's pretty much what. And Brentwood wouldn't be the only one. There are many predominantly Black neighborhoods in DC that still haven't been fully gentrified. And so I would, just would like to know if do you agree with African Americans having that right? And two, would you support legislation for that to happen? Thank you.
Well,
that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll have to go through the witnesses and then come back and talk to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
I hope we get a chance to talk about it.
Our next witness, I believe, is it Mr. Black?
Yes, ma'am.
I see Mr. Black on the monitor.
Yep.
Reginald Black? Mr. Black, we're happy to have you today.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Give me a second. I gotta pull it up. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, I'm ready now. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can. Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the Committee of Housing and the Executive. My name is Reginald Black. I am a native Washingtonian, a consumer representative on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Currently, I serve as the Advocacy Director for the People for Fairness Coalition. People for Fairness is a volunteer organization of homeless and formerly homeless men and women. We believe in a universal right to housing in the District of Columbia. Our work includes comments and amendments to the DC Comprehensive Plan, as well as advocating for more units in the city to be made available for those earning less than $40,000 a year. We at the People for Fairness Coalition are always working to ensure housing rights and equity throughout our city. We know that housing is health care for our most vulnerable residents. This year, Mayor Bowser has taken a bold step in the right direction. The People for Fairness Coalition commends creating a line item of $400 million for the Housing Production Trust Fund. Just one small plug, we're asking for a total expenditure in the housing cluster of $1.5 billion, which would be a 9% expenditure overall. While we commend this effort and know that it is well-intentioned, sometimes when we reward folks They have a tendency to make us and her, the mayor, look like a joke. Over the past year, we have been supporting implementation of the Vacant to Virus Reduction Plan. This plan calls for the city to assist the community to secure what we thought in 2019, 10,000 vacant classes A, B, and C rental units that a majority of were funded by taxpayer dollars that not only took the form of PUDs, planned unit development, but there were also tax exemptions and abatements included in funding a good number of these projects. It's unconscionable to see that as of April 2021, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer is now reporting over 19,000 units, which represents a 90% increase in vacancies. To illustrate the problem with not enforcing stricter use policy on public-owned projects is the Museum Residence, which in 2020 had an overall 20.7% vacancy rate, according to reports that we reviewed. That translated into 28 units that could be used to help reduce virus contact in the homeless community. Our research also found that of the 52 single bedroom units there, 21.2% or 11 of those units were available for use immediately. During our research in 2020 developing V2VR, we discovered that buildings with vacancy rates of this nature was not only funded by the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars, but some projects indeed did benefit from being submitted as a PUD, planned unit development, which awarded more height and density. But they also benefited from tax formulas like exemptions, abatements, and or TIFs, tax incremental financing formulas. This represents a double and quadruple dips in public dollars and possible subsidized land. We are greatly disturbed by this revelation and are urging members of this council to seriously think about V2VR. I am constantly pointing out projects to this committee in hopes that questions about these units will surface. So I will highlight one project that is complete and one project that is under construction. And I would like you to ask the Director Donaldson, in addition to your budgetary inquiries, about the properties I'm going to mention. 411 North Capitol Street and 4001 South Capitol Street. In 4001 South Capitol Street, there are only 20 permanent supportive housing units. Of the remaining 175 units, how many of those units can be used for targeted affordable housing subsidies? How many can rapid rehousing recipients access as well? With the 4811 North Capitol Street, there are 4 permanent supportive housing units, and left of those are 86 units that possibly could be used for target affordable housing or rapid rehousing. Yeah. And which units are these specifically for the 0 to 30 MFI income bracket? Continue to press her and have her specify how many can be used, how many can be used for just folks who are earning under 31,000, which is the income of a worker making $15 an hour with no days or 2 weeks vacations. We the people ask to be expressed in words, our constituent units that are easily accessible for residents. These questions must be asked because 400 million of our money is going to the Housing Production Trust Fund. And we must make sure that it produces equity and an opportunity for 86.5% Black for the Black unhoused community. This is also why the People for Fairness Coalition supports the District of Columbia acquiring the site and property of the Wardman Park Hotel. This presents a golden opportunity to create a housing model that is rehabilitative and transformative, that will produce a framework that could be replicated across the city. People for Fairness Coalition, Councilmember Bonds recommends that a portion to the tune of $140 million that is square within the Department of Housing and Community Development's budget, and they have not used this, uses its District Opportunity to Purchase Act program, DOPA, to acquire the site and to work with the WISC, Wardman Wardman Hotel Park Hotel strategy team to solve housing instability, to produce this transformative model that will help us stave off homelessness and serve as an innovative economic development opportunities in creating the first Black-owned 5-star, and I dare say it, heritage hotel. These recommendations need to be taken seriously because we are not getting the best bang for our bucks. And our people do not have equity, and they are suffering because we need to do better. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. We have a few more on this panel, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we do, but most of them are not here. The only one that is here is Chris Otten, who is with DC for Reasonable Development.
All right. Mr. Otten, you're on. We'll hear from you now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for hosting this hearing and having people come to you to explain what we're dealing with in the city and the District of Columbia and the fair city of the District of Columbia. I am a 21-year resident. I ran for ANC, served for 2 years, and I ran for mayor in 2006. I've seen a lot of budgets come and go. What we're looking at here for this housing budget is a cost of increase budget. You know, it's being heralded as unparalleled investment in housing. We are way behind. The 2016 report from DemPed themselves, the deputy mayor's office, it says we need at least 1.6 billion a year to cover our housing costs. We're getting 400 million over 2 years. And we know that of that HPTF monies, most of it is not going to where it needs to go, to the 0 to 30% AMI. So how are we repairing the harms of the past? How are we contending with the real displacement issues? All key social points that came up during the comp plan hearings. Our broken inclusionary zoning program, 200 units a year, most studios. IZ completely exempted from downtown areas, from southwest areas. So we're really talking about some serious issues here. If we want to repair the harms of the past, which is what I hear, but it's not in this budget. So it's going to be on you, Councilmember Bonds, and our city council member, all of them, to step up as the legislature and say, Mayor Bowser, this is not acceptable. What you're painting as an unparalleled budget is actually just a matter of cost increase budget. We need to take the money, the billions that we have, and move it away from soccer stadiums, baseball stadiums, hotels, condos, and move it to people first. Our people, generational DC people. How about we redefine affordable housing? How is it that somebody, a family making $80,000 a year, can qualify for affordable housing in this country? How is that possible? How about all monies budgeted for housing in this city be lasered in on the 0 to 30% just to repair the harms? Just to repair the harms.
Excuse me, Mr. Black, could you mute? Okay, it's done.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr.
Sorry about that. So we're talking about redefining affordable housing and lasering it in on the 0 to 30% AMI, all housing monies. We heard about home ownership opportunities. That would be great. Moving money from throwing folks stuff in the trash that are on the street, displacing the displaced, if you can imagine, in these de-encampments. Move that money to actually housing folks. And by the way, as Mr. Black pointed out, we have 20,000 vacant units now. So building more housing isn't necessarily the answer. We have empty units right now waiting for folks to fill. that we can subsidize and make happen. Let me just get into some other things. The new communities. I mean, just help me understand this Twilight Zoning episode. We have this thing, New Communities Initiative. It has dismantled public housing, privatized it, trampled on the Bill First protections, displaced hundreds of families. Just ask the families from Temple Court, Sursum Corda, Barry Farms, Park Morton. I mean, so the monies we're putting into houses is actually displacing people. The vouchers that are going out, we don't have a nearly enough vouchers. And then in those vouchers, we actually are inflating the cost of rent by the amount of money we're paying, in some cases, slumlords. And then the tips, which really do not have any accountability unless but for you, Councilmember Bonds, and the legislature to keep the accountability on the mayor. We're not seeing the tips and the money, the little bit of investments actually helping people in a real way other than to displace them. And so here we are, you know, the city giving away a mile-long stretch of waterfront property to P. N. Hoffman for $1. How much affordable housing do we get at the wharf and the $300 million in subsidies there? Where were the consequences for the lack of these projects not building affordable housing? And I can go on. You know all of these issues already. So let me just summarize with this. Cancel rent right now in alignment with the Cancel Rents Coalition demands. Every redevelopment should center legally enfranchised resident-led equity plans in concert with grassroots orgs that are helping them. Laser focus all housing money to 0 to 30% AMI. Stop renting and help folks start buying their units. And then make sure that nothing but 100% permanently affordable housing and small cooperatively owned businesses and housing is built with our money. We really need to make up for past harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Sartor, Black, and Odom. Mr. Odom, I just want to make sure I made the note correctly. Are you saying that you would like to see all housing dollars that we've advocated for and we will be voting on in this FY22 budget to be directed at households of 0 to 30% AMI?
Yes, and I'm saying that because we've failed already to do that, right? We've already failed the legal mandates to even get the portion that's legally required now. I think it's like 30% of the HPTF funds to go to that.
It's 50%, yes.
50. I think we spent 20% or less. So this is to make up. I mean, how can we have 40,000 people on a waiting list, right? We heard from the mother at Brooklyn Manor talk about how she's been on a wait list since 1989. I mean, this, you know what I'm saying? Like, there is so much to do. And yet folks like me, I see where the money priorities go, like to stadiums, to Marriott hotels. It's time we got to flip the whole paradigm. And that really came out in the comp plan stuff with the racial equity. If we're going to talk the big words, we got to put the money where those big words will actually, where they live up to those words, right? And so that's why I'm saying, let's zone it in to 0 to 30% AMI to make up for what we haven't done.
All right, thank you. Mr. Black, I wanted to ask you, I maybe didn't record this correctly. You were speaking of the units at 411 North Capitol, Mr. Black? Okay, all right. You were speaking of those units. Could you repeat for me again? I think you said there were 86 units.
So, 1 second.
All right.
So the two properties I highlighted is 4001 South Capitol Street Southwest and 4811 North Capitol Street. 4001 South Capitol Street is a completed project per our consolidated RFP through the Department of Housing and Community Development. which also receive Housing Production Trust Fund dollars. You can actually ask Director Donaldson for their latest pipeline report. I did provide a screenshot in my testimony, which you will see a snapshot of the monies that we spent and the units that we're going to receive there. So in that project, there was a total of about 185 units. And of those, we only were able to fund 20 permanent supportive housing units. So that leaves us 175 units that could enter into theoretically 3 buckets. One, where the normal person that's making under $31,000, which would actually be $15 as a minimum wage to rent, someone on rapid rehousing, and someone who is accessing target affordable housing. This is how I think of these projects. In 4811, which is under construction right now, and that's 4811 North Capitol Street, there's a total of 90 units, I believe, being preserved there through some of the same mechanisms. Of those, we only have 4 permanent supportive housing units. But again, if you apply those 3 buckets, you still have a substantial number of units that could, be used through these programs. And there are 86 of them left. And so, back to what we were looking at as far as the vacant to virus reduction plan, we saw that projects, not just the museum, but projects like 4001 South Capitol Street were projects that we should investigate in terms of those vacancy rates. Because right now they have like at least 11 point something vacancy rate right now. And that's with all of the permanent supportive housing units there filled. And so when we're talking about, this need for affordable housing and what Chris was saying, for the population that I represent, most of them are actually nowhere near 30%. They're more like in 10% MFI, 15 up to 25% MFI, which is way lower than the $31,000, $15 of minimum wage would give you. Most SSI recipients like myself come in at the most with a ticket to work at $25,000 as an annual yearly income. So when we're talking about that bracket, we are definitely not getting the units that we need. And I don't want that 400 million that the mayor is proposing in the Housing Production Trust Fund to be used in a way that it traditionally has. And I want that 400 million there, but I want to make sure that entities taking that money, we have to be strict about how is the product being used. We cannot allow people to continue to write these units off on their tax return as if they're being rented. The IRS doesn't ask, are they being rented? So we as the district government should be stricter and be really checking in with Director Donaldson's monitoring compliance unit. There should be annual reports that come out in tandem with the CFO's report. And if you take a look at their economic trends report for March/April 2021, you will see that there is, like Chris said, if you round it up, 20,000 units. I gave it a shadow of a doubt with 20,000 because that'd be at 100% increase from last year, but it's like 19,300 and something. So that's a 90% increase in 12 months. And this is not an increase in units. This is an increase in available units being available.
I understand, Mr. Black. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I have recorded the numbers correctly. Thank you so very, very much. And Mr. Sartor,
90 and 175. Those are the total.
I have that. Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Sartor, may I turn to you? You asked the question, if you're still on with us.
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, you wanted to know if I was committed to the Black Autonomous Region as defined by the United Nations?
Correct.
Yes, I would think that much of the work that the United Nations does, I can say that I am supportive of, as I think most people are. I don't have an answer for whether or not I think Brentwood would be such an area. because Brentwood is within our city, and our city population, as you probably know better than I, it's about 47% listed as African American and or Black, and I think it's 43% white. So I think that's what the most recent census says. Plus, we really do have people living all over the city of the different races, and of course of the Latino community and the Asian community, and other ethnic groups as they may consider themselves. And so I don't know how we could do that. I can see it happening if you are a nation of let's say 90%, and it's you're not so scattered, or you are in, let's say for instance, if where I live in 5, let's say if all of 5 was African American. I mean, I don't know where you live. Are you a Ward 5er also?
Ward 4, but I grew up in Brentwood.
Okay. So if you think about, let's say if all Ward 5 were African American or Black, maybe that would be a way to distinguish it. But I don't know. If here we are in DC struggling to become a state, I don't know how we can leapfrog to the international being. But yes, I support much of almost everything I hear about the good works of the United Nations. So we have to discuss this further and figure out what it would really mean, and how do we get to the issue. I think your issue is wanting to provide more equity,
or mainly just preserving Black neighborhoods in DC as historically Black neighborhoods. And I know that you did say that we have people scattered all over the city, but Brentwood, as a former resident and someone who still goes to that neighborhood now, it's pretty much already segregated. It's so honestly, white Washingtonians really don't come to that part of town unless they want to go to Echo Stage or something like that. So it's already segregated, and and in terms of it doesn't necessarily have to. It can be within a nation. It doesn't have to be completely isolated from the rest of America. It can be an autonomous region within a city. And in terms of the international aspect, and I get what you mean in terms of trying to leapfrog in terms of internationally, but locally it's been implemented. For example, in New York, there's a town in New York where a Hasidic Jewish community separated from, I think it's called Joel's, something Joel's in New York, and it's a Hasidic Jewish community that's separated from that city and just had their own autonomous region, and that happened as recent as 2017 in New York. So
let's agree to talk more about this.
Okay.
This is very interesting.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Yes. So please be in touch, will you, sir?
Yes, please. Thank you for hearing me out.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Councilmember, our next panel, second to last panel here is Nancy McWood, Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Marjorie Nimitz Galarza, Interim Executive Director and CEO of Latino Economic Development Center, Omar Velasco, Chief of Small Business Services and Lending, Latino Economic Development Center, Brad Brooks Rubin, Jews United for Justice, Sheldon Clark, Board President, Douglas Community Land Trust, John Moore, DC Chapter Sierra Club, and then I also think we're going to try and add Victoria Goncalves from earlier on this panel. So the first person is Nancy McWood.
All right. I see.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds.
Good afternoon.
I am Nancy McWood, a member of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City Board of Trustees and a former chair, and I'll be representing the committee today. We are very happy to support many of the fiscal year 22 budget requests for the Department of Housing and Community Development. In particular, we commend the substantial increase in the funding for the Preservation Financing Program that will maintain affordable housing for low to moderate income households experiencing the expiration of federal housing subsidies, the almost doubling of the Affordable Housing Project Financing Program, which helps to revitalize neighborhoods, the increase from $0 to $31 million funding for property acquisition through the PAD program that will make it possible to transform vacant and abandoned properties into for sale housing in neighborhoods throughout the city. This budget is possible through the American Rescue Plan Act and provides a unique opportunity to positively impact communities while providing home ownership options that could have profound impacts on family stability. The mayor has stated that the funds will be used for transitional housing for qualified households awaiting permanent housing. We're uncertain how this use, which is certainly needed, complies with the PAD program, but we feel certain the Housing Committee will evaluate the best use to benefit low-income households. We also commend the increase in the Preservation Fund by $17 million, which is also made possible by the one-time federal funds, and will include $5 million for tenants exercising their TOPA rights to form limited equity cooperatives, and the nearly $167 million in the Housing Protection Trust Fund budget that is made possible, again, by the one-time federal American Rescue Plan Act funding. The additional federal funds provide opportunity and enhanced responsibilities. We must use the funds efficiently and for the benefit of those who not only have been the most victimized by COVID-19, but were the most disadvantaged and vulnerable prior to the pandemic. The council will not be able to continue these funding levels, so it is critical to achieve outcomes that can have maximum benefits in a fiscal year. It is also essential that DHCD meets statutory requirements to spend at least 50% of the Housing Protection Trust Fund on households earning no more than 30% of MFI. I know you've heard a lot about this afternoon. DHCD has almost never complied with the legislative intent to spend most of its public funds for residents at the lowest income levels. In fiscal year 19, the lowest income households received 12% from the trust fund, and in FY 20, no more than 18.8%. This is inexcusable, but it's made worse by the DHCD explanation that it intentionally is directing funding to mixed income projects. The council must do whatever is necessary to force DHCD to comply with the law. It is also time to allocate budgeted funds more equitably across the district. The Council Office on Racial Equity will be an essential resource in guiding the council, but this Committee of 100 hopes that the Housing Committee will press DHCD and the Development Finance Division to more actively encourage, facilitate, and target requests for proposals to parts of the city where few, if any, trust fund finance projects can be found. While land costs may be higher in parts of the city, that is not a reason to avoid those areas, and it is unfair to both use that as an excuse for no public investment and to criticize those areas for the absence of affordable housing projects. It must be clear by now to everyone that the inclusionary zoning program will never get close to meeting the mayor's affordable housing goals. Relying on IZ, it would take the development of 130 market rate buildings of 100 units each to meet the 2025 affordable housing goal for mid-city planning area, 180 market rate buildings of the same size to meet the Capitol Hill goal, and 250 market rate buildings to meet the Rock Creek West goal. Using other housing subsidy programs to augment IZ and producing the mayor's affordable housing goals is also not realistic. Mayor Bowser is requesting no FY22 budget increase for the local rent supplement program tenant-based programs, and only $2.8 million increase for the project and sponsor-based program, which has less than 1/3 of the funding of the tenant-based program to begin with. The only realistic pathway to meeting the affordability housing goals throughout the city is with public investment. We urge the council to press DHCD to use the increased funding in the trust fund to prioritize equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
And I think our next witness will be Mr. Brad Brooks Rubin, because he has said he has obligation coming up, so we'll let him go ahead and testify.
All right.
Thank you, Sam, for making the adjustment. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Brad Brooks Rubin. I live in Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. I'm also a supporter of the Washington Interfaith Network through my synagogue, Adas Israel, in Ward 3, where I have the privilege to be the social action co-chair. My testimony today will focus on the importance of funding for housing programs, the need to raise revenue through taxing wealthy residents. This testimony will be a bit more personal than some of the other very policy-focused ones, and I hope you'll permit me to share my story. As a long-term renter in DC who has struggled even while earning a good salary to find affordable housing, I know that funding housing is crucial for building an economically diverse city and advancing a just pandemic recovery in the district. If there's one thing the last year has taught us, it's that community matters. As DC residents, we are all responsible for contributing to the services that support our neighbors, whether on our block, our neighborhood, or across the city. And those of us who are fortunate enough to be able to contribute more, so all DC residents have access to stable and affordable housing and other basic human needs, should be proud to do so. As social action chair at Adas Israel, we hear a consistent message from our community organization partners, and I see it directly as a weekly volunteer at Miriam's Kitchen in Foggy Bottom. A thriving and just community starts with housing. More personally, I am privileged in many ways. As a lawyer who graduated from Georgetown Law and has worked at private firms, government, and nonprofits, I've earned a good salary throughout my career. My wife was a longtime federal employee who now has a thriving acupuncture practice in DuPont Circle and has been also able to earn well throughout her career. Unfortunately, we bought a house in Prince George's County that turned out to be a poor choice. As a result, we went way, way underwater and moved back into Washington, DC as renters, first into Ward 4 and now in Ward 1. In 2019, we and our 2 children lived in 3 homes in 3 months as we bounced between different housing situations. Throughout, it has been a struggle to find housing that's adequate for our needs and fits our budget. The intense competition, the level of scrutiny, the limited housing stock, just a few of the many factors we have faced. And as a family with a range of resources and a strong network, we are extraordinarily privileged. I recognize, as does my family and our community, that the situation is even worse in Black and brown communities across the city that have experienced systemic and persistent discrimination and racism in housing, employment, and education for decades. My younger son attends Alice Deal Middle School, and we have learned a lot in recent months, just as a family, about the structural racism that occurred around Deal and Wilson in the removal of the Reno community many decades ago, and our community continues to experience to live with that. Our experience has taught me that any renter here faces myriad obstacles, and while my family will be able to navigate the challenges ahead, it is crucial that the city invest in affordable housing solutions so that everybody can. We need to make more than superficial statements and investments in order to make it real. As many others have today, I support the full set of Fair Budget Coalition housing priorities. These should not be seen as a menu, but a complete set of investments that work together to get our residents housed. The mayor's proposal includes crucial investments in the Production Trust Fund, and I urge the council to protect this money and pair it with additional money for project-based LRSP vouchers so that the units constructed are actually affordable for residents with the lowest incomes. As has been repeated throughout this hearing, we have consistently underproduced units at 0 to 30% of AMI, and we need to make sure that the affordable housing is actually affordable for those who need it most. Even before the pandemic, the city was failing to build enough homes to get unhoused people into them. Mayor Bowser's budget uses this one-time federal money on things like housing that we absolutely need. Failing to raise local revenue in this budget cycle means we will look at prolonged suffering and systemic inequalities in our cities. Families and communities like mine, which are good earners and have the ability to pay even while we navigate sometimes challenging housing situations, still must be proud to pay our fair share with a tax increase to sustainably fund affordable housing and other critical needs of our neighbors. This is a wealthy city with enough resources for everyone to have what they need. I've seen that over the 25 years, the changes over the 25 years that I've been honored to live here. My family and I will be okay, but Jewish tradition and indeed the spirit of this city demands more. Please, Councilmember Bonds and members of the council, use the FY22 budget to truly build on the lessons of the pandemic and ensure a just recovery. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Brooks Rubin.
Our next public witness is Marjorie Nemes Galarza, Interim Executive Director and CEO of LEDC.
All right.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Anita.
Good afternoon.
I'm all right. I'm all right. I actually started with good morning and I had to edit it. This is my first time, in these hearings, but good afternoon. Chairwoman Anita Bonds and members of the council. My name is Marjorie Nemes Galarza, and I'm the Interim Executive Director and CEO of the Latino Economic Development Center. At LEDC for 30 years, we've worked to help low-income Latino and underserved DC residents buy, stay in their homes, join their neighbors to keep their rental housing affordable and start or expand small businesses. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address you all today to discuss the district's proposed budget and financial plan for fiscal year 2022 to testify in full support for the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Housing Production Trust Fund. This past year has been full of challenges for the residents we serve. Nevertheless, thanks to our partnership with DHCD, we were able to continue to provide our critically needed and comprehensive housing and small business services. This includes new services we introduced due to the COVID pandemic. As a result of COVID, we saw demand for small business services increase by 286%, and many small businesses still do not see the light at the end of the tunnel, despite the lifting of restrictions. That is why I urge the council to increase funding for the Small Business Technical Assistance Program for fiscal year 22 to $5 million, given that small businesses need our support more than ever. Thanks in part to DHCD support, LEDC served 506 small businesses in DC with over 1,200 hours of one-on-one technical assistance and 688 residents through our workshops. This support mainly included the navigation of an application to financial assistance programs, the adaptation of business models and operations given new and restricted consumer behaviors, and the building of technological know-how. We continue to see a need for the expansion of our business preservation work along gentrifying corridors, as well as women and food-focused small business programming. LEDC also advocated at the national level to be able to provide Paycheck Protection Program loans. As of today, LEDC has deployed 140 PPP loans in the district, totaling over close to $3 million. Using LEDC's own resources, we also provided grants to 7 businesses in Columbia Heights whose facades were impacted by a shooting that occurred on July 19th, 2020. Our housing counseling and affordable housing preservation programs have also been working around the clock to support homeowners and tenants in the district. In fiscal year 20, our affordable housing preservation team supported tenants in 31 buildings, which included over 3,700 families. In 13 of these buildings, they assisted tenants with the exercising of their rights under the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. Additionally, due to COVID, our 4 tenant organizers provided one-on-one assistance to 913 tenants. This is an increase of 50 per year. So that's about a 1,700% increase. And it's a small team. For years, LEDC has been advocating in favor of increased funding for the Housing Production Trust Fund and encourages the mayor to increase the planned investment to $500 million in the fund for FY21 and 22. Our housing counseling program has been successfully supporting DC residents and DHCD to educate renters and first-time home buyers on the inclusionary zoning and affordable dwelling units program, in addition to providing pre-purchase individual counseling to 229 families. 83 families were assisted in applying for down payment and closing assistance costs through the Home Purchase Assistance Program. 35 of these were able to secure their first home in a market that we hope will create long-term financial security for them. We also assisted DHCD in the deployment of $750,000 in rental assistance to 200 DC households. We continue to be concerned for residents that have and continue to struggle to pay their mortgage and rent during the pandemic, given expected increases in demand for housing services and financial repair due to COVID. We also urge the council to increase the funding for the housing services program to $12 million. We want low to moderate income DC small businesses and residents to be able to recover from the pandemic and emerge even stronger and more secure. Your continued support for small business creation, preservation, and housing services will ensure underserved district residents have access to the knowledge and tools they need to prosper. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll have a few questions when we complete.
Sure, hopefully I can answer them.
Okay, you can most definitely.
Our next public witness is John Moore, DC chapter of the Sierra Club.
All right.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee for the opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of the Sierra Club DC chapter with regard to the fiscal year 22 budgets for the Department of Housing and the other bodies. My name is John Moore, and I'm a volunteer member of the chapter's Clean Energy Committee and Beyond Gas Subcommittee. I'm a 50-plus year resident of Ward 4 and a lifelong environmental activist. I've also been active with the Washington Interfaith Network and actually was involved in its first affordable house building, which was DuPont Commons, which was very successful. The Sierra Club is the nation's oldest and largest environmental advocacy group. We have 3,000 dues-paying members in the District of Columbia. Our top priority is combating climate change with an environmental justice framework that takes into account the need to keep social equity concerns at the core of our efforts. Climate change is adversely affecting disadvantaged communities already and threatens even worse effects in the future. Of particular relevance to our testimony for the committee today is that the Sierra Club has made affordable housing and addressing disparate health outcomes core environmental and racial justice issues. So one of the important things here is a lack of affordable housing hurts the resilience of this district's lower income communities, especially in Wards 7 and 8, where long-term residents are being displaced. Affordability alone is not sufficient to address the need for healthy housing for all DC residents. New affordable housing and renovated affordable housing should employ highly efficient heat pumps for space and water heating to meet the district's commitment to meet zero carbon emissions by 2050. Moreover, transitioning affordable housing from methane gas for heating and cooking is sorely needed because of methane's adverse health effects, especially in poor communities with older equipment and a lack of venting. Sierra Club welcomes the additional funds the mayor's budget proposes to make available. It welcomes the push to have 50% of it for deeply affordable housing. That's less than 30% of AMI. And we are glad to see that there is a linkage of the trust fund money with the lending, the local rent supplement program. So I think those are very powerful combinations. I'm not going to go into all the details of some of the parts, but I think I'm going to do the top parts. The one thing we do think is that ongoing support for public housing is important. And for that reason, we would request that the local rent supplement program have an increase from the 2021 budget amount of $644 million to $8 million. That would be about 25%, but it would be appropriate in light of the need to address lower income housing in the district. We also request that the affordable projects adhere to the policy of build first, that is, don't displace people in order to do renovations or building housing. That's very important. Yes, folks can be given vouchers, but we know the voucher program has many difficulties, and in frequent cases, folks have to move to outer suburbs to get their housing. There's long waiting lists, and so I think that actually making sure that the housing is available when to move into is really important. In addition, I think as we have representatives of the Sierra Club have testified before the council and at Public Service Commission hearings on numerous occasions in recent years, the Sierra Club's top priority and now one of the districts is combating climate change, which focuses on the rapid phasing out of methane gas to meet DC's climate commitments. Allowing continued use of fossil fuels, especially methane gas in DC-funded building, adds to the climate crisis and indoor air pollution. Frac gas is largely methane, a potent greenhouse gas, much more toxic than carbon dioxide. So we recommend that the council make certain in the funding requirements for all new and renovated affordable housing developments and renovations that they be highly energy efficient and all electric. Non-fossil fuel heating, especially in new buildings, is economically viable, especially with advances in solar and heat pump technology. A further benefit of switching to all electric housing, including electric cooking appliances, would be that it would remove a major contributor to indoor air pollution and its adverse health effects. Like any fossil fuel, methane gas gives off pollutants when burned. And so many low-income housing residents already have serious health problems like asthma and heart disease, so it'd be really important to assist in removing that. Further, not only in addition to eliminating gas that would improve indoor quality, there should be further work on addressing the mold and lead exposure problems in public housing and affordable housing. So we, along with the NAACP Environment Committee, we request that funding and work being done on that particular issue also. So in conclusion, I would say that we thank you for the opportunity to testify today, but I think it's very important that the council in the budget use its ability to do mandates to make sure that we have healthy affordable housing as well as deep affordable housing. So again, much appreciated the chance to testify here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. I think we have another person for the panel, or do we?
Yes, one more witness on here. She was not able to make it earlier, so Victoria Goncalves from Latino Economic Development Center will testify.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Victoria Goncalves. I'm a senior tenant organizer at the Latino Economic Development Center. Our program works to preserve affordable housing throughout the district. As you have heard from our interim CEO, Marjorie, the growing number of tenants facing eviction during this pandemic and the demand for our work is constantly growing. As our city continues to recover from the pandemic, we will continue to see a demand increase in our services from tenants whose buildings are going through TOPA, as well as tenants who are at risk of eviction. Currently, there are over 100 buildings that are undergoing TOPA, totaling over 4,000 units, and we expect that number to continue increasing. We're asking for an increase in the neighborhood-based activities funds in fiscal year 2022 and an increase in the supplemental budget for fiscal year 21 so that we may hire quickly and be able to assist all of these buildings and prevent the displacement of long-term DC tenants. As we know that preventing this displacement is only possible if tenants are actually able to exercise their TOPA rights. The majority of the tenants that we work with are between 30 and 50 AMI. When we talk about them preserving low rent housing, it's entirely dependent on there being funding available for that preservation. While I'm happy to see the increase in the Housing Production Trust Fund, I know that it will only help us preserve affordable housing if it is actually used for truly deep affordable housing. I want to stand in solidarity with the People for Fairness Coalition that testified recently with their demand of using all of the Housing Production Trust Fund for 0 to 30 AMI. While that is not our specific ask at LEDC, I do want to point out that their argument about this being the only fair response to the fact that DHCD has never met the statutory requirements for 0 to 30 AMI housing is absolutely valid. I don't know what else the council can do to hold DHCD accountable to that statutory requirement, but I know that in a lot of the buildings that I work with, tenants have to apply for Housing Production Trust Fund money 2, 3, or even 4 times before their projects get funded. Meanwhile, I have seen projects with much higher AMI or brand new construction get funded before tenants who are trying to preserve their housing, either through a nonprofit developer, a LIHTC program, or forming a low limited equity co-op. So I want to also state that we need more transparency, and I urge you, Councilmember Bonds, to continue to work on the housing production transparency. And I know that is something that you have been committed to, and I think that absolutely needs to be a priority. In addition to funding in the Housing Production Trust Fund, we also need more funding in the First Right to Purchase program. The First Right to Purchase program provides critical gap funding for when tenants are able to exercise their rights. They are often not able to receive funding from traditional bank sources because their incomes are so low. So we need to make sure that there's enough money in the First Right to Purchase program to support specifically smaller buildings that are 5 to 50 units, which are the hardest to finance. Additionally, I am in support of increasing the Housing Preservation Fund to $30 million new dollars, which would generate $120 million for lending. We know that this will be critical in terms of all of the TOPAs that are coming up. Lastly, I want to advocate for a increase in ERAP funding. We know that this year the demand will be unprecedented, and while Stay DC is created to address that demand, we know that it will not be enough, and even more ERAP funding will not be enough. Canceling the rent is the only way to actually prevent displacement. If we don't cancel rent in DC, we know that people will be displaced. We can't guarantee, we don't know how many people will be displaced, but people are already falling through the cracks. You've already heard from folks today who are in housing crisis, who have lost their homes already. And we know that this will only get worse. Canceling the rent and using the money from Stay DC to directly create a landlord fund is the only way to ensure that we do not have a mounting eviction crisis. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I am available if you have any questions. As you know, Councilmember Bonds, we are always happy to meet with you and to bring tenants to share their experiences. So let me know if that's something that your office would like to schedule.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I will, I still fail to understand the possibility for canceling the rent. I really and truly do. And you and others have indicated that this is what needs to be done. I don't understand it. And so I just have to go on record continuing to tell you that. But I do believe that there are ways that we can utilize what funding we have. Now, you also are saying that you want the Stay DC money to be used in a different manner. We are compelled to use it in the manner in which the U.S. Treasury guidelines articulate. So that bucket of money might be off the table for some creative ideas, but we do have local dollars, and the manner in which we spend our local dollars can certainly be addressed. And so I commit to doing that as much as possible, seeing how we can adjust to this new normal that we are trying to enter into. And I've heard very clearly from your testimony over the years, in fact, that this situation with housing it's escalating and it's at a critical stage. And so
Absolutely.
I feel it. I feel it, and I think
Yeah.
most of us in the community feel it and understand what we are approaching. And so we know there's some new approaches will have to come into play. So let's see what our government witnesses say, and let's see how we move through this. But I will be in touch most definitely. So
Great.
thank
Yeah,
you very
please
much.
let us know. We would love to talk to you more about cancel rent and what that would entail.
Okay. All right. Okay. I hear you. And I'm sure that the owners of the properties would want to talk to me immediately and say, listen here.
Well,
but
so
we
that's the
also
thing.
have the Constitution of the United States that, believe it or not, some of us citizens try to follow.
So that's the thing with cancel rent is that we are advocating for landlords to receive money. If through our cancel rent legislation, landlords would receive money directly from a landlord fund. The difference is that tenants wouldn't have to go through a 12-page application to make sure that they're not evicted. The landlords will get the same amount of money regardless with our legislation as they would with the existing government programs.
All right. Well, so you and I will have to find $352 million to fulfill that purpose at this point, which is what the federal dollars are. So thank you. Thank you very much. I get it. I hear what you're saying. Okay, good. So that's much better. So we've come a long way because when this was originally proposed, folk were saying, and make sure the landlords do not get a penny. And I'm like, oh my God.
Well, we've talked to multiple attorneys at this point, to constitutional lawyers, housing attorneys, landlord attorneys. So I would be happy to discuss our legislative
All right,
draft.
fair enough. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
And thanks to your interim director. I just want to remind you, please give us a copy of your testimony. Because there was no way I could make all the notes. I was trying, but it was very hard.
Absolutely.
Sorry about that.
Very much. Thank you so much. And this is to all of our witnesses today. Please make sure we get your testimony in writing so it can be a part of the record. And also we and my staff, we want to pull out those issues that you mentioned, so that when we have the government witness before us, we can really drill down. And I know you'll be watching to make sure we do just that. So we really want to make sure we have that opportunity. So thank you very much. And Ms. McWood, thank you as always for your very clear eye on the progress that we are attempting to make in this city on this issue that you and your organizations have been following for a few decades now. And thank you for that. I do have a concern that I would like to do some additional follow-up with you on. And that's this, the PAD program that you mentioned. If we could talk a little more about that. I think you are indicating that, I don't think I really wrote down how much money you think will be available for the PAD program in order for it to be implemented. Do you have some numbers?
The numbers that we have is that the mayor is requesting 31 million for the PAD program, which would be federal funding.
Okay, all right, great.
We'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
All right, thank you, and we can talk about the couple of other projects in Ward 3 as well. That
Yes,
I'm very interested in.
Yes, I'm very interested in those as well.
All right, thanks so much. I look forward to it. Mr. Moore, thank you very much. And And I know you don't produce it directly, but I always appreciate getting a copy of your wonderful calendar. So always. I am one of those that really cherishes it. So thank you very much.
We appreciate your hard work and having these hearings, because it is really crucial to the future of the district, and it's one reason why the district stands out among various municipalities and what it's doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure my colleagues are listening, and they are excited to know that there are individuals in the community and organizations that really appreciate what we try to do for the citizens. So thank you very much for that. To staff, I have to ask, do we have more witnesses?
Yes, we do, Councilmember. We have one last panel, or rather half of a panel.
Okay.
But that'll be Cassidy Ketchum, public witness, LaRuby May of May Lightfoot, and then Robin McKinney, public witness. And then I also see Venus Little in the attendees list. I know she was scheduled to testify earlier, so I guess we can promote her as well. And then if I missed anybody, feel free to email me or text me.
All right, we're ready to, let's see, we start with Ms. Ketchum.
Yeah, I don't think Ms. Ketchum is here, so former council member May might be first up.
All right. Councilmember May?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chairman Bond.
Good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
Good.
Good. I'm trying to get my camera and stuff set up. Okay. So good afternoon, Chairman Bonds. As you know, my name is LaRuby May, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon regarding the budget for DHCD. I want to start, Councilmember Bonds, by thanking you and your staff, very specifically Mr. Ram, who have been working with us over the past couple of weeks on some major issues. And although we know those issues are not resolved, the effort and the energy is much appreciated. As you know, I'm the managing member of May Lightfoot, a personal injury firm located here in the soul of the city, also known as Congress Heights, Southeast DC. Our firm has the privilege of representing 9 plaintiffs in a lawsuit against Stanton View Development, owned by Jerry Vines and Dante Lee, River East Anacostia, also owned by the same gentleman, the River East Condo Association, and the District Housing Community Development. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of the 9 women that we represent. I just kind of want to be clear that my advocacy, I want to be clear in my advocacy that there are multiple issues that need to be addressed. There are legal issues, there are moral issues, there are just multiple issues that are impacting these women. And the legal issues, Councilmember, as I'm sure you've been briefed, are very complicated, and I would love to kind of brief you on those offline. But just in brief, some of the complicity of it is, we're suing the defendants, but the builders, Stanton View, Dante Lee, and Jerry Vines, continue to tell our plaintiffs, no issues, it's normal, while at the same time deciding to sue their contractors for the same issues that they say that don't exist. For this project, Chairman Bonds, which is on Talbert Street in Southeast DC, the District of Columbia, through DHCD, as signed off by directors, used Housing Production Trust Fund to pay over $6 million to Stanton View Development in River East Anacostia to provide homeownership opportunities in Ward 8. The district was super clear about the occupants, making sure that this property stayed for low-income homeowners. Many of our clients were excited about the opportunity to be born and raised in DC and now have an opportunity to be a homeowner, and the dream that is all sold to them as it relates to staying in the city. But the reality that our clients face is that is the nightmare of living in a structurally defective building that is the result of no fault of their own, and yet no one and no system has been put in place to help them when they need it most. I heard a lot this afternoon about folk advocating and looking at the needs for tenants. And if our clients were tenants and not homeowners, the district's resources would have automatic triggers to support them. It would allow the system would not allow our plaintiffs to live in uninhabitable conditions. It would not allow them to be without a place to stay. But yet, since they are homeowners, the district and the council have not provided any rules, laws, or regulations that would help this vulnerable population. Others have testified about new tools to help vulnerable tenants, but what about vulnerable homeowners? What is the difference between a vulnerable tenant and a vulnerable homeowner? What makes it okay for the district to make sure that tenants don't live in hell, but it's okay for homeowners to live in hell, while the district is forcing them to live in this housing prison that they can't escape? I would argue that vulnerable homeowners in the district are in a worse position than many of the tenants. They've worked hard, they've worked on their credit, they're working hard, and they've invested and bought a piece of property that for our plaintiffs, many of them can't even continue to live in, but they must continue to pay for. They have to live in a building that is literally crumbling and falling down, and they had nothing to do with the construction. Whereas I understand the district cannot help every homeowner in the city that has an issue, but the district has an obligation to a population of vulnerable first-time homeowners who are living in a project that was district funded, that was directed by the district. And in fact, the district holds the deed of trust and second deed of trust on many of the properties. We represent 9 low-income single Black women. Many have children and today are being forced to live with physical and psychological trauma of a structurally defective building that the district paid for and that Stanton View built. The women we represent have been asking DHCD for years to help them. The result of the ask has not been, the result of this ask for help has not been an issue. I encourage you, Madam Chair, in your questions to the Director Donaldson, when you have the government witnesses, is how is it that DHCD can say that this is not their issue, that the issue that these women are living in these conditions, that now DHCD, after having so much play and role in the construction of the project, now says that it's no issue? How can you have your hand in every aspect of the project and yet now have the audacity when people's children are living in water and floods and sewage coming from their walls and their ceilings? How do you have the audacity to now say that this is not our issue? And by the way, just good luck, figure it out how you can. And also, by the way, if you try to sell your property or you try to lease your property, we as DHCD, because the money came from Housing Production Trust Fund, will penalize you, right? We'll make you say that you owe us money back. Again, I could speak, Madam Chair, about all of the mistakes that the agency has made as we've identified in our legal matter, but that, again, this is not the proper forum. I will ask you, Madam Chair, to ask the director about whether or not the agency has addressed the issue of the unfair burden and essentially the discrimination in the warranty claim process. When our clients went to file a warranty claim with DHCD, they were told that they must perfect the claim, which means they had to know what was wrong, how it got there, and how much it will cost to fix. Well, when it's a large property like the property our tenants live on, the cost of those to hire those engineers supersedes $20,000 in order to get those answers to perfect the claim. That burden of this cost is unfair. It's morally wrong. Yet, even when with how the system disallows for poor people or low income or first-time home buyers to be able to put up the money in order to have perfect a claim as required by DHCD. Today in your hearings, Madam Chair, and all over the news and everywhere, all we hear is about the money that's gone into a Housing Production Trust Fund, the money that the mayor put in there, that the council supports, and lots of the folk across the city support for affordable housing. No doubt that every politician in the city will tout their commitment to affordable housing and attainable housing and home ownership as we go through the next campaign season. Many will talk about fighting gentrification and keeping Black folk in the city and keeping Black folks in their neighborhoods. But what I know and what these 9 women know that I represent, that beyond the ribbon cutting and after you check a box about the number of affordable housing, and after everyone talks about what they did on their tenure, that no one cares if you don't fit a certain profile. What's the ultimate goal of all of this money and all of this efforts? Do we really want poor people to stay in the city, or does it just kind of brief well? Do we really care about hardworking single Black women that live in the city? What I know and what these 9 low-income single Black women know is that if their condo building were located in Northwest DC or in the Capitol Hill cluster, or if they were white, or if their small children were white children in the city, that this council, this administration would not hesitate to make sure that there is a system in place to support them so that they won't live in places, mind you, that the district itself through DCRA has deemed uninhabitable. Over the past couple months and throughout the pandemic, we have seen the council issue countless number of emergency legislations. And yet, when it comes to keeping low-income single Black women, first-time home buyers, many first-generation home buyers out of the pit of hell, we've been met with silence. I ask you, Madam Chair, to find a way to help these women, not in the legal battle necessarily, but just in everyday living. Tell these women that you believe it's not okay for their children to live in mold and with sewage and flooding and without the use of toilets and with holes in the walls and separating floors and the tubs coming away from the wall. I ask you, Madam Chair, to lead the way for your colleagues in urgently addressing the housing concerns of this women. It cannot be okay for DACD or the administration or the council to continue to do nothing. You can't say that this is okay. You can't say that folk living in a building that is shifting at no fault of their own is okay. You can't say that people living in a building that pipes are crushing that it's okay. And maybe these women and their children, like most of us who live east of the river, will just have to wait until somebody dies or has a catastrophic injury before these issues become important enough for the council or for DACD to move. But that will be a shame. It will absolutely be a shame that it will only be after a catastrophic injury or a loss of life that something will happen for these people. But for those of us who live and experience the world in World 8, it's like the song says, right? The more things change, the more things stay the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
We have one last witness, council member Venus Little, public witness from our earlier panel.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Bonds, councilors and friends. My name is Venus Little, and I'm a native Washingtonian and a single mother of 3 sons. I have currently lived at the Tyler House Apartments on North Capitol Street, Northwest, and I have lived there for over 20 years. I am an active and engaged resident, serving as the president of our tenant association for over 10 years. The Tyler House Apartments receive a federal subsidy to keep rents affordable through the project-based Section 8 program and serves 284 families. I am a member of the resident leadership team at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development with CNHED. I help support the Housing for All campaign and work with several other local organizations across the district to help residents advocate for affordable housing. Advocate for affordable housing. I ask that the council commit $250 million or more to the Housing Production Trust Fund. I thank God for the Section 8 project-based property that I live in. I say that because when I lost my job, I also lost my income. I was no longer able to pay rent, pay bills, or buy food and clothing for my family. I was with a broken income. Had it not been for programs like the Rent Supplement Program, which needs to be fully invested in, I probably would be on the streets or shelter. But since the LRSP is based on your income level, I was able to remain in my building. This is why we need more programs like the local rent supplement program. When COVID-19 plagued the district, many residents were deeply impacted as they struggled to maintain jobs and pay rent. Today, working families who have lost their jobs due to the pandemic are now struggling to pay rent. And this is just insane. They're about to be evicted due to the pandemic. And we have to do something about that. This is a shame if we allow these people to be evicted due to a pandemic. They never had any issues before paying their rent and paying mortgages. But now, due to the pandemic, now these folks in our Mill City Council is about to allow them to be homeless and sit on the street. As the district moves towards reopening and recovery, it's even more important for families to have access to affordable housing. Tenant-based vouchers through the LRSCP program are vital to the district's recovery, allowing working and low-income families to have flexibility and finding a home they can afford, nearby job opportunities, and other community resources. Currently, I've noticed many vacant or unoccupied market rate apartments is just continuously go up. Make them put in a percentage every time they come to build in the city. Make them put in a percentage of their building that it will go to lease between low income to moderate rate families, where we'd be able to go into and live in those buildings as well. We need to make that demand with them. Tenant-based vouchers would allow low-income families and those still recovering from the pandemic to live in these units and not let them go to waste. If we had tenant housing choice vouchers, at least we will be able to go into the those type of buildings because we had tenant-based vouchers. The displacement of residents in DC, especially during this pandemic, is an issue. This is why the council needs to commit $250 million or more to the Housing Production Trust Fund and $16 million or more to the project-based LRSP. That additionally, money is essential, not only so that properties like mine can be preserved, but also new properties can be built, especially during the pandemic recovery we are facing now. We must continue to progress towards more affordable and equitable communities. I urge the council to fully fund these programs, and make affordable housing a priority so that we as a district can progress economically and socially. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Little, for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure that could you sort of elaborate on your position as it relates to the vacant apartments that you indicate are everywhere and not really being filled at this time?
So sure. So where I live at, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could keep counting. It's a lot of vacant units in these buildings that's been up for over the past 6 or 7 years, and they're unoccupied. And if we had like more tenant-based, housing choice vouchers, that these folks can open up the doors for tenants to use those vouchers, then they can be occupied. So these buildings has been had vacant units for over years and years and years, and I mean for over years, and they're not being occupied. I mean, like, when are they going to fulfill? That's their business. But what I'm saying is that it would help if the district implemented and demand these developers, these builders, to give us a little percentage of those buildings, of their building, to allow housing choice vouchers tenants to use the property. It's 10%, if nothing, 20% at the most. And
well, we have a law that indicates you cannot discriminate because of a person's source of income. And furthermore, it is against the law really to deny a voucher holder access to a rental unit.
But where's the vouchers? The tenants people don't even have vouchers to even address.
So you're saying you want vouchers. I got you.
I
got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess we also need to,
LRSP.
yes,
Yes.
okay, we also need to address the fact that seems to me if you receive a subsidy from the city, we've got to find a way to encourage a housing provider to fill vacant units quickly. And that would certainly help us to get people who do have a voucher an opportunity to fill these units. We're going to look a little closer at the vacancy rate across the city and the type of buildings that are affected and see what we can do about that. I appreciate your comments. Thank you so very much for that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. May, thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah, like you indicated, my office has been working with you to try and understand the issue, really to unravel those issues that we at the government level can become more involved with. And so I'm looking forward to getting some solutions soon. And when I say soon, I do believe that DHCD cannot cut off their involvement since it is our money being monies that have been collected through the government process to make sure that we have the affordability. And so I think there might be some issues there that we could have further explore for you. And this issue of structurally defected properties and how we handle it and how we can handle it quickly. You know, I know it's a domino effect from the tenant to, or from the resident to the seller to the construction company, et cetera, as you have described. But we want to see what we can do about it to expedite that process. Then you mentioned the warranty claim issue, which really concerns me. I think we need to do a better job with that. And so you got 3 commitments, 3 pieces that we want to work on sincerely with you. And this is critical as we are advocating more and more for ownership opportunities. And I think that's where the community is, the community of the district. They want to see as many ownership opportunities as possible. And then we want to make sure that these are good deals and good use of the taxpayers' dollars. So I thank you for that. If you wanted to expound on anything, I certainly would give you the time to do that now.
No, I mean, again, as I stated before, I appreciate your efforts for what you and your team have done. And, you know, unfortunately, council member, you and I and your staff as well, we all get to go home tonight to a place that has walls and it's not flooded and it doesn't have sewage, right? So even when we look at it and say that, you know, we're working fast or we're working urgently, we have folk that are, right, like, you know, trying to sleep on someone else's couch and other places. And so I just think that there is not, you know, the sense of urgency. Again, I hope that your colleagues and the agency understand the level of urgency that you see, that, you know, we're going to, you know, we have plaintiffs who work their way out of being homeless to being homeowners. And now we're forcing them back to be homeless. And I just think that that's important. And I think I appreciate the efforts that the commitment to make on the warranty claim. You know, I think fundamentally, right, like you make the tenants or you make the residents perfect the claim and pay this money, but the district has to verify any report that the residents would give them anyways. So if you're going to do that, especially for vulnerable low-income folk, you got to commission the report yourself anyways. You've got to get your own engineer's report anyway. So why wouldn't DHCD go ahead and get that report and use it to perfect the claim on behalf of the low-income residents versus expecting them to come up with $15,000 or $20,000 or plus $1,000? And so I think that there's some logical, easy fixes in the system around warranty claim and other issues that affect folk like our plaintiffs, council member. But this isn't about me. This isn't about you. This again, as I stated many times before, this is about 9 single Black women who did everything that we told them to do and become a homeowner. We told them, like, hey, fight. Many of our folks are native Washingtonians. We say, hey, we want y'all to stay in the community. Do what you can, fix up your credit, live in Anacostia, right? Like half the city thinks Ward 8 is nothing but Anacostia, right? So we tell them, like, live the DC American dream, become a homeowner. And these women do this, and to no fault of their own, because someone gave money and didn't inspect, and whatever the reasons are, these women live in an uninhabitable structure, and we're not moving. We don't have systems, and we're not moving with a sense of urgency to make sure that their children live in safe places. So I thank you, council member. And it's hard to say thank you because I'm still asking for more, and I'm still asking. I'm still going to push, because these women, their lives are worth it. Their children's lives are worth it, and they deserve my advocacy, and they deserve your advocacy as well.
Well, thank you very much. And I will close in discussing it with you in this public domain, but short of recommending condemnation, okay, which takes us to another level. But, this is a very serious matter. And I suspect that it has happened more frequently than we are aware of it. So let us keep working, and let us work a little faster to get some relief. You're right. These are families. These are children. These are us, the city. It represents our community, this great district of Columbia that we care so deeply about. So thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you, staff. I think we're at a point to end our hearing. Is that correct? Okay. Well, I will quickly turn to my closing points to cover so that we can all move forward. I want to thank everyone for their testimony today. This now concludes our budget oversight hearing, our first one for the season. Thanks to all of our witnesses who testified today. And I look forward to having your issues addressed when we have our government witnesses before us. In fact, the next meeting of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration will be on next Wednesday, the 9th of June, when we will hold a roundtable on two nominees for the Housing Production Trust Fund Board, and the nominee for the City Administrator's Chief Equity Officer. And so, as you can see, we are in the process of doing hearings regarding the budget, the new budget, the FY22 budget, and to some degree, the supplemental 21 budget. But we are also holding hearings on some important matters that are required through the government process. So with that, I will say that the time is now 4:57 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. And thank you to everyone and to my team as well.